All right, we are live out at Twin Peaks in Madison. It is the draft show, the draft night in Nashville. You know, the one that everybody loves, the one where we go crazy, so on and so forth. Joined by former Titans receiver Chris Sanders, who is here today. Hello, Chris.
What's up, man? How you doing, man? I'm just looking forward to if something goes wild to where you're going to probably lose your mind, just like a couple of years ago when they drafted a guard, like you see all the time.
That wasn't a couple of years ago.
Was it last year?
That was last year.
Oh, my God. So I'm excited to see what's going to happen. There's a lot of intriguing things. What are the Titans going to do at 7? Are they going to trade back to Minnesota? All the things that are going on, I'm excited to see what's actually going to happen.
Trevor Maddich is with us here, ESPN college football analyst, is a part of our crew tonight. Trevor, how are you?
I am great. Can't wait to hear what Chris has to say. This is one of the most insightful analysts I've ever listened to. So, Chris, if I just sit in the back and listen, you'll know what's going on.
I'm learning from you, man. I tell you, when I found out that you was on the list, I was like, this guy, his informativeness is amazing. I love what you do. I love the stuff you talk about. What's it? I don't know. It sounds good. I went to Ohio State, so.
Informativeness?
I like it.
They've got 50,000 undergrads at Ohio State, right, in any given year. So there's a lot of words to go around for them.
We started already.
Everybody gets a big one.
But it's an honor to work with you, my friend.
I think, Jared, I'm hoping they draft the punter, actually, at number 7.
I mean, they might as well have last year.
Yeah, oh, my God.
I mean, they might as well have with the guard they took who wasn't even that good.
I actually was going to physically carry a fire extinguisher in here today to put you out if they did something crazy with that 7th pick. But then I thought, okay, here at Twin Peaks, this great business establishment probably does not want a stranger to walk through their front door carrying a fire extinguisher. So I left it at home.
Yes.
Now, there may be something to that. By the way, our sponsors tonight are Parman Tractor and Equipment, Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, ESPN Bet Sportsbook. And again, we're live from Twin Peaks in Madison, home of the 29-degree beer. And as before we get started, fellas, I mean, I got to tell you, there are a bunch of players that I look at that, in past drafts when the Titans have been picking at 27, at 21, 20, that the Titans would never have a dream of getting. And instead, Derek Mason, it seems like there are a lot of potential players the Titans could get this year that are actually, good.
What you saying, they were not good last year?
Well, I mean, they took a guard. So,
I mean,
how many of these drafts over the years where the Titans have actually been good, and so they've been picking at 22, have there been players that we've looked at and we've said, I would love this guy on the Titans, but, and it feels like they'll never get to that guy because he's, so high on the board. This year, there's a couple of guys they're not going to be able to get. They're not going to be able to get Caleb Williams. They're probably not going to be able to get Jaden Daniels or Marvin Harrison. But other than that, a lot of these guys seem to be in play today.
Yeah, I think every guy is in play after those 3 guys, but it just depends on, the movement up front in front of the Titans and what they choose to do at that 7th pick. They can keep it and take the guy that they want, or, there could be 2 or 3 guys that they could potentially take, or they can move out of that pick, gather some other picks and, try to figure out what guy and how far they need to go back in order to get that guy.
It'll be hard at 7 to mess up that pick.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I mean, according to some scouting, outfits, the top 9 guys are all within about a 1/10 of a point of each other. So it's not like you're saying, well, gee, we'd like to get the offensive tackle, but the wide receiver is graded quite a lot higher than he is, and we've got to take the highest graded player. Everybody's in about the same range, and that doesn't include whatever super secret squirrel ratings that the Titans have in their own draft room. So there are a lot of players that are going to fall to number 7 that are all going to be about the same, which is another reason why I think they should go for the maximum need.
Yeah.
Because all these players are going to be pretty close to graded the same, and that need is?
Yep. I don't know.
Okay, I don't know either. No one ever talking about it.
Well, I mean, that need obviously is a tackle, and if you have the tackle rated as your highest player on the board at that particular time, then you take them. For me, it's if the Titans do stick at the 7th pick, what guys are available and what guys are going to help you immediately. I mean, you can go to the wide receiver and take a Neighbors if he's still there, or in the Dunze if he's still there. But to me, your greatest need is the left tackle. You can find, the way they talked about the draft, you can find, it may not be an elite player now, but you can find a good, solid wide receiver, a 1,000-yard wide receiver in the second or third round. And I think if they do have an opportunity, I think you go with the tackle, because in this draft, I don't think you can find too many, elite tackles in this draft. Whereas the receivers, I think you can find a little bit more of that receiver that you need as opposed to that tackle that you may need. Because Trevor, once you get a tackle, you can't let him go. Well, you got to get him.
So you're saying that receivers are a dime a dozen? Is that
what you're saying? The way the league is,
you got to represent.
We have Amon St. Brown. He was a second-round pick. Yeah. You got a lot of these receivers that were second- and third-round picks in the last 3 or 4 drafts that has excelled, which tells me you can find that receiver that is going to be your number 1 receiver later in the draft. And I'm not talking about too late. I'm not talking about 4th, 5th round guys. I'm talking about 2nd and 3rd round guys.
Well, remember what the job of a general manager is, especially a new general manager. And a first-time general manager. It's not to get to the Super Bowl, although that would be great.
Well, this isn't a new – I just want to say, this is not a new general manager. There is this theory going around that this is a new general manager, that this is a new tenure, that this general manager didn't make the pick last year, that he didn't have a press conference discussing the pick he made, that he didn't have a press conference before he made the pick, that he wasn't GM last year, and honestly, it drives me insane that people are treating this like it's Rand Carthon's first draft.
But here's the thing. His job as a relatively new general manager or whatever. Before we're done with the show, Jared, I want you to give a job title for Rand Carthon.
He's got to do something.
That you think fits him the best.
Yep.
But his first job is to not get fired. And the way you don't get fired is to take Joe Alt if he's available. You got to get Joe Alt. Anybody else, there's a lot more risk. Joe Alt is going to be rock solid.
But when you talk about all the players on the board, there's going to be so many players at each position, the offensive line and the wide receiver position. I mean, look at the guys on the offensive tackle who they can choose from. You got Joe Alt, you got the guy from Oregon State, you got Latham from Alabama, you got Mims from Georgia. Then you get to the receiver position, you got Marvin Harrison, you got Malik Neighbors, you got Adunze, you got Coleman. It's so many guys that you can choose from. But at that 7th position, you better believe that you better hit on that, because if you look at the history of the Tennessee Titans when they drafted in the top 10 and they get some offensive linemen, there's 2 guys that were drafted that made impact that are Hall of Famers. One is Mike Munchak and one is Bruce Matthews. Mike Munchak was drafted in 1982, the 8th pick, and you got Bruce Matthews, the 9th pick in 1983. Those are Hall of Famers, so you can't miss on the 7th pick for the Tennessee Titans.
So you talk about risk, right? So I was watching ESPN this morning, and they threw up a graphic that's called the hit rate on first-round picks in recent years. And what they found is that center is the position that gives you the most likely hit rate. 92% of the time, that center is going to be successful for you and go on to his second contract with you. Tackle is number 2 at 59. Guard is number 3 at 50. You know what's last?
Receiver.
At 27%, right? Now, this is when I talk about risk, right? High risk, high reward. You get a guy like Jamar Chase, man, everything opens right up. But you get a guy that's not one of those 27% with the 7th pick, you're twisted in the wind. And that's where the risk comes in.
Yeah.
So what do we think? Do we think that it's as simple as, hey, Joe Alt's going to be there at 7 and the Titans are going to take Joe Alt with the 7th pick? Or is it more complicated than that? Because I mean, that's really what I want tonight. Like, I know everybody's excited at the idea that I'm going to go crazy when the Titans pick.
You are.
But I think there's a pretty good chance that Joe Alt's going to be there at 7.
Yeah.
And I think the Titans are going to take Joe Alt. And I'm going to be happy if that happens. And it's been a long time since I've been happy with something the Titans have done.
So, with that being said, what if, and this is for Trevor as well, what if they're there? There's, Alt is sitting at that 7th pick. Do you move out of it? If someone wants to move up to that 7th pick, not to draft a tackle, but if the quarterback's still there, J.J. McCarthy is still there for some reason, do you take the trade and move back a couple of spots, or do you stay at 7 and pick Joe Alt? Because now you're playing with a little bit of fire here. You're anticipating that if you move back to 11 or 13, that he still will be there.
Joe Alt is the most NFL-ready player in this draft, with the possible exception of Brock Bowers, tight end of Georgia. All the rest of them have things they need to work on. For Joe Alt, his technique and his game requires fine-tuning, nothing big. Every other tackle, especially left tackle, in the first 2 rounds that'll be there, and certainly after that, will require a lot of coaching up to get him ready to be able to be a solid, dependable left tackle. Now, there are guys that I think will be able to grow with that coaching. But if they do trade back, they better get somebody that is giving them a tremendous amount of confidence that can be developed, because if Alt is gone by the time, and he probably would be if they trade back to 11 or something like that, that's the big key for them. Alt is the safe pick. He's not the best athlete, but I think he's one of the best football players that they could take. And the risk grows because of the technique and the NFL capability of the other left tackle stepping into the year 1.
Well, Trevor, let me ask you this question. Now, just imagine if Joe Alt and Latham and Mims was on the board at the same time. If you're a GM, what makes Alt different? What makes him stand out as opposed to getting those other two?
Plays left tackle.
He's always in the right place. And he plays left tackle.
Yeah.
He's always in that's a good question, Chris. He's always in the right place doing the right thing. And defenders have to defeat him in order to then make a play. So often in recent years, Titans fans have watched this Titans offensive line have guys out of position, poor footwork, poor hands, too much forward body lean, bad technique, and they end up either on the ground or chasing a play when they should be squared up on a defender and forcing that defender to defeat him, right? And Joe Alt, you almost never see that happen. He is precise with his technique, and what that does is it forces the pass rusher or run defender over him to be flawless in their technique, because then the margin for victory over Joe Alt on a pass rush is very, very narrow. Whereas with a guy with less technique, that margin is much bigger for the defender, because you can count on the tackle to beat himself with poor technique. That's why Alt is such a can't-miss prospect, if there is one in the NFL draft.
Is he a versatile player? Just, if you look at, I'm just going past guys that I play with, like Bruce Matthews. He could play any position.
I could not give a rat's ass about that.
No.
I'd stick him at left tackle.
I'm just saying.
I could not care less about that.
I understand that, but there's situations to where guys get hurt. Could he switch positions and play? Like, say if he had to play left guard or right guard, could he do that?
Why would you take your left tackle out to play right guard?
I'm saying if somebody gets hurt.
But you would not move your left tackle to play right. If the right guard gets hurt, you put the backup right guard in. You don't take the left tackle to play right guard.
Okay, Flores.
Now he's 6'9", and already if he has a downside that needs fine tuning is that he does bend at the waist a bit to try to get that 6'9" down. He usually succeeds pretty well, but you put him inside a guard and he's at every disadvantage.
Okay.
He's not really a right tackle.
Exactly.
They need to put him at left tackle and fix everything else with other resources. But what Jared just did was make the case for Peter Skoronski, their first-round pick last year, to stay at guard, because that's his best position.
I mean, I hope it's better than it was last year if that's his best position.
What is going to happen is this, and, and Trevor knows this, that I think Skoronski gets better with Alt next to him.
Yes,
and
sure.
then
and
with Cushenberry at center. Yeah. Those three guys working together each and every day. Skoronski's you're going to see a big change in Skoronski. And it's going to be for two reasons. Obviously, it's going to be his second year. Now he knows what to get used to. He's building his NFL body. But then, too, now you're putting two dependable guys next to him. Last year, he didn't have two dependable guys at all.
That's a good point.
That's a great point.
That's a great point.
Last year, you had Peter Skoronski at left guard, and to his left and to his right, you had Tweedledee and Tweedledum. Possibly Dopey and Sneezy.
Come on,
you pick which one's which.
Hey, Brewer signed for $21 million with the Dolphins, by the way.
Who did?
Man.
Brewer.
Wow. So the point is that last year you saw Skoronski use body position to try to help his center that weighed 147 pounds soaking wet. Not quite that bad, but it was like 270. And then sometimes he would try to help his left tackle who couldn't play at all, whichever one was in there. And he was out of position to play his own position. The last game of the year, Skoronski said, forget this. I'm going to play my position, my way, and if those guys can't handle it, that's on them. And he dominated.
Okay, here's what I want to do. I have on a piece of paper in front of me, I have a list, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, for each of you.
Yeah.
And in this, during the break, I want you guys to fill out your top, this is for the Titans, the top 5 options, non-quarterback that you want, and do not show.
At 7?
Anybody, yes, at 7. And do not show anybody else what your choices are. And then we will reveal them on the other side. Because, again, 3 quarterbacks are going to go, maybe 4. Which means that if 3 quarterbacks go, the Titans will have their chance at least 2 of the 5 players you are about to write down. And we will do that coming up next, live from Twin Peaks out in Madison. It is The Draft Show, 102.5, 106.3 The Game. We are live out of Twin Peaks in Madison again. I said this room probably holds, what, 150? You know, maybe this room probably holds 150 or so?
About 150.
So
200.
we probably have about 65 or so. So there's plenty of room. Come on out, Twin Peaks out here in Madison. The draft starts in 40 minutes. And the Titans will be picking at 7, which will probably happen, I would assume, around probably 7:45 or something like that. But I gave each of you a homework assignment during the break, which is rank your top 5 non-quarterbacks in this draft, for the Titans, knowing that if 3 quarterbacks go, the Titans will have a choice of 2 of the 5 players that you picked. Mm-hmm. If 4 quarterbacks go, if J.J. McCarthy goes inside the top 6, then they will have a choice of 3 of these players. Which, by the way, I'm not taking the cheese. I don't think J.J. McCarthy goes within the first, but that's just me. So, Chris Sanders, you're an educator out of The Ohio State University.
Oh, my gosh.
Give me your list in order.
All right, my number 1 is Joe Alt, number 1. Number 2, Marvin Harrison. Number 3, Neighbors from LSU, Adunzi, I'm pronouncing him crazy, Washington, and Dallas Turner from Alabama.
Okay. Trevor Manich.
Number 1 is Joe Alt. Number 2, tight end Brock Bowers.
Oh.
He is a unicorn.
Yeah.
And if Alt's not there, I'm taking Bowers for that horn on the top of his head. Number 3, I've got JC Latham, right tackle out of Alabama.
Boo.
I've got Marvin Harrison, number 4,
Okay.
and Malik Neighbors at number 5.
Nice.
That's a hot take. JC Latham over Marvin Harrison.
Oh, yeah.
Would you like to explain why?
Yeah, because as much potential as Will Levis has at quarterback for the Titans, I don't know how far he can throw it laying on his back.
100%.
And the thing about Latham is he has a lot of work to do from a technique standpoint in his pass sets and his pass protection. But as a run blocker, he is devastating. He is
nasty.
Vicious. He's angry. He's skilled. He's talented. And I'll tell you what, nothing a quarterback loves more than 3rd and 2 because you run the ball so well.
You don't look excited.
Latham over Marvin Harrison Jr. What are we talking about?
Well, Latham
What
can
I'm
run,
talking about?
He can run bubble screens. Right?
Talking about. Oh, my
You
goodness.
can't get mad
I know.
at his
It's
you know,
his list.
players.
It's his list.
Exactly.
All right, Derek, give me your
Goodness,
list.
You asked for it. Okay. I got Joe Alt at number 1, Marvin Harrison 2, Olu Fashanu 3, Brock Bowers 4, and Dallas Turner 5.
Wow.
Okay. So, Olu Fashanu at 3.
Yes.
Malik Neighbors not on the list.
Nah, I mean, I like Neighbors, but I think Neighbors, a bunch of his yardage came in a slot. I think he's a slot guy. I'm not sure if he's an outside guy. And the Titans have their slot guy, a bigger guy.
Yeah.
You could put
Burks.
D-Hop, Burks in the middle. They're going to move Ridley around. So to me, Marvin Harrison is more so of the outside guy. Neighbors, if I thought of Neighbors more so of a X or a Z, then I would have put him ahead of Marvin Harrison, but I didn't. So he would be like 6 if we had to round it out to top 10.
Okay, my list is Joe Alt 1, Malik Neighbors 2, Marvin Harrison 3, Brock Bowers 4, Roma Dunze 5. Did you know the one consensus that we all had in this entire discussion? Alt at number 1. It can't be that simple, right? Like the Titans are notorious when it's so obvious. It's right there in front of them. The Titans are notorious for doing the stupid thing every time.
Right.
Jaden Daniels is going at number 2. I think Drake May is going at number 3. I mean, I feel pretty sure of that. Is anybody?
All mistakes, by the way, but go ahead.
Okay, you hate quarterbacks in the top half of the first round of every draft. You wouldn't draft Joe Burrow. You hate drafting rookie quarterbacks.
I would draft Burrow.
Yeah, he's a dog now. Yeah.
So those are going to be the first 3 picks. Arizona at 4, maybe they move out, maybe they don't. But if they move out, it's going to be for somebody wanting Marvin Harrison or it's going to be for somebody wanting J.J. McCarthy. So take that. They're done. The Chargers at 5 might go Alt. But now, this morning, the word on the street has been JC Latham, and I heard Derek on your show, Caroline said that a lot of people are thinking that around the league, Joe Ortiz is very close with Daniel Jeremiah, and that's where that started. And I almost wonder if it's like preparing their fan base for when they're going to announce JC Latham at 5. But I still believe in the duck theory, which means if it looks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it's a duck, and the Chargers don't have any wide receivers. So in my gut, the Chargers have to go wide receiver, right?
They don't have to go with that pick. They can trade out of it, get more picks, and then get a wide receiver later in the first round. But they don't necessarily have to go wide receiver at that pick.
But again, I don't think anybody's trading up to 5 to draft Joe Alt.
You never know.
But could it be that the Chargers are trying to bait the Titans into trading up from 7 to 5 because they're afraid that they might take him? There's so much chatter. Yep. Could it be pre-draft lying?
Yes, but no. So I do think that the JC Latham thing might be some bull crap. What I think it could be is, I mean, I look at the idea of JC Latham at 5, and I think you can trade with Chicago at 9, and you can get JC Latham, in theory. So if that's the case, maybe they put it out there that, oh, yeah, we're interested in Latham. And then all of a sudden, Chicago picks up the phone and says, hold on, wait a minute. Malik Neighbors is there at 5. We'll give you, 9 plus Carolina's 2 next year. Or we'll give you Atlanta calls, something like that. I don't think they're going to go alt. In fact, again, I heard Caroline say this, that even though Joe Alt came on my show yesterday and said that he's open to playing right tackle, that Alt's people have let it be known that, hey, he's going to play left tackle. Then at 6, the Giants have 3 tackles. Mm-hmm. They have Andrew Thomas, who they paid $1 gazillion to. Mm-hmm. They got Evan Neal out of Alabama, who's not that good. He may kick into guard. And they bought Jermaine Illuminor in free agency this year, who was the right tackle for the Raiders. So they got 3 tackles, so they're not going tackle. It seems too good to be true. Mm-hmm. Alt, Titans, 7, turn in the card, play left tackle, never complain about Dennis Daly or Andre Dillard ever again. It seems too simple.
Well, it may be just that simple, and the Titans may just take the tackle if he's there.
But do you think that's what's going to happen? Do you think it's going to be that simple?
I think so.
I mean, simple to me is doing what you plan on doing, whether that guy is there or not. If you're planning on moving out of that spot, it's simple. You're going to move out of that spot if you got a trade partner. Mm-hmm. If you're going to stay in that spot, it's simple. You're going to draft the guy that you have, whether it's Alt there or if Alt's not there and you have another guy that's ranked high, whether it be JC Latham or another one of these tackles, then either you take the tackle or you move back. To me, it's simple. Yeah. It is truly simple to me. Either you're gonna stay at that pick and pick Alt if he's there, which I believe he will be there, or if he's not there, you're gonna trade back. One of the 2 options. Or you could stay there and take Fashanu at the 5th pick. But Trevor, is he a top 10 pick? Fashanu?
Not yet.
Okay.
But he has
the draft is today,
upside.
So if he's not that yet,
I understand, but I understand what Trevor's saying.
I know what he's saying. I know what he's saying too.
Potential. Fashanu, we talk about technique, right?
Yes.
He has a lot of technique to be cleaned up that occurs before contact with the defender. So his footwork, his pass sets, things like that. Those are the easiest things to clean up with good coaching because you're not having to execute something new while in contact with a defender who's physically opposing you. And Fashanu will be able to take care of that. I think it'll probably take some time for him to get all that stuff, worked out. But I think he will get it worked out, and he'll end up being one of the best left tackles in this draft.
And I think the reason why you have to go with Joe Alt is because I think on the offseason you address some of the needs. You went and got Calvin Ridley, the wide receiver, explosive wide receiver that you need. And then in the secondary, you went and got Snead and got Nwuzie. So I think the decision is even clearer because now you can just go get a left tackle. You went and got your receiver in the offseason, which is Calvin Ridley. Then you got your running back situation taken care of with Tony Pollard. So now it's just go get your left tackle, protect Willis. And then now it's just the easy pick. It's just right there for the taking. You don't need to trade back and do all that crazy stuff. Go get the best left tackle, and then later on in the rounds, go get a wide receiver.
I love you skill guys talking about offensive line like that. And I will say this, though, about Fashanu. I heard a rumor today that there's an injury flag on him.
Oh.
And I don't know if it's just a smoke screen or if it's true. So that bears watching as the draft goes on. I will ask you this, Chris, though.
Yes, sir.
Your number 2 guy, if Alt's not there, is Marvin Harrison, receiver out of Ohio State. Now, I get it, it's a Buckeye thing, but why would you take Harrison over Malik Neighbors from LSU wide receiver?
I just think that with Marvin Harrison, he makes contested catches. When you get into the league, it's going to be tighter coverage. If you look at some of the catches that he made at Dalhousie University, he was making catches with a DB draped all on him. So now when you get into the league, you're not going to have a lot of separation, and you got to come up with the big catch. And I think for him, I know he still is going to have to learn the little things in the NFL, but with him catching the ball at the highest point and making those tough catches in windows when he has a DB draped all over him, it makes it easy for the quarterback, and that's why I pick him over Neighbors.
So what you're saying is that he can't separate from DBs?
I'm not saying he can't.
I'm kidding. No.
You're right.
I'm busting your
but
chops.
he doesn't have the. No, you're right. He doesn't have the top end speed as some of those guys. We don't know because he didn't do nothing in the combine and all that stuff. But watching him catch the football, watching him beat man-to-man coverage, and with tight coverage, it just shows you that if a quarterback gets blitzed and he just throws the ball up there, it makes it easy for the quarterback because 9 times out of 10, he's going to come up with the play.
I respect that. That's good.
So the consensus that we have of this group is Joe Alt 1, Marvin Harrison 2, Malik Neighbors 3, Brock Bowers 4, and Dallas Turner 5. We have not talked about Dallas Turner at all. Pass rushers absolutely a need.
Yeah.
Trevor, when it comes to Dallas Turner, what are you looking at here? And would he be able to step in opposite Harold Landry week 1 and go sack the quarterback?
Well, if you want him to be a specialist, then maybe. I don't like Dallas Turner at number 7. He's the edge rusher out of Alabama. Dude is a physical freak. He weighs like 245, something like that. He ran a 4.46 at the combine. That makes him wide receiver fast at that speed. But when you watched him at Alabama, you saw him with tremendous get-off on his first step on his pass rush. And then he could turn the corner and dip and close to the quarterback with great speed. But not a whole lot happened in between. In terms of having a primary actual pass rush move, a secondary move, a third move, a counter off of all of those, I didn't see a whole lot of that from him. If he didn't win with speed and then dipping around the corner, he didn't really win. And also, when it came to running, what you do against a great pass rusher is you run the ball right at him. Yeah. You make him play physical, bruising football in a phone booth against the run. And the thing is, he wasn't impressive at Alabama in terms of holding up the point of attack on the edge when they were running right at him. But man, he's got a fast first step. Man, he can turn the corner. And wow, he's got numbers at the combine. It's just that I've got to wonder why he didn't use his time better at Alabama with that great defensive coaching staff to develop all those moves in between the first step and turning the corner.
So you think he's not an option at 7?
No, he's an option, but he is a one-trick pony right now. And that is put him out there in passing situations, put him out wide, and let him use all that speed. But I don't want him out there on first and second down right now.
But, we're talking about edge rushers, and, you talked about Dallas Turner. I was talking to TD earlier today. He likes Latham from UCLA.
Great player.
I mean, great instincts. So do you think do you think Dallas Turner is better than that too?
What is the medical red flag on Latham?
I don't know what that is. I've heard that. And
I've heard that he was told at UCLA that he was not going to play. Like that he was told by the doctors, like, hey, your football career is over.
Wow.
And somehow overcame that. And by overcoming it somehow, some way, Latham is, well, now, if it wasn't for the medical red flag, I was told he's going in the top 10.
But here's where Chris is right. He's the best pure pass rusher in this draft when it comes to the moves he's able to throw. And in the NFL, if you think you're just going to out-athlete, a left tackle, sorry, you're not going to do it. You need a move and a counter move, and then you need to have a plan, and that plan has to have a plan B, and Turner will be learning those things in the NFL.
That's a great point.
So when it comes to the Titans, what do you guys think about trading out, knowing that one of those players is going to be there, and also there's a chance J.J. McCarthy's there? First off, do we buy this J.J. McCarthy hype that he may go before the Titans pick, or that, I mean, are we taking the cheese on McCarthy?
I'm not taking it. Do I think he's a good quarterback? Yes, but do I think, from what I've seen, do I believe that he's a top 5 quarterback? No. But there are some teams that out there probably that has him as a top 10 player. My thing is this. We talk about these quarterbacks. Which quarterback had to do the most in regards to these top 4 quarterbacks for their team? And I look at J.J. McCarthy.
I mean, the answer is probably Drake May, right?
I would say J.J. McCarthy had to do less.
No. You said who had to do the most.
Who had to do the most?
So I think it was probably Drake May, right?
Drake May or Caleb Williams.
I mean,
because his
Malik
defense
Neighbors,
is horrible.
Brian Thomas, true.
Caleb Williams' defense is horrible, so they had to score a bunch of points.
That's how you win Heisman's, though, right?
Absolutely. That's how you win Heisman.
Absolutely.
But I look at J.J. McCarthy, and not that he didn't play well, but to me, watching Michigan all season, I didn't look at him and say they're the reason why they won. I looked at that defense. I definitely looked at that run game. That's the reason why they run. Now, if you have a ready-made team that's ready to go, he probably can step in and be your quarterback. But if you're talking about a team that is building, I'm not sure he's the guy that you could just say, here, it's your team now, you win for us. He has to have a lot of work. Just like we talked about Ryan Tannehill. Ryan Tannehill's a good quarterback, but what? he needs help. He can't carry the team the way you need a elite quarterback to carry a team. That's the way I look at J.J. McCarthy. He's a good quarterback, but can you give him the reins and say, lead my team to victory each and every week? I'm not sure if he can do it. I'm not saying he can't, but I didn't see it at Michigan.
Is he just like a game manager, you think?
He did exactly what Jim Harbaugh asked him to do.
Yep.
And that is not mess the game up. He made plays when he needed to make plays, but he did not mess the game up. He did not crack under pressure. Now, I don't know if that signals to me that he can be an elite quarterback in this league or not, but to me, he didn't have to do what those other quarterbacks did for their team.
You know, I've got to give him credit for this, J.J. McCarthy, quarterback at Michigan. He did a masterful job at arranging props for his on-field interviews after games. He'll have sunglasses out there. He'll have a rose to put between his teeth. Man, he's ready to go after the game, that guy. I would ask you two guys this, though. Not projecting the top quarterbacks in the NFL, but what you've seen of them in college. So you've got Caleb Williams of USC, Jaden Daniels of LSU, Drake May of North Carolina, J.J. McCarthy of Michigan. Which of those would you most prefer to throw you the ball as a college quarterback?
Caleb Williams. Yeah. Hands down. I think he throws – I haven't seen much of Drake May, but what I've seen of all of them, I look at Caleb Williams, and he does things Mahomes-like. Not that he's Mahomes, but he does Mahomes-like things. Yeah. He knows where to put the ball and when to put the ball. He knows when to stop you. He knows when to lead you. As a receiver, that is critical because you're running through the middle of the field. You're not paying attention to who's in front of you. You're expecting your quarterback to make sure he puts you in a position where you can catch it and either get down or get up the field. And it seems like Caleb Williams he did that more for his team. Because his offensive line wasn't good. Defense damn sure wasn't good. But he made off-script plays. He threw a ball in tight windows. He did those things that you see quarterbacks in the NFL doing on Sundays. He was doing those things on Saturday.
My only problem with him is I think he's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
He could be. He could be. I don't know. I don't know the man's personality. Yeah. He could be.
I mean, at quarterback, I don't know.
I like Caleb Williams. I mean, I like him, but the guy that I would like, you may laugh at me with this, I like the guy from Washington, Penix. The reason why I like him.
I'm not big on left-handers, man. I'm just not big on left-handers.
But my game was throwing the ball deep. I mean, he throws a nice long ball. I mean, for me personally, I would like him because I'm just running posts and goals anyway. I ain't running no curls. I ain't running that, D. I'm running go routes, posts. So for a quarterback, for me, I like a guy who throws the long ball. And I think Penix throws a great long ball.
What about – I agree with you. His deep ball is fantastic. I want to go back to left-handed quarterbacks. Right? Like I played in college with Steve Young.
Yes.
The 49ers and won Super Bowl and all that. He's a left-handed guy.
Yes.
Right? Left-handed punters. The ball.
I hated left-handed left-footed punters too.
So tell me about you guys. Tell me about left-handed quarterbacks and what that means for receivers.
The ball just comes out different, and if you're not used to it, it'll get up on you. I know that if you're looking if they're listening to our listeners are listening, they're thinking like it's coming out. It's just coming. No, it spins different. It comes at you different. It's just something about a left-hand quarterback and I've played with, a few was on a roster. One ended up playing a little bit, but it takes you a minute to sort of get used to that left-handed guy rather than a right-handed guy.
So John Gruden used to hate Chris Sims when he was the quarterback in Tampa and Gruden was the coach because he felt like he had to change the entire offense. He put the left-handed quarterback in. And he's like, you're not good enough for me to change the entire offense for you.
I'm trying to figure out the left-handed quarterback's name with the Titans. This was a long time ago.
Was it when the Oilers? Was it the redhead guy?
Yes. I forgot the guy's name.
Redheaded guy, we don't even know his name.
No, I forgot the guy. But they had a left-handed quarterback. The Titans had a left-handed quarterback.
Did you say redheaded guy?
Redhead.
He was redheaded and left-handed?
That's a unicorn, huh?
I'll tell you what, that guy grew up tough.
So when it comes to trading, Minnesota's at 11. They need a quarterback. They have 11 and 23, and they don't pick again until the 4th round. So if you're going to move off a 7, now I would say if Alt's there, it's different than if Alt's not there. But if you're going to move off a 7, in order to go to 11, I mean, I almost would have to have 23 in order to do it. Now, I might send back 106 or something like that, but I think we can agree that, I mean, if Minnesota calls up and says they want to trade 11 and 108 in order to move up, we're going to say no to that, right?
Yeah. I'm saying no.
I mean, they almost have to use 23 in order to get to 7.
Especially if they want a quarterback.
Yeah.
Because teams will say, well, if you wanted a guard, maybe you wouldn't offer us as much, but you need a quarterback.
They can take that at 108, so they don't need to.
Yeah.
Denver does not have a second-round pick. They have a third-round pick at 76, but they don't have a second-round pick. Denver's at 12. So what would it take to get to pass on a Neighbors or an Alt or a Bowers to move to 12 with Denver? Would you be okay with 12 and next year's 2 from Denver?
No.
No. I can't.
No.
You're going to miss out on a lot of quality players, man. I mean, just like the list we just named, we're probably not going to get those guys.
Denver, 12, 76 in the third round. You don't have a third rounder this year.
I don't know. I can't.
And next year's 2.
Next year's second?
Yeah.
I got to go with Alt.
Nah.
I still go with Alt.
If we find out that Joe Alt has some secret foot sickness and he's medically questionable, then I would absolutely do that. Because then the people that you'll be choosing from at 12 all are going to have flaws that you're going to have to deal with. That's almost everybody in the draft, by the way. That's every quarterback in this draft. So I'm not being critical of players. I'm just saying what teams have to choose between. If there was something about him that made him undraftable at 7, then they're going to have to pick their poison at number 12 anyway. But if Alt is there, I am not moving out of that unless they offer me so much that I can't say no, which they're not going to do unless they're looking for a quarterback. And that's possible depending on how abjectly stupid the Vikings are.
What if the Raiders offered you 13, 44 in the second round, and their third next year?
Oh. I don't know. I got to go with Alt.
You're getting tempting because I think the Raiders are going to be awful next year because they're going to move up and take a quarterback. They're going to play him, and they're going to be terrible, right? So that draft pick next year is going to be pretty high in the round. And the Titans have a lot of needs. But remember where they have the needs, though. From the standpoint of starting 22 on offense and defense, they were fantastic in free agency. They're pretty solid in the starting 22 with the exception of offensive line.
Inside backer.
Inside backer, although I like Kenneth Murray a lot more than other people do.
Safety.
But what they really need, though, is depth. They're terrible when it comes to depth.
Yep.
And so you can make the case that if enough draft picks that are high enough come in, they'll take the cheese to build the depth. I wouldn't do that because when you pick at 7, you should get a playmaker, and an offensive lineman can be a playmaker.
By the way, there's something that I saw. I see JC Latham walking across the stage that honestly I didn't like.
What did he do?
Today.
Oh, my God.
He was on SportsCenter, and I know all the guys are all dressed up and everything. It's the draft. It's whatever. But they had him in his hotel room, and he was showing off his diamond-encrusted watch, and he was this. And, like, Joe Alt is not at the draft. Joe Alt is at home, I think, in Minnesota. They're having a party there. And then wherever he gets picked, he's flying off to the next day. He chose not to go to the draft. I talked to Joe Alt yesterday on the show. I don't know if you guys heard it or not. But I thought Joe Alt was, like, he reminds me of the offensive lineman that you two played with. No nonsense, no bull crap, no, what do you want to buy when you make it to the NFL? I want to buy this truck I've been looking at. Like that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And when I see an offensive lineman sitting there like, look at my watch, I'm like, that's not offensive line to me. That's DB, that's receiver, that's that kind of mentality and not offensive line.
But you know what's so cool, because I was listening to the interview and I text you. I know we talked about buying, going fishing and buying a truck, but this is what really stuck out to me. This is a guy that's an elite tackle. He said this. He said, I want to be coached. I mean, there's not a lot of guys that are top of his game saying that they want to be coached. I mean, I know that sounded kind of cliche or coach talk, but when you have a guy that wants to get better, you got a guy that wants to master his craft, and he says that on national radio or not on radio, he says, I want to be coached. He says, I want to be coached. These are the guys that you want in the locker room. They want to be coached. They want to be leaders. But at the end of the day, they want to be the best. And the way you be the best is you want to be coached.
Did you believe him, or do you think his agent told him to say
that? I believe him. I really do, because it sounded sincere, and you can tell if somebody's giving you some fluff. I mean, what he said is, I want to be coached. I want to be accountable. I know that everybody's going to say the right thing because it's the draft, but you know when somebody's giving you fluff and when they're not giving you fluff.
But so you guys are talking about problems that current college football coaches have that coaches 20 years ago, even maybe 10 years ago, didn't have to the same extent. Mm-hmm. You know, back then you tell a player to do something 20 years ago, and the player would say, why? He said, because I'm the coach and that's what you're going to do. And he'd say, yes, sir. Right? Now you have to explain to him why, what's in it for them, how will it affect their NIL, whether their agent will approve with what the coach is telling them to do. You've got to give them all this stuff before the player will decide whether or not he's going to listen to the coach, right? And so I think that plays into the idea that the culture right now among young people is just manifest in the bling that these potential draftees have because of the money they got in NIL or from their agents or whatever.
But
they've got the money to show it physically. I don't care either, but Joe Burrow's a throwback, man. He's a unicorn.
I don't care about it at DB. Yeah. No offense, I don't care about it at receiver. Uh-huh. You know, those are like individual positions, you know, whereas offensive line is like, you know, we're these weirdos that all hang out together. You know, you weren't part of the group, you know.
Yeah, well, back then we didn't make enough money to buy a nice suit.
I guess there's that too. But
I mean,
that's true. True story.
I just don't want JC Latham, and when I saw that was another reason why I didn't want JC Latham.
I mean, that's the culture now.
Yeah, it is.
And then you don't know. I mean, maybe the person that gave him the diamond watch just say, hey, listen, just put it on television. You can have it.
That's a good point.
And he showed it. That's all he had to do.
It's like
bargaining. Yeah.
Wear this thing on your head and we'll pay you $100,000.
Exactly. And they wore it. So it's like, I don't blame him for doing that.
Listen, there's a college quarterback. I can't remember who it was, but they were saying on ESPN, then he got in his Lamborghini and drove away on campus. And I was like, wait, whoa, what?
That is crazy, ain't it?
But they make that kind of money in NIL now. Lamborghini. How much is a Lamborghini?
About
I don't know. 300.
I figure you guys would know that, right?
About 300.
Yeah, that's about 3 weeks worth of NIL for some of these guys.
Own one?
No, they're too small. I'm a small guy, but they're Lamborghini. They're too small. They sit too low to the ground, man. I don't want to feel all those bumps.
I'm in the market for an F-350 pickup truck that will tow this building.
No,
it's Lamborghini.
I think you said Hugo. I'm like, what?
No. Okay, so the Titans are picking at 7. We all know 2 quarterbacks are going 1-2. Do we think a quarterback is going 3 to New England? I do.
Please no.
I don't know.
Please no.
I mean, they don't have a quarterback.
If they don't take a quarterback, do they move out of that spot, Trevor?
And get somebody?
Yeah, I think so. They have a lot of problems. Here's the thing.
But then a quarterback's going at 3, right?
None of these quarterbacks. Let me tell you why
you hate quarterbacks in the first round.
I do. Because of the bust rate, right?
Uh-huh.
It's less than 50% success rate. The best bad example is 2021. Now, granted, that was a really good bad example, but there were 5 quarterbacks taken in the first round, the top 15 picks, right? Mm-hmm. Of those 5, assuming that Chicago takes a quarterback with the first pick, 4 of the 5, 3 years later, their teams already gave up on them, and the 5th is the first pick in the 2021 draft, Trevor Lawrence, quarterback to Jacksonville, who hasn't yet shown that he's better than above average. Now, he might be with the good coaching that he's got now, but 4 out of those 5, their teams gave up on them after 3 years.
Right, but you don't get Peyton Manning
including New England 3 years ago. Yep. Why are you going back to that well?
Like with your philosophy, you're not getting Peyton Manning, you're not getting Joe Burrow, you're not getting Patrick Mahomes, you're not getting those players. You're not getting Josh Allen, who was taken 7th overall.
You're not getting Mac Jones. You're not getting Zach Wilson.
So would you rather try to swing to get a base hit or try to walk to get on base?
Depends on how many times you want to swing. You only get 3 strikes and you're out.
Well, because I can tell you right now, I can go get you Ryan Tannehill. He can win you 7 games.
Yeah, but
and then if you get him some good players, you can win a little bit more. But you can't beat Josh Allen. You can't beat Patrick Mahomes. You can't beat those guys.
I would ask the receivers this thing.
Yes.
Okay. Would you rather have on your NFL team a great offensive line and an average quarterback, or a kind of bad offensive line and a great quarterback?
Oh,
Ooh,
a good
goodness.
offensive line and average quarterback.
Yeah.
Why?
Because if the quarterback can't get the ball off, you never get the ball.
Okay, I'll take Cincinnati. I got Burrow. You guys are going with a team with a good line and a quarterback. Congratulations. I'm taking Joe Burrow.
You better take Joe Burrow and
I
Kaiser
watched that.
Permanente.
I watched that game before in the playoffs one time. The average quarterback threw 3 interceptions, and Joe Burrow balled out, and Joe Burrow's team won. I was there. It was awful.
Titans game?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking
Oh,
about.
of course.
That's what. Yeah. Okay, so the point I'm making, though, is the quarterback's going 3, no matter how much Trevor hates the fact that the quarterbacks always go. And I would agree with you. Like, I don't know if Jaden Daniels is the second best player in this draft. I don't think he probably is. But at the same time, it's quarterbacks go. I think that it's going to be quarterback. I'd be shocked if it's not quarterback. If it's quarterback, that means that the Titans are looking at one of Alt, Harrison, Neighbors, or Bowers. This isn't that hard, is it?
Ooh.
You said Alt, Neighbors.
Alt, Harrison, Neighbors, or Bowers.
Alt.
Well, we all voted Alt earlier.
Yeah, I would just.
We did. By the way, this vote, people need to know out there, because this is radio. Jared, for all 4 of us, had a yellow lined paper, and he wrote 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 down the left, in case we didn't know how many we were supposed to put down. And then he wrote top 5 non-quarterbacks, and he underlined each word in case we forgot the instructions, and he included one for himself with the same instructions.
Look at this right here. Underlined. I am a very organized writer when it comes to making those decisions.
You know what, Jared?
Right
See, he just showed us his yellow pad of paper, and I recognize that because I read about it on the internet once. Paper.
You read about paper or the
Yeah,
pad?
on the internet.
Oh, well, I'm all about the pad
Look,
over here.
see this? This is called the computer.
Oh, no. We write around here. We write, and we cross things off.
Yeah.
And that's how we operate.
I love trees, okay? I don't want to see trees murdered so that you don't have to use your computer.
I got a lot of paper over here. My bad. I'm sorry.
You got an entire tree in front of you.
Yeah.
I'm just like
I don't know
right
what
now.
you're doing over there,
We're
Chris.
7 minutes away from the draft opening, which means that we're really like an hour away from the Titans picking, and the anxiety is starting to.
Why? Because
hit
you
me.
said it's simple, man.
Because the Titans are stupid.
They're not stupid.
They are stupid.
This guy.
What makes you're gonna say drafting a guard? Well, they felt that the guard was the best player for them, so they drafted him.
He was
let's
the
go to the
highest ranked
draft.
offensive lineman in the
I
whole
give her a
draft,
toss
fell
about
to
that. He
11.
sucks. All right, so let's go through each of the last drafts, right?
Okay.
Was the guard at 11 stupid? Yes.
I don't think it was stupid.
You
Was-
needed a
He
offensive guy.
ended up a starter.
Was the AJ, so was Traylon Burks. Was that smart?
Yeah, it was, but he needed to stay on the field.
No,
the
it was
time.
not.
Injury.
Who would have thought he
Was
would
the
have come
Caleb
in?
Farley pick the year before smart?
No.
Was the Isaiah Wilson pick the year before smart?
No, I'm not going to say it wasn't smart. They didn't know what was going on in his head.
That's a
No
great
matter
point.
how much
I know.
intel they could have
I
done.
know.
Yep.
And nobody
But you
came
picked
out
him.
ahead of time and said that
That's a
he
great
was
point. Yep.
crazy. And all
Exactly.
that
So
stuff.
I
You
would
can't go
that
by
pick.
person.
That's a separate pick
Yeah.
in itself. I don't think it had much to do with his ability to
I'm
play the
just saying.
game, but his ability to think the game.
I have been a Titan fan for 20 however many years. And there are times where I've thought, like, there's no way the Titans can screw this up. And they've screwed it up. And tonight, I am starting to feel the anxiety inside of tonight being that night. I have anxiety for 2 reasons. Number one, I have anxiety that Joe Alt's going to go off the board before 7, even though I just don't see where. And then secondly, I have anxiety that they're going to take JC Latham over Joe Alt. And if they do that, I'm going to go crazy. If they do that,
I
I'm
have
going
my
to
camera
go
ready.
nuts. If they do that.
I think you will have 3 fellow travelers going nuts if they do that.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
But besides taking Jason Latham over Joe Alt, how else would they mess it up that would set you off, Jared?
Trading back.
I mean, drafting Jared Verse out of Florida State with the 7th overall pick.
No.
You know, like going just off the board and doing something crazy.
Listen,
remember when we were doing this a couple years ago? Yeah, 5 years ago. Wow. The draft was in town 5 years ago. That's crazy. And remember when the Titans had the pick at 19. And we talked about all these potential pass rushers. We talked a lot about Montez Sweat. They ended up drafting Simmons, but we talked about Montez Sweat, and we talked about this one, that one, and we talked a lot about Cleveland Ferrell. And there we are, downtown Broadway, and remember how it would flash up on the board before like everybody would hear the pick? It would flash up on the board in front of us who was being picked.
Yeah.
And Cleveland Ferrell popped up at 4, and I thought, holy crap. And Cleveland Ferrell sucked. And I worry that the Titans are going to do something like that tonight. And it's just an anxiety that I have because that's, A, what the Titans do, and B, it's like, what could go wrong? And so, the idea of, what's going to be right, it's just, I'm anxious.
I'm
what? Anxious.
Not for the Titans, but just out of pure morbid interest in what you'll do. I hope they do that.
Me too.
Hold on that thought
Me
because
too.
we're going to take our
Me
last
too.
timeout
Me
before the
too.
draft, and then we're taking very few timeouts the rest of the way. Live from Twin Peaks in Madison. Still got some room for you. Come on in. It's the draft show on 102.5, 106.3 The Game. The draft is almost open. We're live out at Twin Peaks in Madison, and the Titans are 7 picks away from hopefully not screwing up the draft. Derek Mason, Chris Sanders, Trevor Maddox, we are here.
This guy right here.
There is some breaking news as we get set as we await Commissioner Goodell to open the draft. A.J. Brown has signed a 3-year contract extension with the Philadelphia Eagles for $96 million.
Woo.
$84 million guaranteed. Now remember,
yikes.
That's the agent telling Adam Schefter what the deal is.
Wow.
We'll see what it actually ends up becoming, but
that's crazy.
The average right now for A.J. Brown supposedly is $32 million a season.
Gosh.
I think A.J. was supposed to play this year and next year on the contract he signed 2 years ago. Can I make a prediction? I don't think A.J. Brown will play a down on the 3 years after the next 2 years.
Why?
Because I think between his injuries and his attitude and his, at that point, Adrian's going to be like 33 years old.
It's a lot of money, man. God,
he and his agent, they were
agent.
smart
Tory
to take
Davey
a 3-year deal, or 3 or 4 year deal, which essentially was a 3 that put them in a position where they can restructure the contract and add more money to it. So, whether he plays 2 years, or longer under this contract, he's going to end up getting another contract anyway. If he's relatively healthy, he'll get another contract because he'll still be young.
I have not heard of any breaking news regarding a Traylon Burks contract extension.
No.
On that.
I mean, he hadn't showed enough. He hadn't showed enough.
I'm kidding.
Well, you don't have to give him more money. You just have to give him more pizza and donuts and stuff like that.
He said it, not me.
Yeah, and I did say it.
Let me say this about Burks. If they go receiver tonight, I think there's a chance he's not on the team by the end of the week.
Nah, he'll be on the
team. If they go receivers in the first, round?
If they take a receiver tonight, maybe even if they take one tomorrow night in the second round, to where on day 3 they're trading Burks away for a 4th, 5th, 6th round pick.
I can't prescribe to that. I can't. I think the Titans will be more inclined to just keep him, more weapons for your young quarterback. I mean, there's no need
here's my theory behind this.
Trade him.
If you draft a receiver, if you draft a receiver with 7 or 38, you're going to end up with 3 receivers active on game day that don't play special teams, right? The 3 you have, Hopkins, Ridley, and this guy.
Yeah.
And then Burks doesn't play special teams. So unless there's an injury, Burks isn't going to be active on game day because you can't have your 4th wide receiver not play special teams.
Oh, they'll make him active. They'll
find a way.
To do what?
To be that 4th, that 3rd or 4th. You got to understand, the young guy, they're not just going to thrust him in there if indeed they do draft him later in, late.
38.
38.
I'm talking about either 7 or 38.
If they draft him at 38,
round, they won't trade Burks.
If they draft him at 38, they still will not throw him in it. Obviously, they'll let those 2 compete, but they just won't throw him in a fire like that. Just because you're drafted high doesn't mean, or in the second round doesn't mean you're ready to play.
Absolutely.
It may take you a couple of years to sort of get acclimated to what's going on. So I don't see any need, but they could, but I don't see any need if they draft a receiver at 38. I don't think it's just, foregone conclusion that they're trading away Traylon Burks.
So I just look at it like, again, I don't think that Burks would be above that receiver on the depth chart. And then he's inactive on game days because he doesn't play special teams. And if he doesn't play special teams and he can't get active on game day, the argument is, okay, what would you rather have? 2 more years of Burks, where he's inactive, or 4 years of a future player, even if it's a top 150 pick instead of a top 100 or a top 60 pick.
I mean, I understand the logic behind it, but I just think more pass catchers. He can learn to play a position on special teams. He can be a gunner. He can learn gunner. I mean, just go down there. Yeah, just go down there, get past a guy, make a tackle. We can put him at that position, or we could put him on kickoff. Yeah,
but can't I get somebody out of Scarbini State to do that too?
No.
Why not? If you want this guy to be a part of your receiving core, you'll find a space for him on special teams.
But he still got to have depth, though, Jared.
You get rid of him, you still ain't got no depth just because you bring a young guy in.
What happens if Calvin really gets hurt? What if Hop gets hurt? I mean, who else do you have? I mean, you don't want to go to Kyle Phillips. Kyle Phillips consistently gets hurt, so you still got to keep him on the roster.
Yeah, you got 2 guys on the roster that that have been consistently hurt. That's
Yep.
Kyle Phillips. I think I plugged it. That's Kyle Phillips and Traylon Burks. And now you're in Kyle Phillips more than Traylon Burks.
Right.
And now you're saying, well, if they draft another receiver, we got to get rid of Traylon Burks. Well, you're losing your depth, man.
You want two guys?
I just don't think that,
really?
I just don't think that there's a big.
Oh my God, he's gonna have a big year, man.
I just don't think there's a big desire for Traylon
He's gonna
Burks
have a
on this
big
team.
year.
I mean,
And I think they look at it by they can get a pick in next year's
there
draft.
may not be that desire that the other regime had when they drafted him. Like, he needs to play. But I think the desire is for him. They want to try to get the most out of him, the best out of him. And they feel if they can get the best out of him, good for us. But if we can't, then, yeah, we'll move on. But I don't think they're just like, okay, Traylon, we're done with you. I think they're going to give him an opportunity to win a spot on this team and to be a player in that receiver room.
And I think the only thing that he's missing, D, is just the confidence, man. I mean, look at his skill when he's at Arkansas. He's making big plays. He made some big plays when he's in the game, but he just has to stay healthy. If he stays healthy, then he can have the opportunity to make some plays. But if you're not healthy, you can't be on the field.
Why? he was so dominant at Arkansas, right? I mean, when he was covered, I mean, you talked about it, Chris,
yes,
with Marvin Harrison Jr., receiver out of Ohio State, who we drafted early tonight, about how, when he's covered, he goes up against the ball anyway. Traylon Burks was that guy.
Yep.
He'd have two defensive backs on him, trying to tackle him after he made a contested catch, and he'd run right through those tackles. He'd keep on going. And even though he's not particularly fast, he was fast on the field at Arkansas. And then he gets here, and he disappeared. What is it as simple as injuries?
You know what? I think part of it is the injury deal with him, but I think the other part, and I think the most important part, you mentioned something, Trevor. In college, he did those things. He went up and faced double teams and contested catches because he knew he was going to be a part of the game plan. So you enter into the game a little bit different because you know I'm going to be a part of the game plan each and every game we play. So I'm more invested. I'm more in tune to what's going on. I had a problem with the Tennessee Titans when they would allow him to float without even looking to his side. Young receivers, especially those with talent, you got to keep them involved in the game. Absolutely. It's like keeping your kid busy so they won't do anything bad or they just won't do anything. You keep them busy with their hands and stuff. Traylon Burks is the same way. You got to keep him busy in the game. You got to make him feel, especially a young guy, you got to make him feel as if he's a part of the game. When he doesn't feel like he's a part of the game, wide receivers tend to float or they tend to pout and complain, and then they're taking themselves out of the game. You got to keep a guy like that involved all game, whether it be reverses, quick passes, something like that. You have to keep a guy like him involved. When you don't, he's going to float on you.
So right now, Roger Goodell has gone to the podium, and he's brought Eminem up there with him as they open the draft. I think he's done that so that they do not boo him.
Oh, they're gonna
do
boo
we
him
have
anyway.
Goodell right now at the podium?
A lot of people.
Some members of the Lions coming out. Jared Goff from Amon-Ra St. Brown.
So they
there
do
as
this.
Well. Aiden Hutchinson.
They do
joining
this
them
so
on
that they don't boo the
stage.
commissioner,
Of
but
course,
they're going to boo him anyway.
He should take that as a badge of honor, man. Boo me, yes. Do it.
Chris, what were you going to say about Traylon Burks?
No, just the situation. I'm going to go back to my situation. I think the fourth year, my first couple of years, they were okay. But then my fourth year, I lost a lot of confidence because I dropped the ball early. But once you kind of get that confidence and the coaches believe in you, then now you can play at an elite level. And I think with Traylon Burks, with the new wide receiver coach with Tolbert, if he just injects him with some confidence, inject him with him believing in him, I think his game can go to a different level.
All right, let's go back out to Roger Goodell and the Detroit ensemble at the podium.
This guy.
Yeah. Did you ever think that when that trade went down, you would hear a Jared Goff chant?
Coaching matters.
Right.
Hey, Detroit, let's turn up tonight, baby. Let's get it. I'm a little surprised that Aiden Hutchinson doesn't have face paint over his one eye.
I just want to see him sing Billie Jean again.
What's up, Detroit? What's up, football fans?
Barry had to lower the mic. That's
how
hilarious.
we doing here in Detroit? Great job, guys.
Oh, here comes Barry Sanders.
Was Barry Sanders.
Oh, wow. He's
Your teammate.
He is little.
What up, though?
What did he say?
What up, though? That's Detroit.
Who was the first guy to talk?
Detroit.
Oh, here we
I
go.
don't know. Here we go.
That was Abe St. Brown, was it?
At least
That-
there's
that
consistency.
spoke first?
Detroit, we got fans from 32 teams right down here, and of course all the Detroit faithful in the back. Welcome to all of you, and most importantly, thank you to Detroit. You guys have been
They
awesome.
still booing them.
For sure.
All right, you ready to get the show on the road?
Well, they didn't boo him.
Okay, the 2024 NFL Draft is now
go.
underway.
How long do you think it takes for Chicago to actually make their pick, the pick that everybody knows they're going to make?
Well, I mean, they're going to give us that weirdo time that they always take no matter what to sit there and bull crap around, and I don't know what it's for. But with Chicago officially on the clock now, the 10-minute clock starts now. I'm going to guess the pick's in.
I'm sure it's in, but how long are they going to take to get up on a podium and say,
hurry up.
hey, the pick is in and Chicago selects Caleb Williams?
Well, right now, what I think's going on is they're probably staging like a video inside their draft war room where they're like, call it in, and they're going to have the owner call Caleb Williams, and they're going to do all that and everything else. I mean, the pick's in. I mean, it's going to be Caleb Williams. But, you know, there's always every year that they do one of these things, there's always, you know, we always know who the number one pick's going to be, and they always take their sweet-ass time getting there. That being said, if Caleb Williams goes number one, that means that there are only 6 more spots, or I guess in this case, there would be 5 more players that can go until you get Joe Alt, which is all I am worried about at this point, is what will keep the Titans from getting Joe Alt. I have guaranteed that Joe Alt is not going to the Chargers with the 5th pick.
Nah.
I'm getting a little nervous about that right now.
Why? Why are you making yourself nervous about him going to the Chargers?
Because it's
He's
the only
not
team
going
that
to
would
the
draft. It's
Chargers.
the only team that's going to draft him. It's the only team ahead of you that's going to draft him.
But then
I'd say my anxiety is 50% the Chargers take him. No. 25% the Chargers take him. 25% somebody trades with the Giants to get to 6 and takes him. And 50% you screw it up and take somebody stupid with him on the board.
You think the Bears at 9 or the Jets at 10 trade up to take Joe Alt ahead of the Titans?
The Bears could do it, but I think they're okay with their left tackle, Braxton Jones. Like, I think they think he's okay. So maybe they wouldn't need to do that. The Jets, they don't have anything to trade because they don't have a second-round pick. So unless they want to dip in for next year's first-rounder to take a left tackle, I don't think the Jets would do it. It is a need because Tyron Smith is on the last tread of that tire. And so, I mean, he's only going to play 7 games and then get hurt anyways. So I could see him doing it, but I can't see them moving all the way up to 5 or 6. And the Jets and the Giants usually don't like to trade with each other anyways. But he did take 3 in-person visits, 3 top 30 visits. He came here, he went to the Jets, and he went to the Giants. Now, he did Zooms and everything else with everybody and pro days, but those are the only 3 top 30 visits he took.
Jared, in fairness, I'm just trying to figure out how to increase your level of anxiety.
I mean, just keep talking about how they drafted Skoronski last year, and that'll get it just way
That was
up.
a great pick.
Radiance.
Jared,
A
listen,
great pick. Great. A guard.
5
Great.
years from now, he will have won you over, and you will go to his house with a cake and stand on his porch, offer the cake as a peace offering, and admit that you are now a Skoronski fan at guard.
Think about this. The best guard in the NFL is Chris Lindstrom with the Falcons, right?
Okay?
How many games do they win because of that guard?
Well, yeah, but how many games do you lose if you've got, a terrible, awful guard?
Not many.
Lots?
I mean, I saw the Titans start out 7-3 with Aaron Brewer as their starting left guard.
And then what happened?
And then everybody else got hurt. And then everybody else got hurt.
And how many of those were because Aaron Bruin was the starting left guard?
I mean, I don't need a guard. What do we think of this Braxton Jones? I mean, I've never really heard of him, and they say he's okay.
Braxton Jones.
The left tackle.
Left tackle out of
okay.
Bears, yeah.
Because I do worry about the Bears at 9 being a team that hops the Titans, gets 6.
You're gonna lose your mind if that happens.
I mean, I'm just rooting for J.J. McCarthy.
I don't think they're going to trade up to get a tackle, meaning the Chicago Bears. I think with them at 9, they probably already have a guy penciled in, and it's probably not Joe Alt. It's probably another one of these tackles. Because why?
I think it's probably like Roma Dunze, if I had to guess.
A receiver? Yeah, they did lose. They did lose a receiver.
Well, plus like Keenan Allen, they added, but he's old.
He's
And
you don't know.
He never ran really that much, but now he really.
DJ Moore's there too.
Well, you don't know if he's gonna stay healthy either.
Yeah.
So.
Is Allen a injury risk?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, he is. He's injured. He wasn't injured this season, but he's been injured in his career a lot.
So if you had to bet, Trevor, I know how much you hate quarterbacks going in the first round.
Most quarterbacks.
But if you had to bet, would you say that you would expect quarterbacks to go 1, 2, 3?
Yeah, I would think so.
Okay. At 4 with Arizona, would you expect a trade out? Or would you guys expect Arizona to take Marvin Harrison Jr.?
Yes.
I expect them to take Marvin Harrison, but wouldn't be surprised if they move out of that 4th spot. But I do expect them to take Harrison.
But if they move out, it's for a quarterback for somebody else.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's going to be Harrison or a QB at 4. And then that gets us to the Chargers. And you guys have been, it seems like, not worried about the Chargers taking Alt at 5.
No, they've already got a first-round draft choice from a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
Left tackle who's pretty good. And they went ahead and let their best receivers go. Yep. I mean, seriously, if they draft Joe Alt, they're going to have to put him at receiver because they've got nobody else to catch the ball.
They have nobody.
They have set this up that if they don't take a receiver, they are a two-legged stool and they're in trouble.
What do you guys make of the fact that Alt's people have told these teams, like, hey, if you're thinking about moving him to right tackle, he'll do it, but he'd rather.
No, it would be
like
ridiculous. It would be absolutely. It's like, okay, has anybody ever heard of the Rolling Stones here? You too young?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. It's like, okay, so you got the Rolling Stones, and you're their new manager, and you're going to take Mick Jagger, one of the great front men of all time in rock and roll, and you're going to say, you know, you're a great front man, but we're going to put you on bass, Mick. That would be Joe Alt moving to right tackle.
Yeah.
He'll look at him like they're crazy. You're not going to move him.
It's unnatural for him.
You're not going to move him to right tackle. You draft somebody that high, you're not moving him to right tackle. His natural position is a left tackle, and he's making it known to everybody that, hey, listen, if I need to play right tackle, really if I need to play wink, it's because somebody hurt, I'll play it. But other than that, you put me at left tackle because that's where I am best, to show my ability to play this game.
Okay, we're looking at the Bears draft room right now, and they've got all the Bears branding
Commissioner
and logos.
making his way to the podium.
But they've got blue accent lighting. Everybody's
With the
faces
first
blue.
pick
Here you go.
in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Caleb Williams, quarterback, Southern California.
Okay, the most climatic question that we had of the night. Who was going to go number 1? We now know the answer there at Caleb Williams.
Yes.
So, now you're at number 2. Again, it's like I'm not stressing like if this is going to be Daniels or May because it's going to be one of them.
One of them, yep.
And so then that takes another team away as far as Joe Alt and the Titans are concerned. Trevor, you brought up that Mick Jagger comparison of moving Alt to right tackle. So the Giants have Andrew Thomas as their left tackle, who they've paid $1 gazillion to, and I think is pretty good. I mean, I don't watch the Giants play, but, they paid him $1 gazillion last year, and it sounds like he's a legitimate franchise left tackle. So it wouldn't make sense after drafting Evan Neal 2 years ago to play right tackle, even though he's been kind of a disappointment, and signing Jermaine Illuminor from the Raiders it would make no sense for them to draft Joe Alt, right?
No, it would make no sense at all. Unless he's just so far the highest ranked guy, then they'd put him at tackle and move somebody else, to a different position. But, the thing that makes me worried the most is that Jim Harbaugh, the new coach of the Chargers, will sit there at 5 and take Alt anyway because of the way he built Michigan. Michigan has had one of the best offensive lines in the country for several years, the best offensive line, winning the Joe Moore Award for the best offensive line in the nation, and one of the best defensive lines. When you have the combination of O-line and D-line, Michigan was always top 2 or 3, and it brought them to a national championship last year. And so when Harbaugh says, I want to keep building the O-line, he just might do it. And they just might take Joe Alt and figure out where to put him or where to put other people to get them all filtered in.
Don't you want to take, if you're the Chargers, don't you want to take like a go-to receiver for Justin Herbert?
They kind of have to because they've got offensive linemen, but they don't have any receivers left.
Yeah, I mean, they forced themselves into this obvious pick by trading, by releasing and trading away their top wide receivers. They traded away Keenan Allen, and they released Mike Williams. So you almost force yourself into making that pick. So I would be hard pressed to think he will go outside of wide receiver with the first pick because they need it. When you have a quarterback like that, you got to have somebody. He has to have somebody to throw it to.
I mean, I agree with you, Derek. I mean, you got to get a wide receiver. I understand they want to get a tackle and all that, but at the end of the day, you got to get some playmakers on that roster. And if you look at that roster, there's not too many guys there. So I think if Marvin Harrison is at that spot, you got to make sure you get a playmaker. I think Marvin Harrison is that guy.
Can you guys tell the anxiety that I have about this?
Yeah, why are you so quiet, man?
Because I'm nervous that they're not going to get Joe Alt.
Listen,
although if they take Brock Bowers, I'll be okay. If they take Malik Neighbors, I'll be okay. If they take Marvin Harrison, I'll be okay. If they take
Well, stop stressing then. You
but
gave
they're
yourself.
going to take JC Latham, and that's going to be a terrible pick.
Man.
And once Trevor told me that he thought that JC Latham was going to have to move to guard, I was like, I'm done with JC Latham.
I didn't say he has to.
You said he might have to. And I don't like that.
I think if they take JC Latham, who's a right tackle out of Alabama, they keep him at right tackle.
I hate that. Hate it. Hate it.
Why? Listen, I have far more anxiety over the Bears drafting Caleb Williams, quarterback out of USC, with the first pick of the draft.
But
than
I don't
do
root
over what
for
the
the
Titans
Bears.
might do. I know, but the Bears just stuck their foot in their ear again.
I don't give a rat's ass about the Bears unless the Bears are thinking at 9 about trading up and trying to trade.
What part of a rat's anatomy do you care about?
The Bears? I care about the rat if they're trying to move up to get Joe Alt, if they're trying to move up from 9. By the way, Washington is on the clock right now. We haven't talked about this. I mean, the word on the street is it's going to be Jaden Daniels, but I would take Drake May. Trevor, what do we think about these two quarterbacks?
I like Jaden Daniels better. I think that Daniels doesn't necessarily have a super strong arm to drive the ball from the right hash to the left sideline 20 yards down the field. But he excels at the deep rainbow over the top, and he's very good with timing. He's accustomed to reading the field sideline to sideline. He can run. He can take a hit. He's played a lot of football as a starter at Arizona State and then transferring to LSU. I think Jaden Daniels is a much better risk than Caleb Williams, or Drake May is.
I just think, Daniels is a phenomenal player. I mean, he completed 70% of his passes, over 3,800 yards, 40 TDs. But here's the good thing about it is he consistently keeps his eyes downfield. I know he goes through his progression and all those things are great. But when you keep your eyes downfield, you have a chance to extend the play and make plays. So I think that would be a good pick for a quarterback.
Do you have any opinion on who the Washington? I couldn't give a rat's ass. Whatever.
What about a rat's ear?
One or the other, they're going to take a quarterback.
Yeah.
So whichever one they don't take, the Titans are not going to get the other one.
So I don't have to worry. So I don't have to worry about the first 3 teams taking Joe Alt.
No.
I don't have to worry about the 4th team taking Joe Alt.
I don't think you do. No.
And I don't have to worry about the 5th team taking Joe Alt.
No.
Yeah. And I don't have to worry about the 6th team taking Joe Alt.
But
so why are you worried?
Here's why I don't trust Caleb Williams.
Uh-huh.
Caleb Williams has a lot of similarities in his scouting report coming out of college as Patrick Mahomes. which is to say doesn't play within the system, runs around, takes as much time as he wants, throws the ball wherever he wants, not a system guy. But Mahomes got with Andy Reid, the head coach at Kansas City, and learned to make throwing on time within the system the foundation of his game, and then off of that, he still kept the creativity in his game. Caleb Williams kind of does the same thing, but I worry that because of his personality, it'll be harder for him to accept that he has to do anything different than what got him a Heisman Trophy and then made him the first pick in the draft. I worry about that because if he tries to play in the NFL like he played at USC, he will not succeed.
Yes, yeah.
I mean, I can understand that, a guy thinking, I've done it my way and it's worked, so why should I change it?
Yep.
Well, I mean, until you figure it out, I think in the NFL, you have to, stay with the basics. Now, there are times where you're going to have to go off script. That's cool. Every quarterback does it. But I think he can't make that like A1 part of his game. He has to be able to throw the ball with rhythm inside of the pocket, something he didn't do much at USC, and we know why. Hell, the offensive line wasn't good. So he didn't throw in rhythm a lot of times. That's what he's going to have to get used to doing.
Here you go. Here's Goodell.
With the second pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Jaden Daniels. Quarterback,
nice.
LSU.
Good pick.
That is a good pick.
Mel Kiper player profile.
You sound surprised by that?
No, I'm just excited.
I'm a little torn on Jaden Daniels.
Why?
He had all the best players in college. He wasn't very good at Arizona State. Was okay that, I shouldn't say okay. He was pretty good that 2 years ago at LSU.
Yeah.
Joe Burrow had two of the best players in college.
No, Joe Burrow was awesome. I agree. But, I don't know. We'll see.
Washington's been, though, in that quarterback wasteland that creates desperation for many years, right? I mean, RG3 was great his rookie year. Then he got hurt and things kind of spun out of control. Kirk Cousins was a steady quarterback for them, but they mismanaged his contract situation so badly that they couldn't re-sign him because they franchised him 2 years in a row. They couldn't do it a third year in a row without the money going through the roof. So they let a good quarterback go. Alex Smith, who they brought in from Kansas City after Kansas City drafted Mahomes and played with Smith for a year or so, he got a catastrophic injury. And since then, they've really been in a quarterback wasteland except that first year for RG3. And I think that now they're trying to get out of that quarterback wasteland. And that's a problem that teams have when they're in that position because they tend to get desperate. Now, of all the quarterbacks in this draft, I like Jaden Daniels the best. He has the fewest red flags for me that might put him into that 50% bust group.
And you know what I really like about him, too, just kind of watching the film, is he throws with anticipation. And when you get in this league, you got to make sure you do that because you look at some of the great quarterbacks in the league, they're throwing the ball before the receiver gets out of his cut. So when he has that quality and that kind of skill set to where he's throwing with anticipation, I think the Commanders got a good pick with that guy.
So what we've got now is the Bears' first pick in the draft. They picked a quarterback high 3 years ago, just gave up on him by taking another quarterback with the number one pick. Then you've got Washington, who hasn't had a quarterback for a long, long time. They pick a quarterback. And then you got New England, who 3 years ago in that same Justin Fields draft, they went to the Bears. They drafted with the 15th pick Mac Jones out of Alabama. They just gave up on him after 3 years, and they might take another quarterback. It's like, please talk me down from the ledge that is absolutely insane.
Well, I mean, who's going to play quarterback?
Well, somebody. They got Jacoby Brissett right now at New England and a lot of other problems to fill. And it's like if they keep reaching for a quarterback, eventually they'll get one, but then there's nobody else around him because they've squandered first-round picks over
Isn't that the whole point of the position? It's like, you don't have one? Go get one.
Yeah,
that guy sucks? Okay, go get another one. Yeah. Isn't that how this works?
Sure, but 2022, one quarterback taken in the first round, Kenny Pickett, Pittsburgh Steelers, after 2 years, they gave up on him. He's now a Philadelphia Eagles backup. That same draft, the last quarterback taken, the last player taken was Brock Purdy for the 49ers. He's the only one of 9 quarterbacks in the 2022 draft that has shown any signs of success, and he was the last guy taken in the draft. I'm not saying you don't need a great quarterback. I'm saying is you're about as likely to find him later as you are early.
Now, this is where the draft starts. At
Yes,
number 3, who is New England going to take? Are they going to take a quarterback?
I don't think it's. I think it's going to be Drake May. I think that New England's going to
Oh,
pick.
the pick is in.
Picks in. I think New England's going to pick whoever Washington didn't pick. That's who they were going to pick. And I think everything else was all posturing. Now, if this is J.J. McCarthy, the only reason I think it could be J.J. McCarthy, first of all, that's great news for the Titans if it's J.J.
Yes.
Because that means Drake May's going probably at 6 to the Giants. Or teams are going to try to get up to get Drake May. But what's great for the Titans, if it is J.J. McCarthy, the only reason I could see them picking J.J. McCarthy is because I could see Robert Kraft seeing that Michigan helmet and all the intangibles, right? He's a winner, he's tough, he's a leader, and thinking, Tom Brady, you know, he wasn't the greatest college quarterback, but Tom Brady was tough, and he was a leader, and he was a winner, and he was at Michigan, and that's the only way I could see this being McCarthy.
Yeah, I get the feeling that McCarthy's either going to go in the top 10 or he's going to be the Will Levis or Malik Willis of this draft that everybody expected to go high because of all the buzz. He ends up falling all the way out of the first round. The camera will be on him.
There's
the
no
entire
way
time.
he gets past that stretch of Minnesota, the Raiders, and Denver because supposedly, you would know better than I would, but supposedly next year's quarterback class is Drek.
Yeah, but Drek, I wouldn't say McCarthy's Drek. I'm saying I don't know what he is. I know his arm is pretty good. It's not great.
Who do you think will be a better NFL player, him or Shedeur Sanders?
Oh, Shedeur.
He's got.
I love Shedeur Sanders. Oh,
Shedor's good, man.
Shedor's going to rock.
Really
I think he's going to be a good pro.
Yes,
he's going to be a damn good pro.
But the thing about JJ is that he's basically Chance the Gardener. So if you don't know who that is, Google Chance the Gardener, and you'll see who he is. It's basically a guy who's just sort of there. JJ was not asked to do much at Michigan because they always had a great offensive line and great defense and great skill people and all that. Doesn't mean he can't do it, but you watch him play the game, and there's too many times with all that great supporting cast around him.
I think
he was
Here you go. Here's Goodell.
I think they're going with receiver.
They're taking quarterback.
Okay.
I like Brissett. Do you guys like Brissett?
No.
I do.
He sucks.
With the 3rd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Drake May.
Told you.
Quarterback, North Carolina.
I'm not sure they wanted to do that, but they didn't have a choice. They didn't have a quarterback, and he was the guy that was there. Now, I would take May. If you said, Jared, you got to take one of these guys, to me it would be May. And I'd sign Ryan Tannehill, and I'd have a press conference, and I'd say Tannehill's starting a quarterback this year. Because May needs, in my opinion, time on the bench.
Then why are you taking him number 3?
He's got to play.
Because that's what happens when you're a good quarterback is that you go off the board higher probably than you should, but you can still sit even if you're being taken number 3.
Listen, people that know a lot more about quarterbacks than I do love him. You know, Tim Hasselbeck loves Drake May.
Loves him.
You know, Mark Dominic, I think, really likes Drake May too, doesn't he?
He has him over Daniels at 2.
Okay. I am not sold on Drake May that high. And the reason is that while I see him do a lot of really good things, I see him do a lot of head-scratching things. He'll
You know what, Trevor? I'm sorry to cut you off.
Go.
We're going to take our one timeout this hour right now because then Arizona, Chargers, Giants, Titans. We don't want to take a break for that. So we'll take a timeout. We'll be right back from Twin Peaks. It's the Draft Show on 102.5 The Game. From Twin Peaks in Madison, the pick is in. Arizona at 4 is on the clock. 3 quarterbacks have gone, no surprise. Williams, Daniels, and May have gone 1, 2, 3. And now, the moment of truth. Now the draft starts. Yeah. The pick is in. And they are showing on TV Malik Nabers and Marvin Harrison Jr. It's got to be one of those two, I would assume, a receiver. And then that would put the Chargers on the clock at 5. Where I'm sitting right now, I'm starting to get a little nervous about the Joe Alt ticker here.
Oh, why, man?
There you go.
You know what, though? If the Chargers want a receiver, and if they think that Marvin Harrison Jr. of Ohio State or Malik Nabers of LSU would both be worthy of that pick, then they're sitting there behind the Cardinals at 4, Chargers at 5, thinking, well, whichever one they take,
here's
the other one.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Marvin Harrison Jr., wide receiver, Ohio State.
The Ohio State.
No, he ain't saying that. He ain't. No. Okay, Marvin Harrison Jr. goes off the board. That means the Chargers are on the clock. And let me just say this. Now is the moment of truth.
Ooh. What
do we believe about the Chargers at 5? Do we believe that all the talk, all the Jim Harbaugh offensive line talk is legit, or do we think it was all a smokescreen and that they're going to end up taking Malik Nabers with this pick?
I think they take Nabers. Unless somebody offers them something they can't refuse, I think they take Nabers.
But this is the first big pivot point of the first round for the Titans.
Yes.
What the Chargers will do is everything to what the Titans will be able to do 2 picks later.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I mean, there's 3 guys that's going to be picked. Not 3 guys picked, but out of 3 guys are going to get picked: Nabers, Latham, or Joe Alt. So it's going to be one of those guys that they're going to pick. So it's going to be good for the Titans because they're still going to get
would you rule out
player.
Bowers here? I mean,
no.
You can't rule out Bowers.
He's a baller, man.
Not with Jim Harbaugh's.
That's what I was going to say. Because he's not an inline tight end, Trevor, what do you know about Harbaugh and the type of skill set that Bowers has, and does that fit with what Harbaugh wants to do?
Harbaugh had outstanding receiving tight ends at Michigan. And I think Bowers is better than anybody he had by a wide margin. The thing about him is that he can block. Bowers can block. But you'd be wasting him if you made him block as an inline tight end, meaning put his hand in the dirt next to the tackle and just let him fire out and hit somebody. If you had him do that too much, then you got a problem. The thing is, though, from that position or from H-back where he steps back 1 step off the line, he's very dangerous as a receiver. You move him out at slot receiver, he's very dangerous. You move him out at wide receiver, he's got the speed and the route running ability to be able to excel any of those places. And the reason that's important is because of the matchups of whatever defensive personnel group is on the field, and that'll dictate who has to cover him. So they can put him inside, they can put him in the slot, they can put him wide outside. He's a unicorn that can do so many things so well that the defense is going to be in a matchup disadvantage no matter what personnel group they have on the field.
Yeah, and the one thing I love about Bowers, you kind of, said a couple of things about him, is I love the way he runs routes. I love the way he sinks his hips. I love the way he gets the guy off the spot. So when you have a guy like that can catch the football, run routes, he just makes a matchup nightmare in his favor every single play because he plays like a wide receiver in a tight end's body.
Let me just say this for the record, as Arizona's picked Marvin Harrison Jr., I think Kyler Murray sucks.
I don't think Kyler Murray is that bad of a quarterback. I think he's a good quarterback.
I don't want him quarterbacking my team.
I mean, the kid's a good quarterback. I mean, before he got hurt 2 years ago, he was on a tear. Then he ends up getting hurt, comes back, and he doesn't play the same.
His contract that he just signed, big contract, has a clause in it requiring him to study for a certain amount of minutes on the iPad, the game plan at home every day. Have you ever heard of a contract mandating that? That's my concern. So the thing is, though, now when we look at the Chargers, they're on the clock. So the Titans, if Joe Alt's there, we're all happy with that. If Joe Alt's not there and Brock Bowers is.
I'd take Bowers.
I'd take Bowers. I'd be happy with it. But I'd be happy with Latham there as well at tackle. The difference is the reason I gave the edge to Bowers on my top 5 for the Titans is because of the playmaking unicorn that he is. Now they'll have to figure something out at offensive line, but there is depth on the offensive line. They're just going to have to coach somebody up.
So I have turned my phone over because I don't want any tips, any picks, tips. I want to hear it from that man's mouth as to who the Chargers are going to take here. Trevor, quickly, knowing what you know of Jim Harbaugh, knowing who's available on the board, knowing the Chargers situation, what do you think the most likely fit here with this pick is?
The most likely fit is an offensive skill player. It's going to be either Bowers or Malik Neighbors. I would be stunned if they took an offensive lineman here, even though Jim Harbaugh has a history of building from the inside out. They have no receivers on this team anymore because they let guys leave in the offseason.
Oh, God. They just went to commercial on TV with 3:30 to go on the clock, which means that it's going to drag it out even longer for how long the Chargers are going to be on the clock here.
And for people listening to us, you got to understand what's going on. So we're here at Twin Peaks, right? And it's a there's a little room left, but not a whole lot. So come on down and don't be late. It's a beautiful crowd. There are 4 of us on this radio set at a table lined up in a row on a long table. It's D-Mace, and then Jared, and then Chris, and then myself on the other end. So D-Mace and Chris have moved far away from Jared, and Jared's in the middle, either clasping his fingers together until his hands turn white, or he's got his hands out gesticulating like he's trying to fly. Anxiety is rich.
You know what's funny is everything that you've said about how far they've moved away from me, and there is something. I didn't even notice it. Not even like a scintilla of notice.
He's nervous, man.
Well, and now we're under 3 minutes on the clock. The Chargers have 2 minutes and 20 seconds, and I'm wondering if they're working a trade here.
That's the thing. I mean, being the 5th pick in the draft, you would think that if they knew who they wanted and he was there, they would take him.
Yep.
They've got to be on the phone right now. Question is with who?
Yeah.
Because McCarthy, the top 3 quarterbacks are gone.
It's got to be Minnesota.
Minnesota is not going to jump from 11 to 5 to take J.J. McCarthy. They're just not going to do it.
They got the ammo to do it, though, with the 23rd pick.
Yeah, but do they have the intelligence to not?
That's a good point.
That's the big question.
That's a great question.
So here's the thing that I'm going to get drugged for because everybody gets mad at me every time I say this. I think with Justin Jefferson and Kevin O'Connell and when T.J. Hawkinson comes back and Jordan Addison, I think they'd be better off just picking at 11 and 23 and letting Sam Darnold play quarterback. And let's see if with some good players around him and a real coach, unlike the disastrous situations he's been in the past, let's see if Sam Darnold can play, because I think Sam Darnold can play. The Chargers pick is in, but ESPN is still a commercial, which means they're not going to send the commissioner out there until ESPN returns from commercial.
Jared, I'm going to tell you who they picked because I want to see.
Oh, my gosh.
With the 5th pick in the draft, the Chargers took Cleveland Farrell, defensive line, Clemson, 5 years ago.
You know, Floyd used to always say that when they were in the draft room, and the team would make like a stupid pick that was like off the what? That they would look at each other and say, all right, bonus pick, because that means it's one less pick you got to worry about.
Yeah.
If the Chargers wanted to go with a bonus pick right here and draft Brian Thomas Jr., I'd love it. Just do not draft Joe Alt. That's all I want. If they draft Joe Alt, then I'm gonna get Bowers at least, as long as Rand doesn't screw up, and that I think I can live with. ESPN has returned from commercial. Okay, the pick is in for the Chargers. All the mocks are saying JC Latham now. Prediction time. D-Mace, who's the pick?
Oh, man. I'm going to go with the latest mock, JC Latham.
Chris?
I'm going to go with Neighbors.
Trevor?
Neighbors. Stretch that field. Although Latham,
Neighbors is the obvious pick, though.
But he's got that great suit, and Jared says that makes him undraftable.
Don't forget about the watch now. Don't forget about the watch.
Chargers turned away trade call offers for Justin Herbert, according to Adam Schefter. No, duh. Like, did Cincinnati turn away trade offers for Joe Burrow? Because if they wanted to put him out there, I'm sure people would be interested.
Do you think Joe Burrow and Herbert are on the same Level?
The analytic gurus do. I do not.
Yeah, I don't either. I agree with you. How's your anxiety level?
Bad.
The pick is in, Jared.
It's in.
Here it comes. Oh, here's the commish.
Let's see.
Here it comes.
If it's Joe Alt.
With the fifth pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Joe Alt.
Oh, my God!
No.
Jared is crying now. He doesn't know what the Titans are going to do now.
Tell him how you feel.
You guys got to go to Chris Sanders' Twitter feed because he's got video evidence of Jared.
Oh, my gosh.
Jared now has his head down on his right wrist. His left arm is bent around, and his left hand is in a tight fist. He's going to punch himself in the face in any minute.
Hey. And do you want to know the part that bothers me the most about all this?
Okay, I'm good.
Here's the part that bothers me the most.
Oh, my God.
The Giants are going to take Neighbors here, which means the Titans are going to be at the clock at 7, and you know what the Titans are going to do. When Neighbors goes here with this pick,
they're going to trade now.
What they're going to do at 7, you know what they're going to do.
They're going to move out of it.
Yep.
No.
Yes,
you know what they're
going to move. They're going to move out of it.
They're going to take Latham. And
Latham is actually graded higher than Brock Bowers is overall by a lot of draft boards. As a matter of fact, there are a lot of people that have Latham graded as the highest ranked offensive lineman over Joe Alt. I think Alt's a better football player, but there are a lot of people that have Latham graded higher.
So what do you think about them drafting Joe Alt and having to flip him to the right side?
They need to immediately make a trade with the Chargers for Joe Alt. No, I'm kidding. I'm stunned by this.
Me too.
I mean, this really shocks me.
Yeah.
Because the Chargers were desperate for receivers.
They need some playmakers.
And Jim Harbaugh did the most Harbaugh thing ever. He stacked another first-round left tackle on top of one that the Chargers drafted a few years ago who's very good.
Wow.
Oh. Okay, well,
they're showing him
anyway.
on TV.
Yeah,
they're showing him on TV. I can tell you right now, just my gut tells me, and I say my gut.
Yes.
Yeah, you got what?
He wanted to be here.
Did he?
Yeah.
You wanted to be where?
He wanted to be here.
Because
Bill Callahan.
I can't tell you what my gut tells me. I can't tell you why my gut tells me that.
Because hanging out at Newport Beach is an awful way to go.
I wonder why.
Wow. I don't know.
Why would
who the hell's Herbert
why would
throw the
LA
ball to?
Chargers do that, knowing they already have, unless they believe they can flip their left tackle and make him a right tackle?
Slater.
Yeah.
Or a guard.
What they're going to do?
And but they have their left guard is a good left guard who played left tackle 2 years ago when Slater got hurt.
If they put Alt at right tackle, they will be limiting his upside and limiting his development. He would be fine there, but he wouldn't dominate at right tackle. He would dominate at left tackle.
So the Giants pick is in at 6. This has to be Neighbors because they only have Darius Slayton and Jalen Hyatt at wide receiver. If it's not Neighbors, I'll dance because the Titans are going to take him at 7. If it is Neighbors, then we're screwed because the Titans are going to take JC Latham. And
Or Brock Bowers. The Titans
I
are
can live
on
with
the
Bowers.
clock, by the
Bowers
way.
I can live with.
Ooh.
We're still waiting for the Giants pick at 6, but the Titans are officially on the clock.
Oh.
Hey, look at this. Caroline just literally took a picture from last year. So that was last year. Wait for it. That's this year.
Oh, that's so great.
Look at this. That's last year.
Yeah.
That's this year.
Jared, you need to do
Same pose.
Okay, the Giants are on the clock. The pick is in. Please do not be Malik Neighbors. By the way, I turned my phone over so it wouldn't be, any tip picking, so it would be the live reaction. And as soon as I turned over, I had like 10 text messages.
Okay.
People that were like,
question for you though.
Oh, JJ, draft JJ. They put JJ on TV. Is that a sign that they're going to draft JJ? Is that a sign?
No.
If they draft JJ McCarthy, quarterback out of Michigan, the city of New York and New Jersey, where they play, need to
Who
kick
is that?
franchise out of the area and make him go to like Nova Scotia.
No. Now they got Malik Neighbors on TV.
He's smiling.
Oh,
Yep,
no.
He's out of there.
Oh, no.
Okay, who do you want for the Titans now?
Bowers.
So
or
you
Neighbors.
want
Go.
Bowers.
Here's Goodell.
So you're fine with either one of those two guys. So you're going to get what you want.
With the 6th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Malik Neighbors.
Yes, sir.
Wide receiver, LSU.
Yep.
Okay, Titans are on the clock now.
Now, one of these guys,
Fashanu,
Bowers, and Turner are all left.
Okay, so here's what is acceptable by the Jared Stillman standards. Number 1, Brock Bowers. That I would turn the card in right now. It would be Brock Bowers. Ooh. The second thing, does anybody have an objection to Brock Bowers?
No.
Okay. The second thing is, does Minnesota make the call now for J.J. McCarthy? And I think the fair trade would be 11 and 23 for 7 and 106.
So why do you think they will make the call? Because are they afraid that
now
the Raiders or
Minnesota's
Denver
at 11, Denver's at 12, the Raiders are at 13, New Orleans is at 14, and all those teams could go quarterback.
Exactly.
And so now it's like, okay, do you wait? Because if you get another pick, then the price goes down for Atlanta or for the Bears, because
Jared, stick with us. They're talking about your guy Neighbors.
Well, I don't care about that. He's not my guy. He's on the Giants.
but this is what I talked about, him being a slot, more of a slot receiver than anything.
Brock Bowers on the television right now. Please show him.
JC Latham.
I talked to him at the Super Bowl. Don't feel like there's a lot there as far as interesting conversation, but I do feel like there's a lot there as a football player, which I care way more about.
Okay, Jared. So somebody get Jared some Pepto or something.
I asked Brock Bowers. So when I caught up with him at the Super Bowl because he had said that he wanted to play for the Titans, and then that was like making a big deal on social media. So I tracked him down, like his handlers or whatever, and I was like, "Hey, can I get like 5 minutes with you?" They're like, "Yeah, you got to make it quick." I was like, "All right." Like, be sure to ask him about Auto Trader, who he's pumping. And so I talked to him or whatever, and I'm like, all right, yeah, tell us about Auto Trader. You know how those work.
Yeah.
Like, oh, yeah, Derek, tell us about Twin Peaks. So I'm like, yeah, tell us about Auto Trader. And he was like, well, Auto Trader is going to get me a truck. Want to get drafted? I said, so is there anything about, like, I'm thinking, like, so what? Like, they probably want you to say, like, they're the best.
Exactly.
All right.
Can you say a little bit more?
All right, prediction time. We're approaching 5 minutes on the clock for the Titans. Who's the pick? Derek.
I want them to trade out. I want them to trade out of it now. I do. But if they don't trade out of it, I think it's the tackle. Olu Fashanu.
Trevor?
I am fine with Olu Fashanu, left tackle out of Penn State, as long as there's not an injury flag on him. There's some rumors about that. I'm also fine with JC Latham, the right tackle out of Alabama, because I think the problems he has in pass protection technique, he can fix with Bill Callahan as his offensive line coach. And he's a fantastic run blocker. My guess, though, is that they will go with Brock Bowers.
Yes.
Because he is the last true unicorn difference-making
Don't be tipping no picks over there
in this draft.
4 minutes and 24 seconds to go.
You forgot about me, sir.
So they're
Chris, your prediction.
What are the likelihoods they trade out of this, y'all think?
Pretty good, I think. I think they're pretty good.
Trade with either Minnesota or Denver.
I hope they do.
So here's what Minnesota has to offer. Minnesota has 11-23, a fourth and at 108, and then they have all their picks for next year, except for their second, which they don't have, which they used to get the 23rd pick.
Okay.
Denver has 12, no second rounder, 76, and their picks next year. The Raiders have 13, 44 in the second.
The pick is in.
Okay,
the
no
Titans.
trade.
Latham.
No trade.
Better not be Latham.
I think it's a tackle.
Better not be Latham.
JC Latham.
What if it's Fashanu?
I mean, I can live, but I'm not going to be happy if it's fashioning. when you got Brock Bowers available. I mean, I don't think Fashanu is an elite player. I think Brock Bowers is an elite player, like an elite prospect, I should say. Mm-hmm. Please be Brock Bowers. Remember, Brian Callahan likes touchdown scorers.
Yeah, there's still 2 of them left in the Dunze and Bowers. Now, could the Dunze be the guy they take?
So TV says they're not that hot on the Dunze.
Okay.
I am stunned that the Chargers took Joe Alt at number 5.
That's unreal.
I'm stunned too. Oh my God, they went to commercial. I mean, seriously, the Titans pick is in, and TV went to commercial, which means we have to wait until TV comes back for commercial to know who the Titans are going to pick. ESPN. You know why they did this? Because, for most of the country, it's like, hey, yeah, everybody go do whatever you need to go do. The Titans are picking, and then you can come back after that.
Yeah, but Jared, you're an ESPN employee, and
we're an affiliate. You are an ESPN employee.
All this money from advertising is helping with the 401k.
So. Trevor's sitting over there being like, hey, man, easy on the ESPN front, man. They pay me a boatload of money every year to sit there on Saturdays and tell everybody about the Illinois DBs versus the Michigan State.
Yeah, they do pay me a boatload of money, but it's a dinghy.
It's a what?
It's a dinghy. It's
just add it up over all the years you've been.
It's like the SS Minnow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What'd you enjoy more, doing the college stuff or doing the when you called the games on CBS?
You know what? I like them. I call them on Fox too. I like the NFL because it's the best of the best.
Yeah.
But in college, there's so much variety. Because in the NFL, if you throw out the worst team in the league most years, everybody else could beat everybody else. They're all doing similar things in similar ways. In college, you could have a team that's much more talented lose to a team that's much less talented because of a completely different scheme and crazy things that happen. And so it's fun to point that stuff out. And by the way, the pick is in, but the commercial is still there.
Still telling us.
We're looking at an electric
lawnmower. The pick is in, but the
now.
electric lawnmower.
Yeah, so I'm not,
I think it's a tackle. I think it's a tackle.
I do too.
I think it's a tackle. I think it's one of Olu or Latham.
No,
not
Latham over Brock Bowers. Here's what's great. Everybody on the show today, all the texters and callers were like, no on JC Latham. The second they take JC Latham, the text line and the callers will be like, no, Jared, you'll watch Bill Callahan. He'll make him into the greatest offensive lineman there ever was.
Well, he kind of will, except for that last part. Yeah. He'll make him into a good one.
Right.
Because his pass sets
You're
in
afraid
Alabama,
he's going to have to go to guard.
No.
But
I said he could if they needed
What if they
to.
take him and he is a mainstay at the left tackle?
Absolutely.
He's not an all-pro. He's not a pro bowler.
You think they can flip him?
No,
I'm just saying. He's just a solid player. Like, you don't have to worry about him. Everybody doesn't need to be an elite player. As long as I don't have to work.
That's my gift for the fact that I sat through that awful season.
I understand that. But if you have a guy that you put in there in that spot and he's your starter for the next 10 years, he may not turn out to be an elite player. He may turn out to be a really good player.
But that's the guy they take with the 37th pick.
Okay.
Or if they trade back.
Thank you.
You know, the JC Latham at right tackle or right guard, but at right tackle will come into the league as an elite run blocker, and he will need coaching on his pass sets because at Alabama, they had him back straight up rather than go out at an angle like he should have some of the time. And the pass rusher was running forward while he was going backward. And so Callahan's going to kind of clean that up and get him into a better position to cut off the angle. That was his problem, his primary problem with pass protection. And it's fixable because it's about his initial set. It's not about him breaking down after contact.
So, Trevor, if Bill
here's Goodell.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select JC Latham.
Oh, no, God.
You know what? The liquid in Jared's glass.
Man.
Hey, do you believe Hey, Jared, do you believe in Bill Callahan? Do you believe in Bill Callahan?
1,000.
Do you or do you not? But this is a question. This is a serious question. Do you believe in Bill Callahan? Jared? Come out of your haze, Jared. Come out of the haze. Come back to us. Come back to earth. Come on.
I hate my football team.
Do you believe in Bill Callahan?
Every year, the Titans find themselves in a, I think, advantageous position. And every year, the Titans do the truly stupidest thing that they could possibly do.
How is that stupid?
They drafted a right tackle.
But they need a right tackle.
Listen.
That's what he does. He just abused the guy on a run block. That would be illegal.
Wow,
in polite
run
society.
blocking.
He would be arrested.
That's why
if he
we
did
hired
that.
this coach from
Look at
Cincinnati
that.
to
He
throw
just
the ball.
threw a guy onto the ground.
It's still not convincing him. It's not convincing him.
You said he might have to be a guard.
No, I
Oh
said he
my
could
God.
also play
This
guard.
guy, man.
Oh my God!
No, he's.
I think
you're
it's a good
gonna
pick.
be
I think
really
it's a
happy
good
with
pick.
him.
I hate my.
pick.
I
Why?
cannot
Why?
wait till they fire
Why?
Ryan Carthon.
Your
I
football
will
team-
throw it parade that.
Jared, the last 2 years in the first round,
Freaking Ryan
your
Carthon.
football team drafted the highest-rated offensive lineman in the draft by a lot of services. Last year, Peter Skoronski. This year, JC Latham. The two highest-rated offensive linemen in each of the last 2 years, and you hate them.
Don't read that on the air, but just read it yourself.
Which one?
The one I'm pointing to.
To me,
Hey, don't
Yeah.
Trevor
This is
talk
a-
for a second.
I know.
Trevor, talk for a second. Don't
is a-
don't read this on the air. Just read what.
But
where
let me
my
ask you,
finger
Trevor,
is
can I ask
right
you a
there.
question? Like, you know a lot about offensive line. I just know
Which
about
one?
receivers. You know,
This
let the
one?
listeners
Yeah.
know how this kid can be special in this organization.
Okay, he can be special because he's got a lot of Jack Conklin.
I see it.
in him.
Yeah.
Jack Conklin.
I mean, but he
Wasn't
can be the
just-
same guy.
I just had. By the way, I just want you to know. I just had a current college coach text me, "Bust" with 2 exclamation points.
What?
But somebody else may not think he's a bust.
Exactly.
Well, clearly, your general manager, our general manager.
Absolutely.
I will say this: the day that they fire Rand Carthon, there will be a parade, and I will be on the lead truck.
So what if
I cannot wait.
Jared, let me see who that coach was.
Here, I'll write it down for you.
Okay. All right.
Somebody talk.
Okay.
Well,
So
to
Jack
me,
Conklin-
I think this. To me, this is a good pick for them. Now, whether people had him ranked as an elite player or not, I think he's a damn good player. Obviously, he was a top 10 prospect or top 12 prospect. The Titans chose to draft
With the
him
7th pick?
with the 7th.
Hey, you know, it's no bad. He's a top 12 prospect. With the 7th pick, I sat through that terrible freaking season last year.
So why
with a
you got
freaking guard with the 11th
you got to
pick.
explain to me why you don't like him.
Because
He's good.
He's a right tackle,
Okay, we got Bill Callahan.
He's
They
too
could
fast.
possibly flip him to left tackle.
and Trevor says he might have to play guard.
No, he could play guard. He's good enough.
Trevor
to play
said
guard.
he could play guard, not
He
might
changes tune.
have
Like every
to.
Titan fan tomorrow at 2 o'clock
I'ma
will
stay out
have
of
changed
this.
their tune to say that the Titans just drafted Orlando Pace. I know.
But again, you got to give me a reason why this is a bad pick, other than saying it's a right
Because he ain't
tackle.
that good.
He's not.
Because Brock Bowers is that good.
There are a lot of people that had him ranked high. A lot of scouts.
Do you trust the person that I showed you that text message? Do you trust that person's opinion?
But I trust a lot of other people that said he's a damn good player
and
too.
he said Brock Bowers is a future Hall of Famer.
But see, I am not going with something that'll pass the narrative for me.
Right.
There's a lot of people that say he's a damn good tackle, and then there are people that say Brock Bowers is a damn good tight end. They made the pick to get a damn good player, and that's who they got. Now,
I
how
cannot-
it works
He's
out,
a
I don't
baller.
know.
He's a
I may
baller.
eat this.
He was a damn good college
Yes, he is.
player.
I may eat
Now,
these
whether he
words.
be a damn good pro, I don't know yet.
I may eat these words. I may regret saying this.
Can I watch?
I may, sure. I truly cannot wait until the day that this organization fires Rand Carthon. And everybody else.
Wow.
Chad Brinker
Wow.
and Anthony
No.
Robinson and Johnny Joe and all the people that collaborate
Why?
on this bullcrap pick that they just
Why?
made.
Why is this a bullcrap
I cannot
pick?
wait. Because
It
we
fits the
want
identity
good
of the
players.
team.
He is a
He's
good
good
player.
Okay, so
If he's such a
opinions
good
vary.
player, then the Chargers would have taken him because he's already played
They
right
took
tackle
all-
and have a left tackle.
They took who they thought was a
Who's
good player.
not even a right tackle. So if this guy was so freaking good, then the Chargers would have taken him to play right tackle. but they didn't because they're not stupid. And I'm not saying.
Well,
stupid,
obviously they are because they got 2 left tackles now.
All right.
They got 2 left tackles and no right tackle. So obviously they are stupid.
I hate my team.
This guy.
Here's Goodell with the Falcons.
The picks in.
Come on, cheer up, man. 2024 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Michael Penix Jr.
Whoa!
That's a twist.
Whoa, now
that is a flipper there. Michael Penix Jr. with the 8th
wait a minute.
pick.
Hold on.
Whoa!
Did one of you guys slip something in my drink or something and I'm hallucinating? Because the Titans took JC Latham, the Falcons, just paid Kirk Cousins $1 gazillion, and they just drafted Michael Penix, who's like 25 years old.
What? Wow. That is unreal. That's a curveball right there. Wow.
Well,
wow.
Now, that is a questionable organization right there.
Yes.
That right there, Jared, is a questionable organization. When you just pay Kirk Cousins, and I know he's in his 30s, I get it. But you just pay, and he's coming off an injury, so I understand why they did it. But you just gave Kirk Cousins all his money, and then you draft the quarterback. The only thing I can say is they want him to sit this year. If Kirk Cousins is not healthy, then he can go in. But if Kirk Cousins is healthy, he plays. Kirk Cousins plays, and he's their future.
I can't believe they drafted him.
He is a terrific pure passer from the pocket.
He is.
4 years at Indiana.
Chicago's going to end up with Bowers.
4 season-ending injuries. 2 years at Washington, didn't miss a game. So obviously the Falcons doctor said that he's going to be okay. The thing that worries me about Penix is that against Michigan in the national championship game, Michigan won that game. The pass rush of the Wolverines got after him, and he didn't elevate like I thought he should. He was degraded farther than I thought he should have been, given his offensive line, which was the best in the nation, and given the receivers that he had to throw to. He still wasn't able to really get anything done under that kind of pressure. That worries me.
Trevor, let's take 10 seconds right here for station identification. Rand Carthon will have a press conference at some point tonight. JC Latham will have it. We'll have it for you. Here's 10 seconds. Station identification with the Bears on the clock. So if you're just joining us, we're live out at Twin Peaks in Madison, and my heart has been ripped out of my chest as the Chargers drafted Joe Alt with the 5th pick, and then the Titans, in true Chance Warmack form, drafted JC Latham.
This guy.
At least he's not a guard. At least not yet.
Not yet.
Drafted him with the 7th. I don't want to hear you say it. You were the one that put that into my head.
Well, after everything you have been saying about Rand Carthon, maybe they drafted JC Latham at number 7 specifically to move him to guard to make the rest of your organs burst out of your body.
Here's what's great. So this is a prediction right here. Again, I have said a lot of predictions, and a lot of them have been wrong. But here's a prediction right here as we await the Bears pick at 9. I believe that the Titans will have a press conference today. Rand will do a terrible job owning this pick because he's just not good at these press conferences. And then by tomorrow, every Titan fan will have woken up and convinced themselves that Bill Callahan is going to coach him into being Orlando.
He is.
I know you.
Well, I mean, listen, he's a good player already. His college tape suggests that he's a good player, or solidifies that he's a good player.
He didn't make your top 5.
Bill Callahan can do is make him better or fine-tune some. I thought it was going to be Fashanu, but it wasn't. You know.
Well, I'm interested to see how far Fashanu might fall.
Yeah.
Because there's rumors of an injury flag on him. He's the left tackle out of Penn State. We all really like him. But we don't know if those rumors are true. So we'll keep an eye on that. But here's what the Titans got with the 7th pick, with JC Latham, right tackle out of Alabama. They got Conklin, Jack Conklin. Conklin was a physical force. He was that guy on a hockey team that protected Wayne Gretzky, not just to shield guys from Gretzky, but to punish them if they tried to approach Gretzky. Yeah. That was Jack Conklin's attitude, and that was infused in the entire offense. Conklin was a beast.
Here's Goodell.
And it's the same kind of attitude he brings.
NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select
receiver
Rome Odunze.
Yep.
Wide receiver,
surprise.
Washington.
And now the Jets will take Brock Bowers. And then Minnesota will take J.J. McCarthy.
Wow.
You think?
Yeah.
And the Titans will suck. And we'll live through another football season where you guys are trying to convince me that
Dude,
players that aren't very good
man.
are good, like Chig.
So,
Chick got 50
So the
footballs.
Chig sucks.
No, he doesn't,
He
man.
sucks.
No, he does
blows.
not.
He blows. Chris, he's awful.
50
He blows
can't
by
receptions.
defenders because
He
he's so
can't.
fast.
And that's, it's great
78.
because when you can't catch it, it
But
doesn't do you any good.
54 receptions.
Put him at running back.
578.
Now, well, listen.
Wow. T.J. Hawkinson tore his ACL in December and caught 95 balls.
Oh, my gosh.
That is a starting tight end.
Okay, so JC Latham, the Titans pick. So he's got that attitude of Jack Conklin. He's just an angry.
I don't ever remember
Vicious
Jack Conklin
guy.
showing off his encrusted watches.
He is an elite run blocker, JC Latham.
Well, you crazy.
As a
man.
pass protector, if he cleans up his pass sets, he will be fine at right tackle right off the bat, and then he'll just get better and better. So that's what to watch for with Latham. Is he able to get into space with the right angle in his pass set before contact with the pass rusher? If he is, he's going to be fine as a pass rusher. A lot of people had him as the highest ranked offensive lineman in this draft. And I'm looking right now at NFL.com and their rankings of the players. They're not the only, bunch that ranks players, right? But this particular one from the NFL, JC Latham is 6.71 grade. 6.71. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. He's the 9th player in this list.
Oh, great.
You know what Brock Bowers was? 6.71. Exact same grade as JC Latham. So you might say that you would have rather had Bowers. A lot of people would say that, but according at least to this bunch of scouts, JC Latham is every bit as NFL ready as Brock Bowers.
This guy better be Penei Sewell. I'm going to go nuts.
If that's indeed the case, then you draft what you need, and what you need is a tackle.
Yeah, Ty goes to the tackle.
Yeah.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. That coach.
Is there any chance that Bill Callahan can flip him to left tackle?
No.
Yes.
Mick Jagger playing bass. No. That means that there's a very good chance they'll go with left tackle at 37, and there will be talent there at 37, but they'll need to be coached up quite a bit, and maybe the left tackle position will still be a position of weakness, just not as bad for 2024.
You know who's going to be playing left tackle?
Peter Skoronski.
No.
Rate
He
it.
should be.
Rate it.
Nicholas Petit-Frere,
Oh,
a.k.a.
yeah. PT?
PT. They're going to start PT.
So why do you think
and
he's so
JC?
I like the initials.
Yeah.
So
Man, he's going to be all right.
So you don't like Nicholas Petit-Frere? Or
No,
do
he
you?
sucks.
You
Like
think?
Chig.
See, I think Chig is going to break out at some point.
Thank
here.
you.
And I think Nicholas Petit-Frere
When he learns how to catch.
is not a bust. I think he got himself in trouble. His rookie year, he was thrown into the right tackle position because of injury.
And he was bad.
And he was kind of bad. But he showed some flashes. Then he got himself suspended for 6 games to start the season last year, I guess it was, because of, I don't know what it was. It was a gambling app or something.
Right.
Then he came back in and got hurt. So we haven't seen the best of him yet. I think in his 3rd year, I think Nicholas Petit-Frere is going to surprise. I don't think he'll be great necessarily, but I think he'll be steady.
So I've got a theory on Rand Carthon, right? So Rand Carthon got hired. And when he got hired, it was a typical introductory press conference. It was fine, speaking of a lot of hope and everything else. It was whatever. It was fine. And then Rand Carthon gets to work. And his first opportunity as GM, they signed Andre Dillard. And the first real moment that I was like, whoa, these guys are morons, is when they gave Aaron Brewer that 2nd-round tender when they could have just given him a right of first refusal and paid him $2.6 million. And instead they paid him $4.3 million, and they didn't have to. And Aaron Brewer sucked, so make of that whatever you want. So that was the first moment that I knew the Titans that, again, and I don't know if it was Vrabel or if it was Rand or whatever, but that they were stupid with him involved. Then Then that whole Kevin Byard thing went down, and the way he handled that was insanely stupid. And then after that, there was the draft. And at the draft, they took a guard with the 11th overall pick. But then they didn't tell everybody he was a guard. They told we don't know what position he's going to play, which is also stupid because why would you draft a guy if you don't know what position you're going to play him at? But that's okay. Then the next night they took Levis and Spears, and people went crazy, and Rand Carthon pulled that, this is the best night of their lives, be positive, which was insanely stupid. I mean, it was so unbecoming of a general manager. It was embarrassing. Then the season starts, so there's really nothing that, happens, whatever. Then the Byard trade goes down, and that looks bad, and he doesn't talk there, and so that's bad. Then there's all the drama all year about him and Vrabel and everything going back and forth, and we don't hear anything from him. They fire Vrabel. They stick him out there for a press conference, which was an unmitigated disaster. And it was embarrassing when he told the fans the ball didn't bounce their way and said all kinds of, I can't get into our vision, and I can't say why me and Vrabel were in agreement with everything, and Vrabel's my buddy, and all that kind of stuff, and the fans were furious about that. But what happens is every time after every single one of those Rand Carthon screw-ups, their time subsides, and the fans go to, here's the narrative for why they screwed this up. And it just keeps happening. And tonight's another example where he'll have a disastrous press conference because that's what he does, and then the fans will be furious about it all night, and by tomorrow there will be a narrative that, no, this is the guy that Bill Callahan said we have to draft, so everyone will love it, and then they'll suck, and it'll be the same cycle over and over.
What would qualify as a disastrous press conference?
I don't know. Because I could not have seen the ball didn't bounce our way coming when it did. And I did not foresee Rand out of nowhere telling the media to be positive after they drafted the most controversial player in the draft, which was Levis. I got no problem. I got no problem with the Levis pick when they made it. I would have taken him at 11. But the thing with me is, instead of lecturing the media about being positive as a first-time GM, you need to get up there and own the pick and say, we view this kid as a legitimate, potential franchise quarterback. We had him incredibly high on our board last night. We were shocked he was available. We took him. We think he's got potential. We love him. We think his attitude's great. We think he turned the ball over at Kentucky because the team sucked. Own the pick.
Didn't they pretty much say some of all of that stuff?
Vrabel did after a while. After about the 18th question, Vrabel was like, I think we can be fully transparent and say that Kentucky was not as good in 2022 as they were in 2021.
But I'm sure they went over all these things, why they drafted him, they liked him, and this and that.
No, Rand lectured the media on being positive.
But again, I'm sure they went through all of this, why we drafted him, because they had to tell everybody why they drafted him.
I'm equally as mad at Chad Brinker because I think he's running the Titans. So he's as much on my freaking list as Rand is, with his, his AI analytic model that he developed that some classmate of his was curing cancer with that was going to figure out how the Titans are going to draft JC Latham.
But these are questions that was, in an interview, you got to talk about some things. And he talked about a lot of things. It was a long interview. You're taking bits and pieces of these interviews and you making it seem as if that's all they said.
Here's Goodell with the Vikings.
They're tapping. They're drafting a quarterback.
JJ.
Yeah, they're drafting a quarterback.
The surviving mother, brothers, and nephew of fallen hero, United States Army Sergeant Zachary Ewing. Zachary died after a battle with cancer, a cancer that was discovered after he was injured during his second deployment to Iraq. We salute him and thank his family and TAPS, the Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors, which offers care to those grieving the loss of a military loved one. I'm now going to turn this over to Sergeant Ewing's nephew, Asher, who will announce the pick in honor of his uncle.
With the 10th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select
JJ McCarthy,
quarterback,
Shocker.
Michigan.
Okay, so a little breaking news. Apparently the Titans are having a press conference right now, Rand Carthon says JC Latham will start at left tackle.
Ooh.
Okay, now that's the only shocker I see.
Your thoughts on Rand Carthon saying JC Latham starting at left tackle?
Okay, this had to be Bill Callahan, offensive line coach for the Titans, who is a legend as an offensive line coach. He is amazing at coaching the techniques of the game. That tells me that he had to have watched Latham and believes that he is nimble enough with his footwork that he can be taught the technique to take pass sets at left tackle, and he's got the nimbleness to execute that. Part of the problem with Dylan Radins at left tackle, who was their second-round pick right a few years ago out of North Dakota State, was that he wasn't quick enough a foot to get out and cut off speed rushers at the corner. So he had to turn and run and desperately try to push them past the quarterback. What this tells me is that Bill Callahan believes that Latham has enough athletic ability to be able to dance out there if he learns the techniques, how to do it. I think that's a little bit of a stretch. But I have so much respect for Bill Callahan that, you know, I'm not going to criticize him for it unless it's an abject failure.
Now, Trevor, what is going to be the biggest obstacle for JC now that he's going to be moved over to the left side?
Well, it'll be speed rushers. See, the problem is he wasn't that consistent at pass sets anyway with his right hand on the ground and stepping out with his right foot. Now his left hand's going to be on the ground, and he's going to have to step out the opposite direction, mostly against guys that are even faster than the ones he faced on the right side. And it's easy to panic and get your footwork messed up and not trust your footwork. And you step under yourself, you turn, and you start to run, and then you've already lost. So his confidence in the techniques that he will be taught is the biggest thing that he's going to have to get worked out. He'll naturally get faster as he learns to do it, right? But it'll take him some time. And, you know, the jury's out as far as I'm concerned as to whether or not he'll actually get there at left tackle. He might, but the jury's out for me.
Okay. But you know what? He's 6'6", 360, but athletic-wise, can he actually do that?
What?
Can he actually do it? He's 6'6", 360, but he's going to be going against some athletic edge rushers.
He plays
but
a lot.
Physically, can he do it?
Oh, God!
What happened? What?
Rand Carthon said if JC Latham doesn't pan out at left tackle, we have guys on our roster we're comfortable with at left tackle.
No, he doesn't.
Oh, God!
Unless it's Peter Skoronski.
Oh, God, I hate this freaking team. The best left tackle they have is their left guard. Their best right tackle is going to be their left tackle. They're all idiots. Oh, my God.
Jared? Jared?
Thank you. Thank you.
Jared, may I ask permission to contribute to the increase of your anxiety right now?
What I need to go on Rogaine so that, because it feels like every year when I drop my head out of disgust over the Titans, my bald spot seems to be getting balder each year. And I mean, at least I can do something about that. I can't do anything about the moronic moves the Titans make.
Okay, now let me give you the other side, which will again.
Diana Rossini, by the way, has reported that JC Latham was Bill Callahan's favorite player in the draft.
Okay.
Oh.
Which is great, except that Bill Callahan is not the general manager of this team.
But he is the guy that's going to have to teach him how to play the position.
Absolutely.
And they did need a offensive lineman, a tackle.
Absolutely.
So Floyd used to tell me that like the biggest problem with listening to the coaches around draft time was that he goes, an offensive line coach can tell me what he thinks about this offensive lineman compared to that offensive lineman, but he doesn't think that an offensive lineman.
Who's it?
Well, I'll tell you who the Jets picked. They're at 11. They'll probably be Bowers. But that he said that they can't.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Olu Fashanu.
That's a good pick for them.
Penn State.
That's a good pick.
Why is Bowers not going?
So what was I saying? Oh, yeah. So, like, the offensive line coach can tell you who's a better, like, is this right guard better than this left tackle? But what they can't do is they can't tell you, okay, this guy's better than this inside back. And that's the job of the GM. And in the case of Bowers, I'm looking at this like, okay, great. So Bill Callahan loves Latham. Fine. I have a problem with this, but whatever. But do they just say, oh, well, Bill Callahan says it, so let's do it? Or is it like, no, this tight end could be like a special player that could be a Odunze, could be a big-time game changer, or is it just, well, Bill Callahan said it, so let's do it? Because if that's the case, then just make Bill Callahan the GM.
No, I'm sure each guy had their favorite guy. But the consensus was, who is the best guy for us at this particular pick?
Absolutely.
Is it Bowers? Is it Latham? Is it Fashanu? Everybody has a say in who, but ultimately, I am going to make the pick. I think, like he said, Bill Callahan loves him. And I think Bill Callahan's decision, or because he loved him, probably swayed the GM some. Yeah. They need a left tackle. And if one of the best coaches ever to coach that position tells you this is the best guy in the draft right here, and everybody else is sort of on board with it, then you gotta go with it.
And very specifically, that one of the greatest offensive line coaches ever, Bill Callahan, is looking at Latham saying, I see his footwork, I see his agility drills, I see his balance, I see how he moves, to your point, Chris, because you made a great point at 360 pounds. I see how he moves all that weight. And they'll probably get him to drop down a little bit if they can. And I can teach him to do what he needs to do at left tackle. That's very specific as to what Callahan would have had to have believed. But this is what's going to raise Jared's blood pressure even more. The last 2 years, those awful Titans drafted the highest ranked offensive lineman in the draft. Peter Skoronski last year, JC Latham this year.
Joe Alt was rated higher.
But by others, Latham was. I would have taken Alt if he was available over Latham, but others have Alt ranked higher. So, in addition to that, they needed help in the secondary. The Titans brought in 2 starting players, including a current Super Bowl champion in free agency, to start for them in the secondary. Maybe. The Titans needed...
With bad knees.
Maybe. But the Titans needed a deep-threaded receiver. And they brought in Calvin Ridley to be a deep-threaded receiver. The Titans needed a center. They brought in Cushenberry from Denver to do it. The Titans brought in players who are playing at a high level, who are desperately needed in position groups on both sides of the ball. And now they've got the second of 2 offensive linemen drafted in the top 11 picks, highly rated. That is a 2-year run that I have to look at and say the Titans have a plan. And when you talk about especially the free agency this year and then adding Latham, it's a plan that looks really good on paper.
Trevor, you don't have to do this. This isn't the other station.
No,
you can tell it how it is here.
Tell me where I'm wrong. Cushenberry, you like.
You don't think that they can move Latham to left tackle, and they're moving Latham to left tackle.
He's got the coach to do it, though.
Listen, I have a question as to whether or not he's going to be nimble enough, but Callahan doesn't, so let's see. But I had Latham as my number 3 guy on my top 5. I had Bowers number 2 and Latham number 3.
So be mad they didn't take Bowers like me.
I'm not mad because I had them close enough, and I'm not upset with Latham.
Why?
Because they always do stuff like this.
I mean,
but Joe Alt wasn't there, though.
They drafted who they thought was the best player at that position. I'm sure there are other people or other scouts or whoever was doing their mock drafts, they had JC Latham ranked high as well. Now, if Alt was there and they took JC Latham, then I would be like, come on, seriously? But Alt wasn't there. Then they went to JC Latham, who they can put at left tackle, and they are going to put at left tackle. I am going to trust Bill Callahan that he's going to do what he needs to do to get JC Latham ready to play left tackle. If it doesn't happen, then I'm going to complain about it. But I'm not going to complain about it right now.
If it doesn't happen, he goes back to right tackle.
Oh, God.
Yeah, but there's something that they saw in him for them to draft him. I mean, he's not just getting drafted.
And there was something that they saw in Chance Warmack.
Yeah, but that's totally different, though. I mean,
that's a different regime.
Absolutely.
No.
That was like 100 years ago.
My point is there's always everybody likes the pick when they make it. The problem is that sometimes it's obvious that it's not a good pick. And in this case, I feel like it's not a good pick.
Well, okay, to you it's obvious, but then there are other people that think this was a good pick. Now, whether it works out or not is yet to be seen. But this is a good pick for the Tennessee Titans. I am not going to say anything about it in regards to whether I think it's going to turn out to be great or not until I see this kid play. He was a damn good college player. You just hope that he's just as good as when he was in Alabama.
Trevor, who was Alabama's left tackle?
It was a young guy, wasn't it?
Proctor, yeah, it was a freshman.
It's a young guy, freshman, like 370
So why didn't Saban put him
pounds.
at left tackle? Put Latham at left tackle.
Probably because Latham was Mick Jagger at right tackle. He was just taken with the 7th pick of the draft. Somebody liked him.
They saw something.
Yeah. Yeah, but see, Joe Alt is the only offensive tackle in this draft that I thought only needed fine-tuning in his technique. He was ready to plug in. He's fine. Every other tackle has things they need to fix. And this is where Callahan said, okay, we can not only fix it, we can fix it and put it at left tackle. Fine. So we'll give him a chance. But the thing is, I don't think this is a terrible pick. I think Latham makes them better at a position where they need to be a lot better. If they would have taken Brock Bowers, a tight end out of Georgia, I'd have been happy with it. But here's the thing. Nobody else has taken him yet either.
So the Titans ain't the only people that don't think Brock Bowers is a top 10 pick.
And there might be an injury flag on him.
Exactly.
Yeah. Last year he had a high ankle sprain. He had that tightrope surgery.
Here's Denver on the clock.
Bo Nix.
Don't take Bo Nix here. Don't.
They might. Broncos do some crazy stuff.
Don't.
Brock Bowers, probably. Who we got?
Do we not have Goodell?
Yeah, Goodell is
Bo Nix.
Wow.
Bo Nix at 12.
So that's what? Yeah. 5 quarterbacks?
Yes.
Holy crap, Trevor, your thoughts?
5 quarterbacks in the top 15.
Okay, so in the division, you've got Justin Herbert in San Diego. You got.
Wait a minute, hold on. Here's JC Latham's press conference right now.
Okay.
Just by here, yeah. I love playing Madden with him.
Man, turn the camera on and
yes, whoever that guy is, coming in live. Walk with authority.
They're saying, "Can you hear us?" Does he need to put the headphones on? Or?
Yes.
Okay, that's what it is.
Oh, yeah, it's best to have audio. It's gonna make.
I know you got it. You're good. Is it left or right, or it doesn't matter?
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
You should be able to hear equally.
Well, I gotta.
And then this is your mic here.
Okay.
And control for sound for your ears is right there.
All right. Hello.
Hey, JC, can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am. How y'all doing?
Good.
Congratulations.
Good. Congrats.
Thank you so much.
You looking forward to getting a chance to play left tackle for the Titans?
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely, man. You know, it was doubted a lot, so I get a chance to silence all the doubters and just go out there and give the team the best chance to succeed.
What gives you the confidence that you can make that transition to the left side?
Yeah, I mean, I started at left. I was recruited to Alabama as a left, and then I decided, you know, Evan Neal, he was there, you know, going to the Giants, and but before all that happened, you know, he made a decision. He wanted to play left. I wasn't going to argue with a top 10 pick. You know, I don't want to cause, you know, kind of malice within the room. And you know, he was a great tackle, so. I just decided to go to right. You know, I trained at right literally when I got to Alabama. I was never a right tackle in high school. I only played O-line for 2 years, and I was at left. I became the number 2 player in the country, number 1 in my position for 2 seasons. And yeah, I mean, so I know, you know, just with hard work, dedication, you know, people tell me, you know, my one of my closest friends, family tell me success is when preparation meets opportunity. And I hold that near and dear to my heart. So I plan to, as soon as I step into the building, get right to work.
JC, how much of an idea did you have that you might land with the Titans before they drafted you?
It was pretty high. My agent was telling me that a lot of their GMs and coaching staff was asking if the Chargers were, you know, interested in me, what they were planning on doing, if teams were planning on trading up from who were past 7, if they were interested in doing things like that. So even when, you know, the draft started, after the Cardinals picked Marvin Harrison, they asked immediately, you know, let us know if the Chargers are talking to him right now. So we had pretty high hopes and high confidence within them that they would make that decision to pull the trigger on me.
What was your take on Bill Callahan when you met with the Titans here on your 30 visit, and what kind of interactions have you had with him?
Yeah, I mean, I loved it. Just some of the technique I've never even heard about before, just because he's such a legendary coach. So just to be able to be coached by him and pick his brain and just understand, what type of guy he is on a personal level, but also understand like what environment that he's created with his technique and discipline. And I loved it all. I was really intrigued by it all. We had a 2-hour discussion. I talked to him about guys at Alabama, where I was like saying, hey, like, a guy did this move to me one time and, it might have affected me, it might have not, but I want to know if I see it down the line, what's going to happen? How do I do this? And we were just talking about like that. We were going over stuff like that. We were going over my plays, NFL plays. He was with the Browns at one point, so he was showing the Browns NFL film on that. And just, just everything. We sat, and next thing you know, it was 2 hours that went by like it was nothing. So, we just had a great conversation. I just can't wait to get into the building and just really dive deep into it all. So, yeah.
What did he tell you about the move to left and what would go into that from his end?
That was the expectation. He knew I was athletic enough to get the job done. He told me he knows that, especially with his teaching, that, he knows the sky's the limit with me. So, we're ready to go, and we're gonna hit the ground running.
What's your familiarity with Will Levis, him having played at Kentucky?
Yeah, I heard about him a lot, just going, especially after last season. I heard he was a great quarterback, and we didn't play them obviously 2 years ago, but as soon as the season was over with, and I was hearing a lot of buzz around his name, I got to see what type of caliber player he is, and then he drew a lot of attention, especially I think he had put like mayo in his coffee or something like that, so that caught my eye. So, when that happened, I just made sure, like, not even the coffee situation, just in general, seeing when he was drafted with the Titans, I want to see how that would work out in that environment. And then, seeing him come back, I forget what team it was, but I think they were down by like 2 touchdowns. And he was in the game, and he ended up coming back towards the end in the fourth quarter. Seeing the quarterback like that with the type of resilience, the type of guy that can put the team together and lead the team into victory, as a team that's ready to be on the strive for greatness. So,
how would you describe your playing style, JC, and what are your top strengths when you're sort of at the top of your game?
Yeah, just my playing style. I have the ability to just do it all. There's never something that my coach ever told me, yeah, I don't know if you can do this. Or anything it came to, it was just hard work, dedication, and commitment, and being disciplined. So, we went over everything together as far as what I need to do. And I always got the job done. And, I also, one thing I feel like that's kind of undermined it a little bit in sports, especially, is just my availability. I never missed a game. I've never missed a practice, ever in my life. I've never had surgery. I think like the worst injury I've had was like a sprained ankle. I broke my toe, but I played through that. So, and you ask any coach, especially a more veteran coach, coach with experience, he'll tell you the best ability is availability. So I think I bring that to the table, and just my intent and my mindset of what I want to do, and not only just talking about it, just being about it. That's why I went to Alabama, coming out of high school, and that's why I went to IMG while I was in high school, because I didn't just want to be another guy who was just all talk. I wanted to put myself against the best players in my environment on a day in and day out basis, so I can have opportunities like this.
Rand Carthon told us to be sure to shake your hand tomorrow. In the meantime, can you hold your hands up for?
Yeah, I got some pretty big hands. Yeah, 11-inch hands. Yeah, I think one other guy, I think Marvin Harrison, beat me by like an eighth of an inch. I think his hands were 11 and 1/8. So, but yeah, I got some pretty big hands.
What does JC stand for?
Jerome, but I can't disclose the middle name. Only my mom calls me that. So yeah, so it's pretty family oriented and sacred.
What about the is the nickname that you gave yourself? Is that TK? Is that right? And can you explain that a little bit?
Yeah. So when I was at IMG, my head coach or my positional coach was George Hageman. He played with the Eagles with Jeremiah Trotter, Jr.'s dad. With them Buccaneers. One team that he played with though that stood out was the Cowboys with Deion Sanders and Urban and Larry Allen, all them guys when they were winning Super Bowls. And, building that bond every day going into meetings, you'd hear coach on the phone with Deion, and he'd always go, prime time, what's going on, baby? And, that just kind of stood out to me, not because like he was able to get in contact with prime time, but the fact that not only did they have a bond, prime time. Deion's standard is prime. Ohio, the documentaries about all the players who end up going to the Hall of Fame, they have their name and then trip to Canton, whatever it might be. Deion's was prime time to Canton. So the fact that, that's how marketable and big of a deal his name is, I wanted to have a standard for that, like that for me, playing O-line, I was new to the position. So I told myself, I said, hey, like, this is what I want to do. I got to figure out what's my standard and who am I. And that was Trench King. So, with dubbing myself Trench King, I know every time we broke it down and, trenches on me, trenches on 3, 1, 2, 3, and you say trenches, it's always a reminder in my head, like, hey, you're supposed to be the best guy in the trenches. You can't be the fastest receiver or, be a quarterback who could throw it, but control your environment, control the trenches, and dominate the trenches every chance you get. That's the standard of what we play to. So,
This overall, JC, what's this day been like for you? And do you play with the grill, man?
oh no, absolutely not. Yeah, I just got it for a little, just for the aesthetics. But the day's been amazing. I mean, we got in. I think we got, what did we get in last night? Or no, 2 nights ago. Tuesday. I got in like Tuesday at 9 p.m. Had breakfast and meetings with a couple of people here. And then we had an event for the kids. It was just a charity event for the kids, and then media right after that. And I really enjoyed that time, just being able to give back to the community. I remember being a little kid once and, going to camps. There's still kids out there who go to camps with high profile high school, college, or even NFL players that hold them. And I know how much it meant to me. I always keep the jerseys, the shirts they gave us. I never would try to ruin it because it meant so much to me. And I told myself, if I ever get the chance to give back, I'll do it. So I was really excited to do that. And then today, we had another meeting with the commissioner, and then we had the red carpet event at 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock. Just doing some more media stuff and getting to know the fans and all that stuff. And then by the time all that was over, it was about 7:30, 7:45. We did the national anthem and started the draft. So it's been a great process, man. I've enjoyed it all.
Kayla, go ahead.
Hey, JC, welcome to Nashville, man. First of all, do you have like broadcasting in your past? Because you're a hell of a speaker.
Yeah.
It's great listening to you. But in terms of that personality, when it comes to bringing that to the field, how would you describe yourself as a player in that way? And do you kind of have that dog mentality on the line you can bring?
Yeah, I mean, I like to take it a step further, guys like Kobe, Israel Adesanya, guys like that nature, they state numerous times that, unless you're willing, as Kobe stated one time, he's willing to put in the work, knowing that he might not get the results he seeks. And a lot of guys don't do that. If I were to tell you, hey, give me 10 hours of your day to do this, but the other person is only doing 6, and I'm not guaranteeing you that you might have the spot, you might not be committed to it because of you don't know the results yet, So Kobe's mindset that spoke out to me because if that's what I can do without knowing the results, I know that I'll be a lot closer to my goals than they would just by the time that I'm putting in. And then something that Israel Adesanya said was, when he's in the ring and he's fighting, when the tough gets going and going gets tough, he tells himself he's willing to die about it. And that spoke out to me. It gives me goosebumps even right now because, I'm willing to die on the field. Nothing stopping me from on the field. No broken toe. I don't care. I had an intercostal strain one time I rib. I couldn't breathe really. And we was just in practice in fall camp, and I still chose to, thug it out and keep going, So, I mean, if I take my mind to that point where, obviously you're not going to win every single rep, but if I take my mind to that point where, hey, like, I'm dying about this. This is what I'm doing. This is who I am, and this is what I was made for. I feel like God put me on this earth to be a football player and spread my treasures with my family and those around me and the rest of the communities. Like I'm going way further than anybody else, and you're gonna have to be willing to die for it to beat me. If you can't go there, then you don't have a chance. So that's my mindset as far as that goes. Step past the dog mentality.
Lauren, go ahead.
Hey, JC, congratulations. Welcome to Nashville, soon to be.
Thank you.
You may have just touched on this with your answer to Kayla's question, but with you having played at the highest level your whole career, high school, college, and now being the 7th overall pick, what makes you primed for pressure?
I mean, you just said it. I mean, even before I went to IMG, the team I played with was Captain Moore. I think they won like 10 or 12 state titles. I think maybe even 14. Right now, the coach is the most winningest coach in all of high school football in the state of Wisconsin. Literally 2 years before I got there, they won state. So I mean, they're poised for greatness. So that standard there elevated me to put me on the pedestal to go to IMG. I was a defensive end. I was top 10 in the country. I was number 3 in my position. I was actually the 8th ranked defensive end at the time. So going to IMG, being on a national.
There you go. That was JC Latham. I just had enough of that. I mean, I like it. Just now the Colts are on the clock. So Brock Bowers went to the Raiders. Who went to the Saints?
Fuaga. Talise Fuaga.
That's not a bad pick, is it?
No, he's right tackle out of Oregon State, elite pass blocker.
Who would you rather have, him or Latham?
Latham.
Okay, at least there's that.
Elite pass blocker, but he's, his run blocking is good, but he's going to get a lot better because his technique, again, as a run blocker isn't nearly as sound as it is as a pass blocker.
So Indy's on the clock, and I'm trying to think off the top of my head who's available.
Ooh.
I think all the good players are
They
gone.
needed another receiver.
They need a cornerback, too.
Well, they can go with Quinyon Mitchell here out of Toledo. He's pretty good.
Yes.
That would be, or Terrion Arnold out of Alabama. They could go with Dallas Turner. They really don't have a lot on the edge. Like, I don't think Quiddy Pay's very good. So they could go with Dallas Turner here. No, is Dallas Turner off the board? No, Dallas
Turner's still on the board.
Yeah, they could go Dallas Turner here. I mean, we haven't talked about how stupid the rest of the NFL is with these quarterback picks. Holy crap.
Man, goodness.
I mean, what? Trevor, your thoughts on Atlanta going with Penix and then McCarthy to the Vikings? We've heard about that for eons. But then, on top of that, Bo Nix to Denver?
No, I don't like it. I like Jaden Daniels out of LSU with the second pick to the Commanders. If you're going to take a risk at a quarterback that high, I think he's the best risk in this draft. McCarthy, I think, hasn't shown enough to show that he can carry a team. I think the Vikings really stretched on that one. Bo Nix, number 12 to the Broncos. I love Bo Nix. I love his story. I hate the pick because Nix, his leadership and his mental game is way ahead of his arm talent. Last year, Oregon threw about a third of their passes at or near the line of scrimmage. And down the field, even though they had speed at wide receiver from time to time, Nick would make a great throw, but a lot of other times he'd miss touchdown passes to open receivers or mostly open receivers where a good throw would have scored or made a big play because he was inconsistent with his accuracy. And so he might clean that up in the NFL, but keep in mind that he started for 5 years in college football at Auburn and then at Oregon. So, he's about what he's going to be from an accuracy standpoint. Might improve a little. But then look at their division. Yeah. They have Patrick Mahomes at the Chiefs. Who would you rather have, Mahomes or Bo Nix?
Mahomes.
Nix.
You got Justin Herbert at San Diego. Who would you rather have between those two? Herbert. Then the Raiders, who knows what the Raiders are going to do at quarterback. But right off the bat, from a pure arm talent standpoint, the Broncos go into the next 10 years, if Nix is their starter, behind 2 of the other 3 teams in the division.
Well, I'm sure Sean Payton is thinking, I can get the best out of this quarterback.
I got 2 words for you. Yeah. Russell and Wilson.
Yeah.
Dude,
absolutely.
I see. I keep thinking that this is just throwing good money after bad constantly. Yeah. So it's like they made the Russell deal, and it was a bad deal. But, Russell was awful last year, but he wasn't that bad. He wasn't so bad that you have to fire him and pay him $39 million. They should have just kept Russell as the quarterback and just tried to make the best out of a bad situation. Instead, what they did was they paid Sean Payton $17 million a year to come in, and because Sean Payton's got to have his quarterback, now he's drafted a quarterback because there was no quarterback to go get. And it's like, yo, you guys keep making bad decisions based off of one terrible decision that was the Russell trade, and then it's bad, and it's kind of like the Titans, right? Like they did the A.J. Brown trade, that was bad. Then they fired John Robinson in the middle of the season, which was bad. And then they hired Rand Carthon, which was bad. And then, they tried to put him and Vrabel to work together, which was bad. And then they drafted a guard with the 11th overall pick, which was bad. And then they drafted JC Latham, which was bad. And it's like, at least it's not as bad as the Broncos.
Okay. I think I would disagree with at least 60% of those characterizations.
I would say that as well.
But as far as
y'all like the guard.
But here's where I agree with you, Jared, because how would the Broncos be better off this year? Will they be better off with Russell Wilson, who's kind of was on the rise a little bit last year, and Brock Bowers, who was picked with the next pick by the Raiders? I'm talking about the Broncos now. Or Bo Nix at quarterback, no Russell, and no Bowers.
Wow.
See, I think for the next 4 or 5 years, they'd be better off with Russell playing out that contract with Bowers there. So they must think that Bo Nix is really going to flourish.
Trevor, that's actually really an insightful question.
Are you stunned?
No, but I'm just not in a good mood today.
I know. That started from when we started.
Man, get out of your funk, okay?
Dude, am I the only person that listened? And I have no opinion of JC Latham based on his press conference. Like, I don't care what he says or what he doesn't say in the press conference. It's like,
but you got to give him a chance, though.
But I mean, some of the things he was talking about, I was like,
he was rambling. He's
a
young kid, but he was rambling. And
again, I think it has no effect on what he's going to be as a football player. I don't care about any of that. But
I just think he was excited. He started rambling.
Guy on the field.
And he just got to being long-winded. I think that's pretty much what happened. But
he was a little nervous.
Where does Indy go here?
I say cornerback.
Whatever he does, I want him to be able to do it on the football field. As far as I don't care about his press conference.
Oh, I don't care about
whether he wins or loses.
But I hope he doesn't die on the field like he said.
Yeah, that one right there. Even though I know it just was a figure of speech.
Yeah.
Nah, I ain't giving my life on the football field.
I was just texting TD and I asked him did he like to pick. He actually loves it. He loves Latham. He said he's athletic. He has some.
Here's Goodell with the Colts.
With the 15th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Laiatu Latu.
Damn!
He's a dog, man.
I mean, so I was reading about Latu earlier today because remember at the beginning of this show, we were like, what was the medical problem he had? So apparently he had a neck injury when he was at Washington, and he had several surgeries on the neck. And the doctors at Washington said that he would not be medically cleared to play with the neck injury. Mm-hmm. So he transferred to UCLA, and I think after a year at UCLA, they cleared him from the neck injury, and he was able to play 2 seasons ago, and then he balled out last season. And so, like, Laiatu Latu is as far as football's concerned, is a good player. Now, again, it says right there in the middle of the TV screen, missed 2 seasons after being told to medically retire. That sounds like some Caleb Farley stuff to me. Like, I don't know if with the 15th pick, if I can take a guy who's got that serious of a neck injury. I'll pay you $18 million if that's what it takes, but I'm not going to draft you because draft picks are more important than money.
Yeah, man, this is a pick.
He's a good player. But
he's a good player. If they were drafting top 12, I don't think they would have picked him. Top 10, I don't think they would have picked him. But at 7, what are they? What is this, pick 16?
Yep.
But at 16, that's still a big risk in regards to a player. Now, is he a hell of a player? Yes, he is. But that's a bad injury, too.
Yeah, and also, too, D, I mean, it's a long season.
Yeah.
I mean, you're talking about 17 games, and if you go to the players, you're playing, between 19 and 20. So everybody knows the physicality of the NFL, and if you have a neck injury, I can understand if it was a knee or ankle or something like that, but you're talking about a neck injury to where it can cause your career.
And that was the 15th pick in the draft?
Yes.
The first 14 all offensive players. That was the first defensive player off the board. They had their pick of every defensive player, and the Colts took him.
And that was because we had Tim Hasselback on earlier, and that's what my question was to him. How many, does he believe or do he believe a defensive player would go in the top 15, or how many defensive players would go in the top 15? And it's only one. That's shocking that only one guy went in the top 15. Now, there may be a run on defensive guys now moving forward. You still got the kid out of Toledo, the defensive back out of Toledo.
Dude, I can't believe Bo Nix went at 12. Seriously.
You got Dallas Clark, you got Verse. Not Dallas Clark. Yeah. That's the tight end. That's the tight end. You're absolutely right. That is the tight end.
Dallas Turner.
Dallas Turner. Yes.
Yeah,
Dallas Turner. So there could be a run on defensive players starting now.
And
because there's still some really good ones out there.
And I think you'll see a lot of corners start to go. There's 8 corners that ran in the 4.3s or
incredible.
better. Nate Wiggins out of Clemson might be the best corner of the group. He ran 4.28. He was outstanding.
I hear there's some medical questions on him.
Well, if there are, then that would explain that. But there are other guys. Quinyon Mitchell, you mentioned that at Toledo, was 4.33.
But then again, Leatu Latu just got drafted. So, I mean, in medical, who cares?
Right. But here's the thing, though. You look at the Titans and their medical stuff. You know, I mean, Caleb Farley had a back issue, and that has never really resolved.
So they asked JC Latham a question about, proving that he can move to right tackle. He was like, I'm here to silence the doubters. I'm like, yeah, Farley said the same thing.
But this is not an injury.
Totally
this is not an injury, yes.
Yeah.
Well, Farley does suck at football, too, though.
But here's
occasions he got out there. Go ahead, Trevor.
But I was going to say the Titans took a chance on Jeffrey Simmons coming off an ACL.
Huge dividend.
And that worked out great, which is part of the reason they probably pulled the trigger on Caleb Farley, hoping they could strike lightning twice, and didn't work there. Same thing with Latu here with the Colts, and maybe they're hoping that they can strike lightning there. And same way with, by the way, Michael Penix Jr. taken by the Falcons.
As an owner, if my team was going to take Leatu Latu, right? Like if Chris Ballard came up to me and he was like, I think he's the best player in the draft, but this neck is bad. And as the owner, I'd ask the doctors, okay, so how bad? And they're like, there's a chance it's nothing. There's a chance he could play 5 downs and be done. I'd say to Ballard, I'm like, do you think he's really that good? I mean, if he said yes, I'd say okay. And I'm not going to hold the GM responsible if the medical ends up being the problem. I will hold the GM responsible if the guy sucks.
Well, the risk with him and the risk with Penix, with the Falcons quarterback who had season-ending injuries the first 4 years of his college career, is not financial because of the way the rookie salary cap works. The risk is the resource of the draft pick. So it used to be, back in the days where, you had to pay a quarterback a fortune to take him in the first round. It was a big risk financially that would hurt you for many years, financially, if a rookie quarterback busted. Now, financially, it's not a big deal. It is the resource that you lose.
Seattle's on the clock at 16. Their pick is in. Let's take a timeout here, and let's get a station ID in as well. This is the Draft Show live from Twin Peaks in Madison on 102.5, 106.3 The Game. All right, the Titans have taken JC Latham off the board, and then a bunch of quarterbacks went before and a bunch of quarterbacks went after. The Colts just took Laiatu Latu. The Seahawks are on the clock at 16 of the picks in.
Will be Jacksonville, Cincinnati.
Goodell's not up there yet. Seattle's on the clock. And then Jacksonville goes, and I'm scared to death Jacksonville's going to get Quinyon Mitchell. I think that if Seattle I don't think needs a corner because they took Witherspoon last year. But I'm worried about Jacksonville getting Quinyon Mitchell or Brian Thomas Jr. Here's Goodell.
Any selection they make.
Our country's freedom do not go unnoticed.
Let's find out. Here's the commissioner.
Thank you so much. With the 16th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Byron Murphy, defensive tackle, Texas.
He's a dude. He is a
See,
dude.
now it might be a run on defensive players now.
Trevor, your thoughts on Byron Murphy to the Seahawks?
At Texas, he was an absolute beast. He didn't get talked about as much as his more celebrated teammate at defensive tackle at Texas, Tavondre Sweat, because Tavondre Sweat was like 360, something like that, and he would just lay waste to everybody. And he got all the attention, but Murphy was an honest-to-goodness disruptor. He wasn't just a plugger that ate up space and stopped the run. He got upfield to disrupt plays and disrupt the quarterback.
So Jacksonville's on the clock at 17, and I see two needs for Jacksonville. Corner, where both Terrion Arnold and Quinyon Mitchell are there, and wide receiver where with losing Calvin Ridley, Trevor, does Brian Thomas Jr., and I know they signed Gabe Davis from the Bills, but would Brian Thomas Jr. be the right fit to replace Calvin Ridley for Jacksonville?
Yes, because Brian Thomas Jr. is a fast guy. He's a deep threat. And that's what they lost with Calvin Ridley.
Jacksonville has traded the pick to Minnesota. Minnesota is now on the clock. This has to be for a lineman.
See, they're
right?
Well, it could be.
Could be. The pick is in. It was quick.
If Minnesota's receivers are healthy, they're stocked.
It's a lot of receivers.
Addison
got hurt.
Jefferson. I don't know who's on defense for the Vikings.
I think they have to get some insurance for Jefferson.
You know what this is?
He doesn't leave.
This is Dallas Turner for Danielle Hunter.
You think? Yeah.
That's what this is.
Oh, he's a monster.
Is they decided, hey, they probably thought they had no shot at getting Dallas Turner. He's probably fallen down the board, and they're probably like, wait a minute, hold up. We can get Dallas Turner. Let's move up. Now, I'm going to look like an idiot when this pick is not Dallas Turner. But it seems to me with Laiatu Latu and Byron Murphy, Jared Verse is there, but I think there's some injury concerns with him. But the Vikings pick is in. That means Jacksonville's moving back to 23. If Jacksonville's moving back to 23, I'm guessing they're probably getting – Minnesota doesn't have a second next year. Did Minnesota trade their first next year to move up to 17?
It didn't say. I don't think.
That would be a hot take.
Well, Jacksonville, you talked about Brian Thomas Jr., receiver out of LSU, played along with Malik Neighbors. I mean, he's over 200 pounds, and he ran a 4.33 at the combine. And so he's another one of those super fast guys, and he would be a good replacement for Jacksonville for Calvin Ridley, but I don't know that he'll be available that late in the first round because of his speed.
I don't know who's at right tackle for Minnesota. I know Christian Darrisaw is at left tackle, but Cincinnati at 18 is absolutely going tackle. Here's Goodell at the podium. Oh, ESPN Radio's a break, which means we're doing it. Goodell at the clock says the pick's been traded to the Vikings. I don't know what it's been traded for. So Goodell with the 17th pick, the Minnesota Vikings select. Let's see. I don't know who that is. Put it up on TV, please. How are we supposed to know who these players are if you don't put it up on TV? Hold on. It says Jacksonville.
You know what, though? He's wearing, he looks like a big avocado.
Oh, they've screwed up the thing. I don't know who this is.
He said,
Who is this?
Oh, Kool-Aid McAllister.
Oh, he's a good defensive
Kool-Aid
back.
McKinstry. Okay.
I said McAllister, McKinstry.
You would trade up that far
Oh, no.
for Kool-Aid McKinstry?
No, that's Dallas
Arnold?
Turner. Dallas Turner.
Oh, it's Dallas Turner.
Dallas Turner, yeah. I was looking at the wrong
Derek!
thing. I was looking at something I had up there. I was looking at something I had up there.
So wait a minute, I got it right.
Dallas Turner,
I
yes.
got it right, yeah.
Dallas Turner, yes.
Score one for the fat guy. All right.
For me?
No, you're dead. No.
Oh,
Hey,
my
he's a good player,
goodness.
man. Physical.
I mean, I get it. Now, I do want to know what they gave up because, I mean, they don't have a second this year and they don't have a second next year. If you don't have a second this year and you don't have a second next year, and you're moving from 23.
It seemed like they're trying to pull the same thing that Houston was able to pull off brilliantly last year. Get your quarterback and your defensive end in the same draft.
So my theory is they probably said to themselves by trading the first next year, and I'm assuming that's what they're. I have no idea, but I'm assuming that they're probably telling themselves, well, we're using next year's first round pick as Dallas Turner. Like that Dallas Turner, we're picking him with next year's first rounder, and that or second round. I don't know. Now I'm just rambling on. Cincinnati's on the clock.
You made a great point, though, D. Mace, about what Houston did last year.
That's what they're trying to do.
Quickly, Vikings traded the 23rd and 167th, 25th, third round, and fourth round for 17.
That's a lot.
That's what the Vikings
My
traded.
head hurts.
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
So the 23rd pick, 167, 2025 third round and fourth round.
I wouldn't have done that if I was Jacksonville. I'll tell you why. Because Doug Peterson might not be the coach next year to use those picks.
Yeah.
You
If they don't get it right, yeah,
absolutely.
You know what, though? Them getting it right is all about Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah.
Stepping up.
He's
And
gotta
Doug
play.
Peterson, is there a better coach to coach him than Doug Peterson? I think if Lawrence can't thrive with Peterson, and if Peterson can't make Lawrence good, then there's an epic fail there.
Yeah.
I think Lawrence is fine.
It's just inconsistent, though.
I just don't think he'll ever be great.
I don't think, will he ever reach what people thought he was going to be when he first got to Clemson? Will he ever reach that potential?
Like when he smoked Alabama.
Exactly,
in that
and
championship game.
everybody just thought he was going to be the Heisman Trophy and first pick, which he was the first pick. He didn't win the Heisman, but they just thought he's a surefire elite quarterback in his league.
You know, I went back and watched Trevor Lawrence at Clemson, and he made some miraculous throws.
Yeah.
But he also made a whole bunch of throws where the receiver bailed him out. He'd throw the ball deep down the field on the wrong side of the receiver where the defender was running shoulder to shoulder with the receiver, and T. Higgins and Justin Ross and those big guys would beast their way through the defender to make the catch anyway. And everybody said, what a great completion for Trevor Lawrence. I'm like, that should have been picked.
You know what's crazy?
So he was inconsistent is the point.
Okay.
What's crazy is that as you bring that up, and those Clemson teams were stacked.
Yes, they were.
Yes.
But outside of T. Higgins, all those receivers have not been very good in the NFL. Like Amari Rodgers was terrible in Green Bay, and Justin Ross, I mean, I think he's hurt all the time. Like he was an undrafted free agent, which is kind of shocking to me, honestly.
Yeah,
But I digress.
And so now you look at the division from the Titans' perspective. You know, I'm not sold that Trevor Lawrence is going to be a guy that they need to fear. I'm not sold, and I know you disagree with this, Jared, that Richardson, the first-round draft choice last year for the Colts out of Florida, I'm not sold that he's going to be a great quarterback in the NFL, a great athlete, but he was hurt most of last year, so the jury is out. I do believe that guy in Houston that you just mentioned,
C.J. Stroud.
C.J. Stroud out of Ohio State. 1 year does not make a career, but I think he's going to be really, really good. So where does that leave the Titans? You know, when it comes to the quarterback hierarchy within the division and who are the best quarterbacks that the Titans have to match or exceed in order to get out of the division with championships and get into the playoffs.
So, Trevor, you brought up a really good question, which is, you know, now as I digest the JC Latham thing and as everybody convinces themselves that it was a good pick after everybody that's a Titan fan probably had a similar reaction that I had. As we turn our attention to 38 tomorrow, what are we thinking?
Receiver.
Right tackle.
Well, they took a left tackle supposedly.
Yeah.
I think it could be a defensive player tomorrow. I think it could be TD brought up Tavondre Sweat. Now you got that DUI that I don't know how much he's like 360 pounds. Like, how much do you have to drink to get a DUI at 360 pounds?
That's such a great point.
A lot.
I mean, which is questionable, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's a red flag. But anywho, so, I mean, I would love for them to go receiver. The guy I like the most that I know people talk about, like, I really like Xavier Worthy. I don't know if he's going to go today or not, but that game that he played 2 years ago against Alabama when he was at Texas, I don't know if you guys remember that, but Quinn Ewers got hurt early in the game. But before he got hurt, Ewers was just throwing the deep ball every play to Worthy, and Worthy was just dominating McKinstry and Arnold, like those guys, just dominating them. And so, like, if Xavier Worthy's there at 38, he might be the one guy who Will Levis cannot outthrow.
I like Xavier Legette, the South Carolina, more than I like Worthy.
I think Legette. What do you think about Legette?
Legette is a dude, man.
Legette's built like a running back, right? And so he's a much more physical guy. He's more versatile than Worthy. Worthy ran the fastest 40 time in the history of the combine at 4.21, and it's hard to catch him because he's so fast and you have to play off of him. Problem is, if you do catch him, you can shake him like a rag doll in the jaws of a pit bull. 165 pounds. But there have been a lot of small, super fast receivers that serve the purpose of keeping the safeties deep that allowed everything else to open up underneath. And Worthy's the kind of a guy that if all they did was put him on the edge, put him in motion so they can't press him, and then turn him loose down the field, everybody else is going to end up being better.
Would you think about using next year's second to try to get back into the first tonight to take a receiver, as there are still good receivers available? You know, Brian Thomas Jr. probably won't be there, but maybe an A.D. Mitchell could be there late in the first if they could trade up. Or would you wait till tomorrow where Ricky Pearsall may be those kind of guys?
You know, I wouldn't trade to move up because, in my opinion, you guys played the position. I didn't. But there were 9 receivers that ran in the 4.3s, or 4.2 in the case of Worthy. Just because you're fast doesn't make you good. Roma Dunze was in the 4.4s, and he's one of the most talented receivers in this draft. But there will be a lot of choices if they want big guys, if they want little quick guys, or if they want scorchers for deep threats right there at 38. And I don't think they'll need to move up in order to get that guy. Plus, I would ask you guys, how easy or hard is it for a rookie receiver to come in, given the complexity of NFL defenses, and contribute early?
You know, I mean, just me coming in as a rookie, I mean, you just kind of look at it. Everybody talks about the complex about, defensive backs and, safeties blitzing and all that. All I got to know if the safeties, if it's open or closed, and I got to beat my guy. That's what I know I had to do. When I came in, I got a lot of press coverage because I was unknown. So when I got a lot of press coverage, that allowed me to use my skills at the line of scrimmage and what I did at the top of the route. So that's when you have these young guys coming in, it's not just about how fast you are. You can run a 4.3 or 4.2. It's about understanding and having a game plan at the line of scrimmage. When I say having a game plan at the line of scrimmage, how do I get the guy off the spot? How do I stack him? How do I lie with my eyes? How do I burst off the cut? How do I beat him back to the ball? Can I make the big catch in the window? So those are the things that I'm looking for in a wide receiver to come in and make plays.
Okay. Let me ask you this.
Sure.
I'm sorry. You're going to.
No. I think in today's game is a lot different. Obviously.
By the way, Cincinnati just took Amarius Mims.
The big tackle.
That's a good pick.
They need one.
Well, they were going to take whichever tackle was there, they were going to take. And I think that kind of feeds into what Trevor had talked about Troy Fautanu and the concerns about him from an injury standpoint, because there's been the run on tackles now. And Mims is kind of, if you include Fautanu, Mims is the second to last, with Fautanu being the last of kind of that first set of tackles. And then you get into the second set with the Jordan Morgans and the Tyler Guytons and those guys that'll probably come later in the first. Continue what you're saying.
The receivers, yeah. I just think it's for these guys nowadays. I think it's a tad bit easier for them to come into the league.
They don't get
and have immediate success because of the way the rules are now. You can't get up in receiver's face. You can't grab and pull him. You can't be physical with them. And teams are spreading offenses out now. They're using more of the college sort of offense. A lot of motions, a lot of spreads, different formations, hiding guys. So I think it's easier for a receiver, especially a receiver that has talent. It's easier for him to come in and have some success. Now, I'm not saying it's going to be sustained success, but to have immediate success, I think a lot of these guys can come in and have immediate success. But the problem is when you have immediate success, sometimes you don't work on your game and you don't figure things out. You figure out, like, while I have success, I can just keep doing what I'm doing. You can't. You got to change that, because once they figure you out and you don't have a counterpunch, you're done.
Yeah, I mean, Derek makes a great point, because when I first got in the league, my rookie season, I'm just beating people deep, but then all of a sudden they put a safety over top. Now you got to run routes. In this league, in this next level, you have to run routes, because if you look at some of the great wide receivers of all time.
I think Burks is struggling with what you're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, but he's a big guy, he's a tall guy, but he's got to understand how to run routes against different coverages. Just imagine if I'm running a comeback and he's shaded inside, I have to have a game plan to understand how the DB's playing me, and I got to beat him. And that's exactly what these young guys are coming in. But when I first came in, I'm going against the Chris Dishmans, I'm going against the Dale Carters. Those guys would choke you at the line of scrimmage. I mean, they would try to rip your shoulder pads off. And just like what Derek was saying is, they don't get touched at the line of scrimmage. So it's a little easier now than was it when it was back then.
Well, let me ask you that, because, you guys talk about how a lot of receivers are so talented physically that in college they just beat people because they're just better. Mm-hmm. That's the way they were in grade school. They never learned the craft of their position. So, what is, let's break down a route.
Yep.
You talked about that comeback route.
Yep.
Right? So tell me, against a certain coverage, place the defender where he might be on that coverage, and what will your game plan be if you're an experienced NFL receiver that you need to learn more than you had to learn in college?
Okay, I'm going to talk about the comeback. Just say it's cover zero. When I say cover zero, there's no safeties in the middle of the field. It's man-to-man across the board. The defensive back is shading inside, and I have between a 15 and 20-yard comeback. So what I have to do is I have to have a plan to the line of scrimmage. What I have to do, number one, in the first phase, is I got to get him off his spot. When I say get him off his spot, I got to get him to move his feet. So once I get him to move his feet, I got to stay on that imaginary line.
How do you get him to move his feet?
You got to attack his inside, because, number one, he's taking away the inside. So if I jab him inside, he's going to go more inside, and it allows me to get on that imaginary line. And when I say imaginary line, that means stacking, when you're going to receive.
So you're using his assignment and technique against him.
Against himself, yes.
He's got inside leverage, so you make him think you're going there, and he goes there even more.
Yep, and it creates that space to get him off his spot. Yes.
And then what?
And then once I get him off his spot, when I say get back on my rail or get back on my line, wherever you line up, that's an imaginary line. So now once I do that, now the defensive back is in a chasing position. Once he's in a chasing position, he's done. So when I get him there, and I know I got to come back, I got to make him think I'm going deep. When I coach my receivers,
I was going to say, you sound like a coach over here. I didn't know you actually did.
But then the one thing I do is I tell my receivers, every route is based off the 9. When I say it's based off the 9, that means I make the defensive back think that I'm going on the 9 route every single play. So once I get the defensive back in the chasing position and I base it off the 9, he's in a terrible position because he doesn't want to get beat deep. So now when I get to the top of our route, I teach a technique where I say I lie with my eyes. So what I do is I make him think I'm running the fade, and I look up. What do you think the DB is going to do?
He's going to
look up because he has no safety help. So when he's looking up, I burst off the cut, which Derek does as well. When I say burst off the cut, you accelerate in and out of your cut. And once you accelerate in and out of the cut, you break back to the ball and beat him to the silence. That's how you win a route.
And that ball's already in the air?
It's already in the air.
So basically you deceive the guy.
Yeah, you're a salesman. That's all it is. You're a salesman. You're going opposite of where you're going.
Is that moral? It's like you're lying to this guy.
Yeah, it is.
You realize that he has a family and he's got a wife and a girlfriend.
I'm trying to beat his brakes off. I mean,
and he's going to explain that. Well, no, because Chris,
the Rams are on the clock at 19. Their pick is in. Goodell is headed to the podium right now.
I didn't mean to take all the time.
No, that was great stuff.
My bad, D. I didn't mean to take your time, boss.
Do we have the Rams pick on?
What number are we on?
20.
They're not even doing Goodell anymore. Jared Verse out of Florida State.
Florida State.
Let me say this. I always like when it comes to college players, I don't watch it like Trevor does. I can't scout it like you guys can. But, like, if I can feel a guy's presence in a game, I'm like, he's probably a pretty good player. And when Louisville played Florida State in the ACC championship game, this Jared Verse absolutely took over the entire game. I was like, this guy's awesome. And so I'm not going to say to replace Aaron Donald, but to go on that defensive line, I do think he's a pretty good player.
Yeah, he's not nearly as good as he's going to be also. He started his career at Albany, an FCS school, and they basically said, look, Jared, don't worry about your assignment. Just go get the quarterback. Go get the ball, and he just took off, and no one could stop him. And at that level, that was fine. He came to Florida State and led the Seminoles for 2 straight years in sacks. He could have gone to the NFL after the 2022 season. He stayed and paid off Florida State's confidence in him. But that first year, early in the season, he actually was a detriment to their defense because he did what he did at Albany. You know, when he had contained, he didn't rush keeping his contained rush lane. He would go inside, and the quarterback would just break outside where he was supposed to be to keep the quarterback from going out there. And the next thing you know, the quarterback can make a huge play because he was ad-libbing the whole time. He figured out very quickly he needed to play with more discipline in his assignment at this level. And so this past year, he got even better at doing that. And as he continues to grow in executing his techniques while staying in his lane, he'll get a lot better than he even is now.
That's so good.
Oh, man. Well, the Pittsburgh Steelers are on the board right now.
You guys wait for me to talk. I'm just sitting here thinking about JC Latham.
He's still thinking about JC Latham. He looked at me and was like,
it's growing.
While you guys were talking about receivers, I looked at Derek and I just shook my head and just said, Latham.
He's growing on you, though, isn't he?
Latham?
Yeah, you're starting to think.
Yeah, he's growing on you. It's not as bad as you thought it was originally. You wanted Alt. I wanted Alt. Trevor wanted Alt. Chris wanted Alt.
You know
but the Chargers wanted him too, so they took.
You know what, though? And not that I have one shred of evidence to prove this to be true. I think they would have taken Latham even if Alt was on the board.
That's possible.
There's a possibility.
Latham is a better natural athlete than Alt. He's just not as good a tackle yet.
So is Marion Jones, but I don't want her drafted in the first round either.
Hey, if Marion Jones was a 6'7", 370, I'll take her the first round.
Say something about Marion Jones.
She might be by now.
Marion Jones might have been the fastest receiver on the Titans.
Exactly. Yeah, you're right about that too.
Wow.
No, but you got. I mean,
Marion Jones is like 50 years old. Has been in jail for like.
She ain't 50. She's not as old as me.
And she'll still beat me in running properly. No, but you got to look at it for this. The pick is in the Pittsburgh Steelers.
This is going to be Jackson Powers Johnson
and
out of Oregon.
Selected.
I'm calling it right now. This is going to be Jackson Powers Johnson out of Oregon.
I think it's going to be a defensive back.
Who is, by the way, going to be a solid center for many years.
Because they have the highest rate of hits.
92%, baby, in the first round.
There you go.
You want your first round draft choice to make you look good as a GM. Take an O-lineman. I'm just saying.
Hey, he's still fussing about that over here.
But here's the thing though. At the moment of the pick by the Titans of JC Latham, right tackle out of
Don't
Alabama,
make me relive it. It hurts.
who's now going to move to left tackle for the Titans.
Which you said he couldn't
Jared
do.
put his forehead down on his right fist on the table,
Crying.
and his left fist was crossed over it, and it was shaking. It was white. He was just and now his hands have opened up just a little bit.
That's all we need.
So I texted Caroline, and I said, there is no doubt in my mind that the people that listen to this show, you know, like we had that promo running that was like, here are our experts, and then Jared's going to go crazy. Like, there is no doubt that the people that tuned in tonight for that got their money's worth of the meltdown that happened, which I didn't think was going to happen. When the midday show said today that it was minus 650, that I was going to melt down, I was like, those morons are in for a rude awakening when they show up not happy. And so, like, I texted Caroline and I said, there are probably people that saw this. You know, the fact that we promoted that I go crazy when the Titans pick, and then I went even crazier than I thought, was even possible. There are going to be people that thought, oh, yeah, this is just a total act. Like, this is just, this is his thing now. He plays for the camera. I think you three gentlemen know me well enough to know that was truly from the heart.
And we're trying to reel him back in, people. We're trying to reel him back in.
The level of disgust that I had when that pick was announced, I didn't want anybody to tip the picks because we've done this in the past where Chris has shown me ahead of time who they're going to pick, and I get mad. So I was like, don't tell me. I want this to be live. When it happens, it went down. It happened. I could not believe it.
But you feel a little bit better now.
No,
you do. Yes, he does. He feels a little bit better.
About that much?
I ain't saying how much better. I just said he feels a little bit better.
So the second I was out on Latham, I'm going to be honest with you guys. The second I was like, please do not draft him, was when Trevor came on the show in like March and was like, his footwork is going to be a question. And he may end up actually being better suited for guard. And I heard that, and based off of the whole Skoronski experiment, I was like, we don't want no guards. Not at 7. And then Dane Brugler wrote in his athletic breakdown guide or whatever, his summary on JC Latham was, overall, Latham needs to clean up his inconsistent yet fixable habits, but he offers elite play strength and functional football movements to stay square and overmatch his opponent. He is an ascending prospect with the talent to win a starting right tackle job as a rookie. Whoa. Although some teams project him best inside at guard, and nobody says left tackle.
Even so.
Hey, but that's only one person, Jared. That's one person.
He's the other one.
That's 2.
Yeah, and that person went to Auburn. So Latham went to Alabama. Jared, the thing about Jared, though, and how we know that it's growing on him, is that his mood has improved from heinous to awful.
Hey, we can go nowhere but up.
I mean, I'm not going to lie to you guys.
Oh, my gosh. I cannot wait.
My biggest regret of tonight, you look back on life and say, man, what I really hated was I didn't enjoy this in the moment. Like, you guys went to the Super Bowl, and you only went to one Super Bowl, and I don't want to speak for you, but I'm sure there's probably a feel. The Steelers are up at 20.
Tonight, 32 young men will embark.
Okay, skip this. Let's keep talking. We'll tell you who they pick. So you guys probably both went to the Super Bowl. I'm just sorry. I love all the causes the NFL supports, but I don't care every time they make a pick that we got to spend 20 seconds talking about who these people are. So anywho, so you guys probably look back at your Super Bowl experience and say, man, I wish I had enjoyed it more, or I wish I wish that I wasn't so upset from the Latham pick that I could have enjoyed the Broncos taking Bo Nix more. That was a true moment tonight, and I missed it because I was too busy bitching about the Titans taking JC.
You're going to win a Pulitzer over that analogy right there.
But do you feel a little bit better right now?
Not a chance.
Yeah, you do.
No.
Yeah, you do.
With this whole left tackle thing is when Rand was and again, I didn't hear him say it, so again, I'm taking off of what the scribe said that they said on Twitter. But with Rand saying that, okay, if it doesn't work out at left tackle, we got guys on the team that can play it, that's a concern.
Okay, well, what's he going to say? Yeah, the rest of the left tackles are heinous. They're awful.
I mean, I like a little honesty.
Oh, I think they.
It would be the first time we hear that out of Rand Carthon.
I think that was brute honesty that he told you.
But
do you think PT can play left tackle?
No, if he can't play left tackle, we'll switch him to right, and we'll put somebody else there.
Hey, Jared.
I don't like it, but hey.
I spent years in Washington, D.C. area listening to politicians. He did not say play left tackle well.
Oh, God.
He just say we got guys who can play left tackle.
You're making it worse. You're making it worse.
I think he's doing it on purpose. I think Trevor's doing this on purpose.
Here's the other thing about Trevor.
Trevor is loving this.
Here's the other thing about Trevor. Trevor spent, when they made the pick, he's like, it's not that bad, but he can't play left tackle. He's good. It's a good pick for a right tackle for 7, but he can't play left tackle.
I said he's better suited to
No.
That's even worse.
Troy Falatanu to the Steelers. Surprising.
He's a Pittsburgh kind of guy.
He is.
He's a tough guy, and he's
Is
a fighter.
Russell Wilson a Pittsburgh kind of guy?
No, Russell Wilson is a kind
Hollywood,
of a Bay Area,
kind
of
Orleans Saints,
Sausalito, Santa Rosa kind of guy. Okay, so let me shine a light of information on the emotion of the JC Latham situation.
By the way, we'll do that. When I cut the commissioner talking whatever initiative they had up there off to when they just made the pick right now, that must have been 3 minutes.
Well, everybody had a chance to go to the restroom.
The NFL wastes so much time with that stuff.
Well, they have to.
No, they don't. Just
they got to string it out. No, they got to string it out.
For TV.
Yeah, for TV.
Yeah. Okay, you were saying about JC Latham?
Okay, so we know he's a dominant run blocker. We know he's got to clean up his footwork as a pass protector. Here's what that means. When he got beat at right tackle on his pass sets, most of the time it's because he overset. In other words, he set back too far, and he allowed guys to get an angle on him inside. I think he did that because he didn't trust his footwork. And for a guy, we just looked at the combine, he weighed in at 342. For a guy that big, he's got pretty nimble feet. But he didn't use those feet to maximum effect because he would overset a lot. It's a lot easier to teach a guy to not overset than to have a guy that isn't fast enough to overset, and he's always behind. And I think that's one of the things that Bill Callahan, the offensive line coach, must have looked at when he figured, let's take him and let's move him, because it's not that he was slow at right tackle, it's that he was out of position too often with his set. And so that's what they've got to work on, and that's a more specific, I think, analysis of what he needs to get better at in order to move over there.
Do you think there's any chance that he can be a star left tackle?
Yes. He'll be a star right off the bat as a run blocker. I mean, a superstar. His highlights as a run blocker are gonna be just spectacular. The question will be how quickly he can get acclimated to the speed and the angles as a pass protector over there. That'll be the question. Because if you're a great run blocker and you get beat on the pass, you're not a star, you're going to be on the bench.
Do you think he needs to lose some weight as a left tackle given his footwork and the size that he has? And thinking about, because Derek, I was listening to your show today, and Tim Hasselbeck was talking about how it's like in sports, the only position where you take somebody that big and put them up against somebody who is 100 pounds less than them. And for Latham, as a big, when somebody is a big right tackle that might have to move to guard, chances are they don't have the body type to be able to play left tackle. Like, Floyd used to always say that Jack Conklin's a right tackle. He ain't moving to left tackle because of his body type and compared it to Lewan. And JC Latham does not have Taylor Lewan's body type.
But he does have super long arms. I mean, you look at Joe Alt, Notre Dame, the Chargers took him. Freaking Chargers. So anyway, he's 6'9". His arms are 34 inches long, which is a little weird. You'd think they'd be longer at 6'9". Latham is 6'6". His arms are 35 and an eighth, so a little more than 35. Shorter height for Latham compared to Alt. Longer arms for Latham compared to Alt. And that gives him a little bit of fudge factor. If a defender gets a corner on him, he's got the length to be able to keep his hands on him with enough pressure to run him by the quarterback if his feet don't get too far behind.
And he got the biggest hands of any player besides Marvin Harrison Jr. And that's kind of odd that Marvin Harrison Jr. hands are bigger than his.
That's wild.
That is wild. That's crazy. So
but then again, your hands don't get bigger or smaller if you eat a lot. So maybe that's something to that.
Wait a minute. If you eat a lot, your hands get bigger.
Trevor. He said something that really stood out to me. He said this. He said when Bill Callahan was talking to him, he said he's heard techniques that he never heard before. What that means is that if he hasn't
Nick Saban ain't coaching him.
No, I'm not just saying that. But now he's going to get the proper technique to become a good left tackle.
Because those Alabama coaches suck.
No, they don't. No, I'm just saying. I mean, I just think that's a great for him to even say that Bill Callahan, in that short amount of time of him talking to him, saying that he taught me some techniques that I've never even heard about. So that's going to tell you that he's going to actually get even better.
Okay, so I have to ask this question.
It's a great point, Chris.
Which is, if Jason Hodeling was still the offensive line coach, how would you feel about moving JC Latham to left tackle?
Different.
Be a little bit different.
Oh my goodness!
It'd be a little bit
and now look, if anybody can do it, it's Bill Callahan. If anybody can do it,
sure. But in college, what happened when the up-tempo offenses showed up is that a large part of practice, offensive linemen couldn't be coached technique. Because they'd run a play and run back up and run the next play super fast and run back up and run the next play, and they would coach technique off the film in practice. And so they ended up getting to the NFL not really knowing how to play the game. Now, there's not quite as much of that in that way anymore, but the concept still remains the same. that in college you don't see a whole lot of quality NFL caliber coaching of technique. You see it in some places. You saw it at Michigan. You saw it at Washington. But other places you just don't see guys knowing how to play the position of left tackle or left guard or center with any great technique. And so that's why when a guy like Latham says, I never even heard of that. Well, that's because they didn't have time to teach you. Well, they were busy teaching you where to go, not how to get there.
And that's another question I have for you, Trevor. Like these offensive linemen that are coming out now, do you think a lot of them are behind because you just said part of it, the technique is not being taught? Why? Because the passes are coming out so quick. Everything seems to be down the line. They're throwing quick screens, quick slants. Before they even get set to do anything, the ball's out of their hands. So they don't get used to setting, on a 5-step drop or a true 3-step drop.
That's such a great point. Yeah. And you're right about that.
Here are the Dolphins at 21.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Chop Robinson. Penn State.
What?
No, he's a pretty good pass rusher.
Yeah, but they already have Jalen Phillips and Bradley Chubb, and I know they both got hurt, but they're both going to come back. And they have Aaron Brewer at center with Jackson Powers Johnson on the board.
Oh, yeah, that was dumb.
Well, I guess he gained some weight then. I guess he put on a few pounds.
I mean,
he doesn't have to. He has to wear those special pants.
Chop Robinson? They used a first-round draft choice in order to get Bradley Chubb. And again, I know Bradley Chubb got hurt, but Bradley Chubb is going to come back.
Racehorse.
And I'm not even a Chop Robinson fan. I got 6 sacks last year.
Racehorse. 4 defensive ends on 3rd and long on the field at the same time.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Speed.
Okay, so
he might be as big as Aaron Burr.
About offensive line. What was it that you said, though?
By the way, Quinyon Mitchell's not gone off the board, right?
Nope. Who was that?
Who?
Quinyon Mitchell? No, he's still on the board.
No,
So the Eagles at 22. I mean, the Eagles are for sure taking either him or Terrion Arnold.
Yeah, he's the corner out of Toledo, kind of came out of nowhere in the process of the All-Star games and stuff like that, combine. And he rose up draft boards, and now he's falling back down.
To the lineman.
So the technique, they're not learning it because these passes are getting out so quick, they're not able to set.
That's an outstanding point. They don't have to sustain, so they don't know how to sustain. And that has a lot to do with their footwork and their hands and things like that. And so in college, I mean, the ball comes out so quickly because of, like you mentioned, so many bubble screens. We talked about Bo Nix, quarterback for Oregon, who was taken by the Broncos in the first round. About a third, just about 30% of the Ducks' passes were at or behind the line of scrimmage, near behind the line of scrimmage. So what does the offensive line have to do? Right?
Nothing.
And then a lot of the other ones were RPOs, run pass options. So the quarterback is looking at one guy. Let's say he's looking at a safety. If the safety goes there, I throw here. If he goes here, I throw there. Ball comes out super fast, right?
Yep.
And so they're not taught how to do this stuff. This is one thing that frustrated me to no end, and this is an offensive lineman that the Titans might be looking for with the 38th pick if they want to go offensive line again. Is a guy from BYU named Kingsley Suamataia. Suamataia was a 5-star recruit to Oregon, transferred to BYU, and he played both tackles. He played with a lot of energy, a great motor, great attitude, and no technique. Because at the time, BYU's offensive line coach for the last few years, bless his heart, didn't know how to teach him how to play the game.
Jason Hodeling?
No. And so now they've switched offensive line coaches, and BYU has one of the best offensive line coaches in the nation. But it didn't help Kingsley. So he's got first-round talent. He will likely fall out of the first round. And with, like you mentioned, Chris, with an offensive line coach like Bill Callahan of the Titans, teaching him techniques he's never heard of, he's going to get a lot better really fast. And he's going to be taken at a number of the draft in the round lower than his talent because his technique is awful. So I would ask you guys this about receiver. How does that relate to college receivers coming into the league?
Well, I mean, the NFL, to me, it's tailor-made for what they're doing in college now. Because offenses are wide open, because it's more geared to scoring points and basically a track meet up and down the field. What I don't like is these receivers, they don't get tested anymore. So you're not going to know how they face like true competition if they're up in your face until you don't know that until they get into the NFL. Point exactly is Ross, the kid out of
Clemson, Justin
No,
Ross?
no, not Justin Ross.
Washington,
the kid out of Washington.
Oh, yeah,
Everybody was high on him, praising him. I watched him throughout the season. The kid was fast. I watched one game after the season was over. I went back and watched one game. One game I wanted to see because that one game was going to show me whether he was going to be able to produce in the NFL or not. They played Alabama in the playoff game, and he mysteriously checked out. Like he just checked out. They were punishing him on the line of scrimmage. He couldn't get off the line of scrimmage. When I saw that, I said, "You don't draft that kid." Because that's what they're going to do that's what they're going to do to him in the NFL. And it proved true. Cincinnati drafted him, and he never amounted to anything.
Oh, he went into witness protection.
Yeah, he never amounted to anything with all that speed he had. That's what I worry about with some wide receivers, that can they make that transition from not getting touched at all in college, running free, to now you're going to be pushed around and the windows are smaller than what they were in college. Can you operate the same way you did in college in the pros with the holes being smaller and the coverage being tighter?
All right, so you would think that the coach would put him in motion or have bunch formation or something to help keep that
Exactly,
press.
yeah.
But you still got to be pressed sometimes, right?
Yep.
So if you're being pressed by some absolute beast of a defensive back who wants nothing more than to wrestle you to the ground and put his elbow in your neck while the rest of the play's going on, how do you beat that guy in press coverage? How do you beat him off the line?
Well, for me, it's one is studying. You study the guy. You figure out what his tendencies are. And then two, you got to use your quickness. You got to be patient at the line of scrimmage. You got to use your quickness at the line of scrimmage. What I was taught, don't spend so much time at the line of scrimmage, but that's different nowadays. Nowadays it's different. I see guys at the line of scrimmage for like 2 or 3 seconds still making moves. So I don't know. I don't know if I could coach a guy in this era of football, because my thing is, once you're on the line of scrimmage, get off the line of scrimmage as quickly as possible. I don't have time to be sitting here making 2 or 3 moves and then go.
But he's hitting you in the neck.
That's why I got to go. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. When you're making all these moves at the line of scrimmage, the guy has his hands on your neck or has his hands on your shoulder doing something. I'm the guy that made one move and go. That was it. Make that one move, go, get off of him. Guys nowadays, they're not taught that. They're taught to play at the line of scrimmage, get him out of position a little bit and then get inside if you're running a slant, or get him out of position inside and then run an outside, a 5-yard out or 12-yard out.
I'd hit him in the neck.
Yeah.
You hit me in the neck, your neck is fair game, buddy.
Eagles are on the clock at 22.
By the
Which
way,
corners are going to be?
If you play high school football, don't hit people in the neck.
No.
That's a euphemism for hitting them somewhere safe.
Exactly.
But you know what the problem is before they get to the pick is in high school, they're taking these terrible releases and they're trying to transform it into the college, and they're not breaking those bad habits that they have. So now they get into the pros, and they don't understand how to get off the line of scrimmage because they haven't break the habit.
Floyd told me that the difference between a high school receiver and a college receiver is like literally not even the same position.
Oh.
And then the difference between a college receiver and a pro receiver is not even the same position.
It's totally different, man. Whenever you go up in a level, especially in football, at receiver in high school, typically much better there. Then you get in college, you may face maybe 2 defensive backs throughout the year that is going to give you a little bit of trouble. But in the NFL, each week, defensive backs can give you trouble.
Absolutely.
You know why? Because they're taking their best defensive back and they're putting them on you. They're not just sitting there and going to allow you to go up against a guy that is not capable of guarding you. You're going against the best defensive back on that team each and every week. That's the difference to me.
The Eagles pick is in, and it is Quinyon Mitchell, the corner out of Toledo, which was good because he was looking down in the green room. He was looking like me, like his team had just picked JC Latham. Like he was definitely down. And so the Eagles get a corner. They desperately needed one, and they get the top corner on the board, which I think they're a little surprised by. And now Jacksonville's picking, and Jacksonville needs a corner too. I'm a little surprised that they moved back. Brian Thomas Jr., by the way, is still on the board, and we talked about him earlier with Jacksonville as a potential replacement for Calvin Ridley. Yes. Okay.
Well, they haven't picked, so you think they go receiver?
I don't know.
I think they're going to get Leggett.
Well, see, I would ask
at 23.
So having said all that about receiver, for the
He's
Titans
good,
at 38, if they go receiver, what are the characteristics that they're looking for with that pick if they choose to do that? What kind of receiver are they looking for in terms of what that guy can do?
I think they want a slot receiver. I think they want a speedy receiver. I think they want a guy that operates mainly out of the slot, but they can kind of move him around. They need them a gadget guy at the receiver position, a guy that they can throw a quick screen to, a guy they can do reverses with, a guy they can put in the slot, throw him quick passes, somebody that can stretch the field also, a guy they can put in the backfield. To me, they need one of those guys at that position because they got Traylon, they got Ridley, they got D-Hop. All three of those guys have similar attributes. What you need is a guy in the middle that can do some of the things that those bigger guys just can't do.
You know, and the guy that you're describing, who I really, really like, I don't know if they're going to get him, at 38 or 37, is Xavier Leggett. I mean, I really like him. You can go in 11 personnel, one back, one tight end, and 3 wide receivers. He can play the X, he can play the H, and he can play the Z because he's that versatile. Just say he's in the slot, he can run those choice routes, those hitches, those seams, because he's got a big body, to shield and make the play. So then you can put him at the Z receiver and go out there and run comebacks, curls, and slants because he has a big body and he can make the big catches.
You know what name? I think that's a good call. Another name that just popped into my head as you guys were talking about that is Ladd McConkey out of Georgia.
Yes.
What do you like
He'll
about
be
him?
perfect. He'll be perfect in
Why?
the slot. Shifty, quick, good hands, great after the catch. This is a guy. He's tough. He's bigger than your normal slot guy. I think McConkey is about 6 foot.
I think McConkey is a freaking
6'1".
bad
Yes, he
boy.
is.
So
I
to
think
me,
he's awesome.
he fits those things that I was talking about. I think you can put him in multiple positions. He can be sort of your Christian Kirk or the kid in with the Chargers, not the Chargers, but the Rams.
Puka.
Puka. He can be that guy for you.
BYU guy.
Yeah.
Exactly. BYU. He can be that guy for you in the Titans offense.
He runs a 4.39.
Yeah,
and
Jacksonville's pick is in. Any guesses as to where
they go
they're going
receiver.
here?
Yeah.
My guess is TV's like, all right, we're going to get through this pick as fast as possible. Then we're going to take a timeout because Dallas is up next, and you know that they know people are sick of the commercial for Dallas.
Well, Dallas, they're going to get 30 minutes on the clock.
40.
Because there's the Cowboys.
They're like, let's bring Jerry out. Well,
So you're
I won't
saying
eat him.
a guy like McConkey is like current Titans slot receiver Kyle Phillips.
Oh, God.
What happened?
No, just him talking about Kyle Phillips.
I'm like, what happened, man?
It's like let me compare this really, really good player to this really, really not good player.
Well, you cut off my sentence. I had a really great compliment slam coming, but
my reaction is ruin your punchline.
Hey, I like Ladd. I mean, the one thing I
he's good.
He's savvy.
Kyle Phillips is
I
good
take
at
him over
UCLA.
JC Latham.
What's wrong with Kyle besides injuries?
Just injuries. Yeah, you got.
Well, and not only him returning a punt is like me returning a punt. It's like you got no chance of going anywhere, and you'll be lucky if you catch the ball.
Yeah, but the barbecue after the game will be awesome.
You could put Derek out right now to return a punt, and I'd have more faith in that than putting Kyle Phillips back there.
I catch
Do
the
you
ball.
think you could catch it?
I
Even
still
at this
can catch
point?
the ball. I ain't running too far, but I can catch the ball.
Unless it's a left-footed punter.
Exactly. Now, if
How
it's a
much
left-footed punter,
yards?
we may have some problems.
How many yards of clearance do you think you would need for you to not fair catch a punt right now in the NFL?
Realistically, once I'm out there, after like the first one, you really don't have to give me. I'm just going to catch it. But the first one, you got to give me at least 10 yards.
You mean that you're going to see one of these crazy guys running down the field, and even though they're 15, you're not just going to be like, just
15 is good. 10, 15, But if they're like 5 yards, then I'm throwing my hand up.
No, here's what you do. On the very first one, that crazy guy's running down. You catch the ball, you run right at him. And you hit your
Here's
forehead
Jacksonville on the
in
clock.
his chin, and then he'll lay off you the rest of the time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Brian Thomas.
Brian Thomas Jr.
Yeah, that's an
good.
interesting pick.
That's probably who they should have taken in their slot at 17. They moved back, and they still got the player that I thought they probably should have taken at 17. You know, because this is the replacement for Calvin Ridley right here.
And I thought that's what the Titans were going to do, but
move back to 12 and take
they
Latham or something.
Didn't, because obviously there was issues with the tackle out of the net. The issues with the tackle of Fontanatu.
Oh, Faltanu?
Yeah, Faltanu. There was some concerns with him and injury. So maybe the Titans thought they couldn't move back and still be able to get their tackle, so they took him at 7. That could have been a possibility.
Let me say this.
That's a great point.
TD was freaking spot on when he was talking about, like, he was talking about the Titans like Latham for like 5 weeks. Just spot on.
You know why,
And
though?
in my heart, I didn't want to believe him.
Because his arm is in the Titans' shirt, in their sleeve. There's one sleeve of the Tennessee Titans that has 2 arms coming out of it, and one of them is TD's.
Just right in there.
Right in there. He knows what's going on.
That's good. He's good.
I mean, he was spot freaking on.
Now it's up to Bill Callahan to get the young man right.
Which is better than the people that had been coaching him.
But as soon as Joe Alt was off the board, any tackle that they took at any draft position was going to need work to get him right.
Yep.
Any of them.
Yeah. Even if they were to move back, which I
Take
thought they
another
were going to do, but I understand why they didn't do it.
Yeah.
So the Titans are going to have a right tackle at left tackle, a left tackle at left guard, and a center playing
and a
center.
Partridge and a pear tree, huh?
At least they don't have Aaron Brewer playing center.
Yeah, but there's always...
Because I was thinking, so they're going to have a right tackle playing left tackle, a left tackle playing left guard, and if Aaron Brewer was there, they'd have a tight end playing center.
But they don't. So Aaron Brewer.
That's really funny.
Tight end is playing center
Brewer's really
in
small,
Miami.
that's
I mean, I can't believe Miami took Chop Robinson because Aaron Brewer's their center. It's like, guys,
Is he their
do you
starter?
not watch game tape? No, he's their center. Connor Williams was their center towards ACL. He's still a free agent.
Holy smokes.
I know. It's like, do you guys not have access to the game tape? I'll give you my NFL Plus account, and you guys can sign in and watch it if Miami doesn't have the tape, apparently.
Well, bless his heart, once in a while, Aaron Brewer did complete a block here.
You have never, ever talked about Aaron Brewer without saying bless his heart.
And, in the South, I think everyone knows what I'm talking about.
Oh, my God. Yeah, wow.
Dallas is on the clock at 24. I think they have to go.
They got a tackle.
Well, they could move Tyler Smith from left guard to left tackle.
Yeah.
They could move Chigga Conquo, they can move him out to right tackle.
I think it's a better shot with his frying pan hands trying to
Nicholas
catch the ball.
Petit Frere is going to surprise you this year.
I don't think he's got the bulldog in him that
He's
it
got
takes
some
to-
dog in him. a little
No,
bit.
he does
Yes,
not.
he does, man.
He's got some parlays in him.
And he's got desperation in him. Because now at this point, he's got to step up or he's a bust.
That's great.
And he probably knows it.
Yeah, this is the last year.
And where did he play in college?
I don't know.
The Ohio State University, did he?
And how do you pronounce his name, Derek?
I don't know. PT. Nicholas Petit Fair. Is it Fair or Ferrer? Ferrer.
So they got to mix it too.
Frere.
Not like 6 syllables, just one.
Is it Frere?
Frere.
So is he a French guy, or did he just like the name and took it on himself?
I guess.
Nicholas Petit Frere.
Did I not tell you guys they were going to go to commercial before Dallas picked?
Oh, my God.
Oh, they don't get
TV's a
dollars all
commercial.
that time.
They're like, oh no, it's everybody will sit through the break if it's Dallas. If we wait, 2 more picks and it's Tampa Bay, everybody's out.
Well, Dallas, what does Dallas need?
They need old tackles, a corner, running back.
You know what, though? Is it even fun anymore to hate Dallas? They've
No,
been down
not
for
really,
so
because,
long.
they make it too easy. They make it too easy.
But that's how, I think the Dallas Cowboys are like the national version of the Tennessee Volunteers. I think people have a hard time understanding just how many people truly hate the Tennessee Volunteers. In Nashville. Like, I think there are more people that hate the Vols than love the Vols. And in the country, I think there are more people that hate the Cowboys than love the Cowboys. But, again, I think the Vols are like the most popular college team here, and the Cowboys are the most popular team. They're just also the most hated team, too.
But why would you even bother to hate the Vols?
Well,
either love them or ignore them.
So, like, when I was a kid, like, growing up a Vanderbilt fan, that meant that, like, you know, people are like, you know, my daddy and my granddaddy, we watched Auburn together every week, and the Tigers, and we watched the Bulldogs. And so, like, as a Vanderbilt fan growing up, we watched Tennessee every week, and we were rooting against them. So it was like, you know, go LSU. And then the next week was like, go Florida. And so that was fun because, like, those were the days when Fulmer was the coach, and they were good, and, like, you know, Spurrier-Fulmer battles back in the day. Like, that was something. Now, like, I was glad that they beat Alabama a couple years ago because it's like it's time for Tennessee to be good again in the SEC.
You know what? Now that Alabama, of course, Alabama's going to be good.
Oh, no.
I mean,
this guy's never lost a game as coach, even if it's NAIA or Division I or
He is, and the word coming out from the players isn't just say what they got to say. Yeah, we like the coach. They love how hands-on he is. What a completely different style of personality than Nick Saban. Not that Nick Saban wasn't good. Of course, he's the greatest college coach of all time. But Kalen DeBoer, who's the coach now, guy formerly at Washington, is a real people engaged guy with a lot of positivity. And Jalen Milroe, the quarterback for Alabama, is gushing over how he loves that his head coach is a quarterback guy and offensive guy. This is not to be denigrating in any way to Nick Saban, but it's just different. You don't want to bring in the next Nick Saban to replace Nick Saban. You want something different. And so Alabama, people are hoping that with Saban gone, they can take a big step back. I think Alabama's going to be pretty good for a long time.
So Dallas has traded the pick to Detroit. Detroit was at 29. Detroit moves up to 24. Now, Detroit has drafted the crap out of these drafts over the years. I mean, they are nails. Where do we think they're going here? What's left on the board? Corner. Corner.
Corner. Yeah, they need a corner.
Or Nate Wiggins.
What was the injury? Did you hear what it was? You said that it was Wiggins. Nate Wiggins out of Clemson.
I think it was like a hamstring something or another. I don't know. I think it was like he ran so fast at the combine he got hurt.
Man, this guy.
Oh, that's the guy that didn't he strain the muscle after the 40 or something?
Something, yeah, I think that might be. And so, like, it worries people that, like, he was just training for the 40, and then he's so fast that, like,
end up getting hurt.
His body's not used to him being fast, so it's like, or that fast.
What'd you guys run at what'd you run at the combine?
I ran a 4.5 at the combine.
4.5?
Yes.
I didn't know you played guard.
Yes, I ran 4.5.
What in the world? What about you, Chris?
4.4.
Oh, see, he wins.
He's faster. He's faster.
No, I wasn't.
No,
that's why I ain't pulling on hamstrings because I wasn't 4.3 fast.
Yeah, your hammies were great.
Exactly.
You had some fast speed. You was fast.
Were you good like the entire time before you broke out, like, and the team just didn't play you enough, or did you get better and then you got good and then you got the opportunity?
I got better through that whole process, but when I got an opportunity to play, I balled out. And it was just one of those deals. You play, you don't play, you play, you don't play. But every time they put me in the game, I did what I was supposed to do. So it was like, just give me more opportunities that I can show you. You know, that's why I harp on Traylon Burks a lot. It's like, let's just give him the opportunity. Let him prove to you he can't do it. Because I've seen something in him. I've seen him do it. So consistently get him the ball so he can prove to you that he can be a player within his offense. If you don't give him the ball, he can't show you. Or if you give him the ball every so often.
Yeah, I could bat fourth for the New York Yankees, and you could let me keep going up the bat until I started to hit, and I wouldn't.
You still wouldn't?
Ever.
No, I mean, I'm not giving up on Traylon Burks. I mean, he has some potential. I mean, look at the
I already did that.
No, but he caught a big touchdown against Philly, and then last year before he got hurt, you know, he made up some big catches against San Diego.
You know what, though?
No, Los Angeles.
Sometimes you get hurt.
One of those. I forgot about that.
Okay, Floyd,
I know, yeah. But he's got something in him because, you know, the Titans are not going to draft him if they didn't see something in him. So he's just got to get a little confidence. I think the new wide receiver coach Tolbert's going to really pull out the best at him. But once he gets it, I think he's going to be a good player.
They saw something in it. It was on the X-rays. It doesn't. I'm kidding. That's not fair. That was his rookie year. He has turned the corner. And
yeah, he came in better shape the next following year.
I can
knee injury.
I can have fun with him because he is vastly more wealthy than I could ever hope to be. So I'm just having fun.
Who was
with
picked
him.
higher, him or you?
Me? I was 28th pick.
Okay, so he was like 18, I think. So he was picked higher.
But we came in at the same weight, though. I played offensive line.
Yeah. Unfortunately,
I'm just kidding.
Unfortunately, not the same CBA.
I'm just kidding. Yeah.
Different CBA.
I would not.
Here's Detroit on the clock.
I would not pick on him if I didn't agree with Chris.
At the youth and high school levels. Joining me on
Here's
stage
the high school
are
football.
girls flag football players representing the first 4 schools that competed in
gotta
the
work tomorrow.
Michigan girls flag high school
I'm just
football
kidding. I
league
love it.
and local high school football tackle students. These young men and women embody NFL values
And
of respect,
to join us up here,
integrity,
the worst high
resiliency,
school
and
football player in the
responsibility of
history
their
of
teams.
Michigan football,
Congratulations
Derek
on your
Mason.
And they're taking
accomplishments in your academic and
Arnold.
football careers.
You just looked it on
Now to
Twitter.
make the selection. Please
Oh,
Elliot
not Twitter.
Blakely.
No, I didn't look at it on Twitter.
Somebody texted you?
Appreciate it.
OH.
The Dallas
that
Cowboys
Ohio?
have traded the 24th
We had a Buckeye
pick to the
snap walk
Detroit
by.
Lions.
The Cowboys get number 2973. And they
With the
give up
24th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Terrion Arnold, defensive back.
Man, I'm good at making these picks for these other teams. I'm just not good for making picks on my own team. All right, coming up next, we will reset the Titans pick of JC Latham, which was very popular on this program. And then after that, we will take a look ahead to tomorrow as we round out the first round. The Titans are on the clock at 38. We're live from Twin Peaks out here in Madison. It is the Draft Show on 102.5, 106.3 The Game. All right, the Packers are on the clock at 25 here at Twin Peaks. Jared Stillman, Derek Mason, Chris Sanders, Trevor Matich. The Titans have made the pick of JC Latham at 7 overall. They are going to move him to left tackle. Trevor, we start with you. Now that we've had some time to settle, your thoughts on the JC Latham pick at 7 and how you kind of see this all operating one way or another for the Titans.
Love him at right tackle. Going to be a transition to get over to left tackle. But he does have quick, nimble feet for a guy his size, 342 pounds. It wouldn't have taken him there had offensive line coach Bill Callahan of the Titans believed that he could coach that nimbleness into the proper pass set techniques for him to be successful at left tackle.
Chris?
Yeah, I mean, I really like the pick. And he said a couple of things in his interview, what I kind of alluded to earlier, is he's heard techniques that he's never heard before because, he's never been taught like that. So basically what he's saying is I'm going to have a chance to learn some things that I've never heard to actually get better. I mean, he's 6'6", 360 pounds. I mean, he's a mauler. But once he gets the proper technique down, once he gets understand the concept of what Bill Callahan is teaching him, I think he's going to be a special guy in this offense.
Derek?
I think it's a good pick. I'm going to wait and see. Right now it's a good pick because he was a good player. Now whether, we can debate on whether he should have been drafted 7th or should they have moved back and try to get him later on in the draft, but I just think they felt that they had to get him at that spot because he was not going to be available.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers and hosts for the 2025 NFL Draft.
That's going to be a gong show.
Jordan Morgan, tackle, Arizona.
The big tackle.
Told you he was tackle. I can draft for all these teams except for my own team.
Well, you did say they were going to draft a tackle. They just didn't draft the tackle you wanted them to draft because they couldn't because he was already gone.
But then when he was off the board, because now the narrative is this was Bill Callahan's favorite guy. So now the narrative is they would have taken him no matter what.
I don't like Jordan Morgan. You talking about him right now?
Really?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I don't like him.
Would you have taken him at 38 and been okay with it?
No.
Really?
No.
What is he? Is he a left tackle or right tackle?
He's a left tackle. He's real nimble. The problem is we talk about the techniques that players need to get better at. When those techniques are before contact with the defense, then if you've got the physical ability to execute it, you can learn it. And then when, everything changes when you make contact. But JC Latham, his biggest issues are before contact, and it's often because he oversets his pass set, meaning that he's got enough balance and quickness in his feet that he can overset. That's actually a good thing. It's easier to rein that in than to help a guy that's slow. When you look at Jordan Morgan, who's out of Arizona, the thing I worry about him is that his biggest technique flaw is after he makes contact with the pass rusher. When he punches, too often he stops his feet. Pass rushers in the NFL will not stop their feet. So when he stops his momentarily to punch, they'll keep running and get the corner. And that's much harder to correct.
So the thing about the Packers, though, is they do have 2 starting tackles. Granted, they were not high picks. They've been guys they've developed. I think the Packers look at drafting him and developing him, unlike every other team that's like, take him and we got to play him. I think the Packers are like a very slow processed organization.
Well, good, because it removes the temptation of the Titans to take him in the second round.
Yeah. Well, they already have a left tackle.
Yeah,
he's playing left guard.
And
they have a right tackle, but he's playing left tackle.
Yeah.
So I asked those guys what they thought of the pick. They all liked it. I hated it. I hate the pick. I hate JC Latham as a pick. I hate it because I don't like the body type at left tackle. I hate it because, quite frankly, everybody, all the draft gurus have said, maybe he might end up being a guard. And if there's any discussion that you might end up being a guard, I'm not taking you in the top 10. And I hate it because they probably could have traded back and taken this guy as opposed to taking him right there where they took him. And it's like, I'm at the point where if this doesn't work, and if this doesn't work right away, people should lose their jobs.
You're upset that they took him at 7, not that they took him.
If they took him at 12, I could have lived with it.
Okay.
7, I'm just...
Okay,
Okay,
Jared.
Trevor's got the tape.
All right, so I'm going to do a play-by-play of this for the radio audience, Jared. I want you to look at this. You can cherry pick good plays or bad plays and make people think what you want. What I want you to look at is his footwork and how fluid he moves that big body of his.
First of all, do you have access to all this stuff for all these games?
Pretty much. So we've got JC Latham, right tackle for Alabama, facing against LSU, one of the best pass rushers in the nation. And it's got to be a third and long because that pass rusher is out wide.
Who is that?
That's Ford. I'm spacing his name. He's had a great freshman year.
I think I remember watching him play Arkansas, and he literally won the game for them.
Yeah, when they let him rush the passer, he's incredible. This last year, they didn't let him rush enough. I'm spacing his name, though, dang it. But anyway, he's really good. So, what they want to do is you talk about that 100-pound advantage that he's got in space over Latham. Actually, it's probably a little more than that. He wants to get Latham out in space so he can make Latham change direction, figuring that Latham will not be quick enough to start out to the right and then recover back to the left when the little pass rusher, who should be able to do it faster, goes in there. So watch what happens, okay? The pass rusher is going to come upfield. I want you to watch Latham react and respond with his feet. He's going to start out. He's going to turn and go back inside, and that is nimble.
That is.
Right? And so that's the kind of athleticism that you can coach to teach the techniques of left tackle. I think with a good probability of success, it'll just take some time to get it done.
I'll say this. I saw the second play, and it's definitely not a play Jalen Duncan would have made, so at least there's that.
Well, let's just say it's going to be an upgrade, all right, from Jalen Duncan. We assume it's going to be an upgrade from Jalen Duncan.
And ratings.
Are you hesitating on that?
That's not what I'm looking for with the 7th pick. Guys,
I know.
we're going to get at 7. We're going to get somebody better than Jalen Duncan. Okay.
That's what we want, isn't it?
We want a lot better than Jalen
Exactly, but I'm saying
here's
we want
the
better.
difference. Jalen Duncan, we talk about your technique before contact and after contact. Before contact, Jalen Duncan is a ballerina, man. I mean, he's got quickness, he's got balance, he's just so smooth, he's amazing. And then upon contact, a mosquito can drive him right back into the quarterback with a bull rush because Jalen Duncan has not shown the ability in this league to drop anchor once the defender makes contact with him and then drives him with strength. That's not to say that Duncan can't, but that's a really hard thing to learn to do in the NFL. And that's why I think Duncan might get good enough to be able to do that, but it's a lot harder to correct that than it is for Latham to correct what he does, which is overset.
Well, I mean, they're going to get an opportunity to because they got a new offensive line coach in Bill Callahan. So I think a lot of these sort of things that these offensive linemen need to get better at, these improvements, they believe Bill is the guy that can, make them a little bit better than what they are. Will that be true or not? I don't know, but I will have faith in Bill Callahan that he can come in and this offensive line will look different from what it looked last year.
Bill Callahan can maximize your potential.
Exactly.
He can't make you better than your potential. But here's the thing. Almost every offensive lineman in the NFL today is not near their potential. Mm-hmm. And whether it's taking care of their body the right way, whether it's the strength, whether that they will continue to grow, whether it's technique against certain kinds of moves, most offensive linemen have a lot of improvement that they could do if they really focus on it fanatically. And that's where a guy like Bill Callahan can make them better than they are, but can't make them better than
the Tampa Bay
their
Buccaneers.
potential.
I want to ask you a question after this.
Graham Barton, center Duke.
Love it.
Oh.
So this guy, Barton, he can apparently play all the positions on the offensive line?
Yeah, he's a solid guy. He's got that kind of body that's hard to move around.
Trevor, we've been talking about, offensive line getting better with their technique. But with the practices that the Tennessee Titans have, or the whole league has, where they can't put on the pads that much,
I think it's so hard to develop
linemen. Do you think that's really going to be hard to develop them?
Yes and no. Yes and no. That causes certain problems, but for a guy like JC Latham, it's not really a problem because he's dealing with his pass set before contact. After contact, if he gets those big mitts on the defender, it's over, right? Whether you've got pads or not. The problem is for a guy like Jalen Duncan, who was a late draft choice out of Maryland, what was it, last year?
Yep.
He has to get into physical contact in order to improve that, and they don't have as much of that, so it's going to be harder for him. So that's a very good point, Chris.
What do we think about 38 tomorrow? You know, there's still a lot of receivers that have yet to come off the board. Darius Robinson, the pass rusher out of Missouri, is yet to come off the board. Edgerrin Cooper, the inside backer, and we know the Titans need an inside backer. The inside backer out of Texas A&M is still on the board. Trevor, what do you think so far of like some of the names? I know that there are still 5 picks or whatever to go, but forecasting tomorrow where the Titans are about 10 picks out.
Well, they've got, I would think they take the best player available. And you talk about the linebacker out of Texas A&M. I mean, the Titans need a guy that can wear the green dot on defense. They need a guy, the green dot is the helmet that has the radio receiver. He's the guy that calls the plays and gets everybody lined up. And I think right from the very beginning, he would be able to come in and play that role even as a rookie. He's one of the few rookies that I would trust to do that.
2024 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Darius Robinson.
I guess he's gone.
There you go.
He's a good one too, though.
I mean, I guess he's gone. The Pro Football Focus mock draft board hates him.
But see, I would ask this, though, of you guys at receiver. If they do take a receiver at 38, and if he turns out being really good, you've got that guy, DeAndre Hopkins, Calvin Ridley, and, you got those 3 guys. You got a fast tight end. That seems like a pretty good place.
Yeah, on paper it seems like a pretty good place, and I think it would be if you're just talking, Ridley, Hop, and
call it Ladd McConkey or whoever they pick.
Yeah, McConkey. Say you grab another receiver, but to me, they still got to get more from Chig. They got to get more from Traylon. Wiley. They need to get something from Wiley. He played okay last year being a rookie. But they need more out of him. They need inline blocking from him, too. He needs to be there. What is he, about 6'6", 6'5"? They need him to be one of the guys that they can depend on as being an inline blocker when he's in there.
He's in college. Wiley was a red zone monster. And so he has potential, but let's see it.
Buffalo's on the clock at 28. This has got to be A.D. Mitchell, right?
Yeah, you would think.
Receiver out of Texas.
Yep.
So what does Chig Okonkwo, tight end for the Titans, need to do to take that next step?
Learn how to catch?
He has to be a more consistent pass catcher. He was toward the latter part of the season. And this is the problem that we ran into with Chig, that they ran into with Chig the last 2 years. He's only played half of the season. Not because of injury, because of his play. It seems like the first half of the season, both seasons, he struggled. I understand it his rookie year because you're still learning the nuances of playing a position in the NFL, and you're still learning the offense. But to struggle again your second year, that does bring up a red flag for me. So I want to see how he starts this season. If he starts this season off slow again, then we're going to have a problem.
I think Chig is a backup. I think that he is. Do you guys remember Lamont Thompson?
He's nowhere near Lamont Thompson.
So Lamont Thompson was a really good backup. And then when Lance Schulters went away and Tank Williams went away, and it was like, okay, we'll just graduate Lamont Thompson up to the starting lineup, he was terrible.
Yeah, I mean, because he was a backup player.
That's my point.
They showed
That's
him with
Chig.
the
I'm going to tell you what it is.
You know what, though? Pass catchers, 2 running backs that can catch. You got Tajay Spears and Tony Pollard.
Yeah.
Right? And am I wrong in thinking that they can use those guys and put them in different positions?
No, they can.
And improve the pass catching stable.
I think they can. I think they can do that more so with Tajay Spears. Pollock is a good back out of the backfield, but I don't know if they can use him the same way they use Spears. I think they can put Spears in the slot. He can run angle routes. He can run out routes. He can run corner routes and post routes. I'm not sure if Pollock can do that part. Now, is he a good back out of the backfield, catching swings or catching a flat or a screen? Then yes, I think so. But when you're asking him to actually run routes, I think Spears is more so of the guy you would want to do that.
Okay, so right now I got 7 receivers in front of me. The Chiefs have traded up with the Bills.
They're getting a receiver.
Absolutely.
Worthy.
probably Xavier Worthy.
It's got to be Worthy. And
he's
then
fast too, buddy.
they're going to say, well, Dallas doesn't need a receiver. They have CeeDee Lamb. And Baltimore took Zay Flowers, so they don't need a receiver. So then A.D. Mitchell will go at 32. This is going to be Worthy, which he's not even on my list. But of this group, you guys each tell me who your favorite is. Ladd McConkey, A.D. Mitchell, Keon Coleman, Roman Wilson, Troy Franklin, Jalen Polk, Xavier Legette.
You want to go D? You can go
Say
first.
that again.
I like Legette.
Ladd McConkey,
Okay.
A.D. Mitchell, Keon Coleman, Roman Wilson, Troy Franklin, Jalen Polk, Xavier Legette.
Man, it would be, for me, it would be between A.D. Mitchell, Legette, and Conklin. Gosh.
I like Legette. And the reason
that's a tough one because
Troy Franklin's pretty good, guys.
Yeah, because McConkey, excuse me.
There you go.
He's a slot guy. I'm not sure he can play outside.
Even with that 4.3 speed?
Even the speed ain't the problem. Can you get off the press? And he's big enough to get off the press, That's not the problem, the speed. He has speed. He's more of an inside guy.
Oh, and let me add Ricky Pearsall to that list, too.
Ooh,
I like Legette, man. I mean.
You know what? For the Titans, their need, I'm taking McConkey. I'm taking Ladd McConkey.
Trevor?
Because of their need, a slot guy. Yeah, for the Titans, Ladd McConkey would step in as NFL ready as a receiver could, right? There'll be a learning curve, but, I mean, he was very precise and very technical with what he did at Georgia. So he understands the process that he'll have to go through. A lot of receivers, a lot of players come into the league, and they don't even know how to start to learn how to be a pro. And so McConkey is already ahead of that. But the thing is, Adonai Mitchell out of Texas, he's a bigger guy. He's about 205 pounds, and he ran in the 4.3s, and he is outstanding at going up and winning the 50-50 balls. So he's another guy who could be a deep threat that you might need to bracket if you've got shorter corners on him. And, he'd be a guy that would cause matchup problems. Now, the difference between him and McConkey, even though they're kind of different guys, is that while McConkey is a lot more precise, Mitchell relied on his speed more than on his route running. So he would need to learn that. But he comes into the league with a lot of speed and a lot of size and the ability to win contested catches.
The reason why I like Legette is because he's very versatile. And I kind of alluded to it earlier. I mean, he can play the X, the H, and the Z because you can move him around. And I just love the way he runs routes in the slot. I love the way he can take the top off the defense. And when you have a guy that can play multiple positions, he just brings so much value to the team. Out of all those receivers that you just named, I know Xavier Worthy from Texas is fast. I know, McConkey is good at route running. But Legette just brings a different kind of attitude. He's got a bigger frame, a bigger body. He kind of reminds me a little bit of A.J. Brown.
Wow.
Now, I'm not saying he's there yet, just the way he catches the ball.
Wow, like, whoa now.
He's 221 pounds, and he ran 4.39. He's like 6'1". He's like a running back size with wide receiver speed.
Yep. So the Chiefs are taking Xavier Worthy.
No.
The Chiefs get the first round, 2024 first round pick, 28.
Dang,
fourth round pick at 24, seventh round pick. The Bills that's what the Chiefs gave up. No, that's what they got. The Bills get 2024 first round pick, but they swap 32. They get a third round pick and a seventh round pick.
So the Chiefs.
That doesn't seem like a very good trade.
Yeah, it does. It doesn't. Not really.
But wait, so who got Worthy then?
Xavier Worthy, Chiefs.
So now Mahomes can throw it 1,000 yards.
Exactly.
No, they didn't want to pay Tyreek Hill, who was the deep threat, scare everybody deep. So
and Rashee Rice is probably going to jail.
Well, that's a possibility, yeah. And so Tyreek Hill, they didn't want to pay him, so they let him go to get a big contract at Miami. And Mahomes had nobody to throw to but the slowest man in the NFL, who was Travis Kelce. But Kelce knows what defenses do, so he was still able to get open and make plays. Now they restore the Tyreek Hill style deep threat with Xavier Worthy, who ran 4.21, and that's 40. A lot of people, it takes them 30 yards to get that far.
Here's my thing. When it comes to Xavier Worthy, a lot of these dudes that run fast at the combine, like Tyquan Thornton, a couple years ago, went in the second round of the Patriots. Guys never caught the ball. A lot of these guys end up sucking, but he was good in college.
Yeah,
like he caught the ball in college. Whereas like a lot of these, you guys remember Troy Williamson, who like ran like a 4.2 or something, and the Vikings took him, and it was like, what, with the top 10 pick? Like, no. Like, this dude is a good receiver who happened to run a 4.21 at the combine. Like, this is a great pick for the Chiefs.
He did have a lot of
good thing my team's not even trying anymore, so like I don't have to worry about. Oh man, we had just done this. We could have kept up with the Chiefs.
He did have his share of drops, but I think a lot of that was because he dealt with a broken hand last year. Xavier Worthy, if I'm not mistaken. So I can sort of put that to the side because he did have he was dealing with some type of injury. I think it was a broken hand or whatnot. So he played through it, but he did have his share of drops. So, but he has produced in college each and every year. He produced his freshman year. His second year wasn't as good, but then he came back this final season, and he had a really good season. So,
dude, I'll tell you what, the NFL draft makes Major League Baseball look bad with how much time they waste. Like, let's go. Like, and again, no disrespect to the Make-A-Wish Foundation, which apparently is the guys making the pick here. That's great. But, I mean, it's like, let's go. Xavier Worthy is off the board. I got to believe Dallas is going Tyler Guyton with this pick, the tackle out of Oklahoma. Could be wrong.
They need a receiver, too.
Do they?
Yeah, they got CeeDee Lamb. Who else?
He's sitting out.
I think they released Gallup.
Yeah, they did.
And I think he's thinking, Brandon Cooks.
Brandon Cook is getting older.
255 years old.
He still can get it done, but they need another.
So if you're
pass
Dallas,
catcher.
and see, that's why I could see the Chiefs wanting to get up in front of Dallas, because Dallas could go with the fast guy in order to eventually replace Brandon Cooks. If I'm Dallas, I think I'm taking Guyton here with this pick.
It's a player of need at a position of need for the Dallas Cowboys.
Trevor, would you take Edgerrin Cooper over these wide receivers if you're the Titans tomorrow at 38?
Edgerrin Cooper is the inside linebacker for
A&M.
And the answer to that is I would be happy taking him if he's clearly the highest graded player. Taking or signing Calvin Ridley Jr. in free agency took receiver off the board for the Titans as a position of desperation. Now, could they get better? Absolutely. Could they get deeper? Sure. But at this point, they can afford, because of that free agency signing, to take the best player available. And Edgerrin Cooper is mature beyond his years, and he's just an outstanding inside linebacker.
I think the Ravens at 30 may go Guyton if Dallas doesn't take him, because the Ravens lost Morgan Moses this year. And then San Francisco at 31, they've kind of got a backup playing right tackle, so they could go Guyton. But if, let's say, Guyton falls a little bit, Trev, could he be an option at 38 to play right tackle with JC Latham playing left tackle?
No, I think they'd be better off, the Titans, putting JC Latham at right tackle and Guyton at left. Guyton, his forte is athleticism, and he is outstanding in space, and that makes him tailor-made to be a pass protector on the left side. His run blocking is not terribly impressive, but from a pass protection standpoint, he can set and mirror as well as any left tackle coming out in the draft. And so I would put him at left tackle. He could play either side, but that combination would be better to put Guyton at left tackle, which tells me they're likely to take somebody else if Guyton's available at 38, because I don't know that they'd want to put Guyton at right.
What if the Cowboys pick Guyton right now?
Would love it if I'm other teams in the NFC East.
Really?
Because he's not going to help him run the ball. He's going to help him pass the ball.
Well, isn't that what the Cowboys need? Throw the ball?
The Cowboys need balance on that offense, because I don't think Dak Prescott is your dominant passer who's going to take you to the promised land with his arm without a lot of help.
Here is Goodell.
Pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Tyler Guyton, tackle,
Big dog.
Oklahoma.
I can pick for every team except for my team. I got the last pick. I got the pick before. I'm like, the last pick that threw me off was Chop Robinson, and that was like an hour ago.
The pick that threw me off it was Bo Nix. Matter of fact, it was
holy
Michael
crap!
Penix.
That was a take. Oh my goodness. That was a.
That's the one that threw me off.
That's like are you
Trevor.
guys sure you don't want Bill Belichick to be your coach? I mean,
probably not. Trevor, Baltimore at 30. Do they take an offensive lineman? Because they're depleted at offensive line now. Their tackles, I think both of their tackles signed with different teams. Well, at least one of them did.
And their guards.
Yeah.
John Simpson left. I think Zeitler left. I think Bradley Bozeman left.
So I wonder if they go O-line.
I could see Jackson Powers Johnson here with this pick for Baltimore.
He's the center.
I'm surprised he's still on the board.
Yeah, no, he's center out of Oregon. He's considered one of the 2 best centers in this draft, and he's the kind of a guy with his body type that he just doesn't get pushed around. He might not be an all-pro kind of a guy, but he's going to be a really solid rock at center for a long, long time.
It didn't take the Ravens long. That pick's already in.
Oh, yeah.
They might have already snatched him.
Could it be Edger and Cooper here? The Ravens could go inside linebacker, replace Patrick Queen.
Yeah, they could.
They could. Patrick Queen was a beast.
Oh, he was a monster.
I was not a fan.
Why?
They just couldn't play both. They couldn't pay. Well, they didn't want to pay both of them. Let's just say that.
Because I felt like Queen was not good. Like I felt like he was trending towards a bust. And then they brought in Roquan Smith. And as soon as they brought Roquan in, Roquan became the man. And then Queen got good again. And I was like, maybe he just is, everybody's focused on Roquan, so that's why
he can play free.
You kind of like how Chris Sanders had that good year once everybody started focusing on you. I'm kidding.
Wow. No, but the Ravens build like Jim Harbaugh does. Of course, their coach is John Harbaugh, his brother.
Yeah.
They build from the inside out. They want solid.
I don't want to hear about how Harbaugh builds his team. I want to cry.
Yeah, well.
Why you want to cry, man?
Because I just knew they weren't going to take Joe. I just knew they weren't going to take Joe off.
I want to see what Chargers social media is saying, how they're reacting to this, because they needed a receiver and they took a left tackle, Joe Alt, in a position they did not have
they're
a need.
morons because they traded Keenan Allen for a 4th-round pick. And see, I believe, and I know this to be true, that the salary cap is fake. And so they traded Keenan Allen because he wouldn't take a pay cut. Well, I'm like, well, you're only going to do that if you're going to take a wide receiver. And then they didn't take a wide receiver, and they passed on Malik Neighbors. And so.
And your bald spot got bigger.
Oh, my bald spot, man.
It's getting a little thin up there.
I mean.
Are we ready to give your bald spot its own Twitter feed yet?
Well, I got a puppy a couple weeks ago.
Really?
He's spending the night at my parents' house tonight, and it's probably a good thing because I don't think he's ever seen me like this. So,
wow.
What kind of puppy?
He doesn't want to see. He doesn't want to see you walk into the house.
Look at my hands. He's bit the crap out of my hands and everything.
He's gonna bite you tonight, too.
And honestly, I've never even been as mad at him as I am mad at the Titans right now.
Does he hate you?
No, my puppy loves me.
Why does he bite you?
Because he's a puppy. His teeth are coming in. You got to buy him a new toy every day, it feels like.
You ought to buy him a toy shaped like your hands.
Oh, my goodness. You know the guy when they call timeout? The TV timeout guy that comes out on the field with those giant long oven mitt things on it. He comes out and does this, and it signals TV timeout to the officials, and then the official, waves his arms in the air and then does the extension like that to say timeout. I need one of those things, giant oven mitts that are like, hey, time out.
Hey, dog, stop biting me.
You know what? We got a puppy too, and he sleeps on my head.
Does he?
Yeah, he crawls up at night. He crawls up and he sticks his chin on my head, and he sleeps there.
I swore that I was not going to let the puppy sleep in the bed with me.
And you
swore
did.
it. Oh, every night. And honestly, it's a me thing, I think, more than it's a him thing.
I cannot get a dog, man.
I just love snuggling him And the other night, when the Predators played Vancouver and the game was over at midnight, he tried to wake me up, and we took him out, and he went to the bathroom, and I fed him, and he comes back in, and I get back in the bed, and I'm like, go back to bed, Hank. And he went back to sleep. And then he woke up about an hour later. It's 8 a.m. I was like, get back to bed. And then he woke up at 9, and I was like, okay, now I have to get out.
Does one of you poo in the bed at night?
No, I don't want to brag about this because the second I do, he's going to start crapping in the house.
But he's been good.
He's incredible at not crapping in the house.
We use a cork and a clothespin. It works really well.
This guy, this pug, he knows the rules. Like, he looks at me and is like, the Ravens have taken Nate Wiggins, by the way, the corner out of Clemson.
He is a beast.
He looks at me like when he walks in the house after peeing or taking a crap, he looks at me and it's like, treat. Deal, you know the rules. Let's go, and it's like, okay, I gotta give him a treat. Like
that's really funny.
He knows the rules.
Hey,
I had to give him the smaller treats because I was giving him so many treats. He was throwing up because I was giving him like real dog treats. It's like, no, I gotta give him the little puppy treats. What
you trying to get at? You trying to make that dog sick early on?
Poor guy, man. Poor guy.
Well, so you're saying that the Titans may have pooed in the bed with their first round pick, and your pug does not. I think the Titans were fine.
Me too.
You don't like them?
No, you guys have all decided to have, just like the fans will tomorrow at 2 o'clock. I promise you when I complain about this, and who knows how I will process it by 2 o'clock tomorrow. But I promise
like it.
I'm not going to like it. You guys know me. You know that
You're
I'm not going to
bring them a cake.
You know that I am not going to get on the air tomorrow at 2 o'clock and be like, you know what? Last night I had an absolute conniption fit at about 7:55 when this pick came down. But now at 2 o'clock, I think it's a good pick.
I don't think you're going to go that far.
Hey,
just accept it, Jared, and let it play out before you just go haywire.
Okay,
man.
so quarterback.
Let
What's
it play
the fun
out.
in that?
There's no fun in that.
It's like I used to work with Bob Valvano, and he used to like, hey, we got to let the cake bake. I'm like, well, we got to fill 3 hours. So, like, tell me what you think now.
So quarterback, affect the quarterback, defend the quarterback with pass rushers and cover corners. So the Ravens, who know a thing or two about winning football, what did they do? They got a cover corner who's a lockdown corner.
Yes, he is.
As long as he's healthy. And so that it's what the Texans did last year when they took C.J. Stroud at quarterback. They turned right back around. They got Will Anderson Jr., pass rusher out of Alabama, in the top, 4 or 5 picks. And look what it did for him last year. So there's a theme here, and that's what the Titans did. They got a guy that they figure could be their left tackle, and that helps the quarterback. And, the question that I think people just need to look at is, can the guy make the transition from right tackle to left tackle and be what the Titans hope? Because I think he can. I think it'll take some time. But Will Levis last year played behind an offensive line that deserves to be enshrined in the Pro Football Hall of Fame for futility.
Yeah, and I think the key common denominator of the whole thing is Bill Callahan. With him being experienced of teaching guys the right technique and the proper technique and sending a lot of guys to the Pro Bowl, I'm not saying this guy's going to go to the Pro Bowl, but I think he's going to teach him the right technique because he's already a good run blocker. But now you teach him how to step and how to pass pro. I think he's going to be significantly good in this offense.
And if he does pan out, here's what you've got.
I know you think he's going to be significantly good.
You like that word?
Highest ranked offensive lineman by some measures at left tackle in this draft. At left guard, highest ranked offensive lineman in last year's draft. At center, solid, up-and-coming, proven, young veteran
And some
center.
people had Ryan Leaf ahead of Peyton Manning. I know.
But that's quarterback. Offensive line, remember, center, guard, and tackle are the highest success rate taken in the first round. Quarterbacks, less than 50%.
I think it just hit me that Chase, this was a great plan by Chase to put the 3 people that I yell at the most on the radio, other than Joe. I had Joe in there. The 3 people I truly yell at the most. But I don't really yell at Paul.
Okay, yeah.
I just kind of, tell everybody that when Mike Vrabel sends out a mass text to the media about Tierra Tart, that Paul's the one that reports it as news.
You just like saying, Joe Rexroad, what's the matter with you?
The problem with Joe is that everything Joe thinks is wrong. Like, that's... it's just...
He thinks whatever you think is wrong.
That's because what he thinks is wrong.
Hey, man, get off my Spartan, man. It ain't wrong.
It's... you guys root for Michigan State together.
Get off my Spark?
My Spartan.
Is that a thing? Oh, Spartans.
Spartan.
So Joe was the beat writer for Michigan State for like 20 years, and so he hates it every time that I bring up that he's a Michigan State fan because he's really not, because he was the beat writer for so long and he held Tom Izzo accountable, and I just always love pushing his buttons like that.
Well, here's how he's got to fix Michigan State since he has influence.
Derek's the one who's got the money to donate there. I mean, he's got the NIL right here.
They don't need my money.
They don't need it. Y'all stink at football. Y'all used to be good.
And we'll be good again. Don't worry about it.
Get the NIL money, then you'll be good.
We're going to start giving out
Wait,
that
you went
money.
to Michigan State?
Yeah.
You look like a nice guy, though.
All Michigan State guys are nice.
no,
until we get in between the
Nick Saban back before Nick Saban was good. That's like, hey, I was a fan of the band before they were popular. It's like, yeah.
Listen, what pick are we on?
31 San Francisco. It's got to be a right tackle. I don't know what right tackle's out there.
The pick is in.
Kingsley Suamataia.
Is it, or are you just saying
No,
it?
I'm just saying it.
Yeah, please don't. I would love the Titans to get him.
Break. Okay. Oh, this is about Michigan.
Well, if he's good, the Titans aren't going to pick him.
University of Michigan.
Wow.
Will serve.
I mean, now we're just bitter.
That was.
I was telling Derek during one of the breaks we had, I said, I think I'm going to take off draft night next year.
Why?
And not do it because maybe that will bring the Titans good luck to make a good pick.
You know, you could record draft night next year tomorrow, and without everything except the name, it'll be the same reaction.
Have you seen the pictures? Caroline put two
That's
pictures side by
hilarious.
side, and they're from last year and this year, and they're the same. Like, they're literally the same. Where this is the first picture. This is from last year when Anthony Richardson, who I loved, went off the board to the Colts at 4. And as you can see, my disposition and Chris taking a video of my meltdown.
Yeah, Chris already knows. He's prepared.
I already had it.
And this was.
The pick is in.
Oh.
With the
They're doing.
31st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Ricky Pearsall.
Oh, he's good.
Wow.
He's good. That means that Brandon Ayuk may be on the way out.
Yeah, they're probably looking to move Brandon Ayuk.
Ooh-wee.
Would you trade for Brandon Ayuk if you're the
Yeah.
Titans?
Trade?
Yeah.
No, why?
What would you trade?
I wouldn't trade
No,
a
I
lot,
wouldn't trade
but
it.
I would trade
Would you trade next year's second?
third.
Now you don't have a third. You trade for
don't have a
L'Jarius
third.
Sneed's
Yeah,
terrible
you're right.
knees.
I would trade.
That L'Jarius Sneed told you were fine.
Yeah, he told
Hey,
me
did the
knees were
Titans get
fine.
mad at you guys for asking about his knees like 6 times in that interview?
You're mad at
They get mad at you.
you.
What did I do?
They always get mad at you.
They had a secret
they
press
did
conference
that.
that day.
Did they?
Yeah. So Rand.
Oh yeah, you got mad because you thought Rand called the press conference because he knew you were.
They
on
lied in the email about what that press conference was going to be because they didn't want me to show up.
Jared, everything's not about you,
But
man.
that one was.
Everybody's mad at
I'm
you.
not
Because I was going to
say that
ask
one.
about the knees and be like, all right, so nobody else would actually pay for these knees, and you are. And so. But Chad Brinker's got that special AI model that they have that he was talking about on the Titans podcast. He went to some business school, and at the business school, he saw some guy that was doing like an AI model or whatever to cure cancer. And he was like, well, how can we do that for football? So he developed some AI model, and that's what's going to save the Titans with L'Jarius Sneed's knees, apparently. He's a curing cancer model.
Well, whatever they need to do to make sure he holds up at least for 2 years, then they need to do it. 2 to 3 years, that's all you need him for.
You know what, though? If he can't play, then, they'll cut him and the doctor. Because you've got a reputation at stake here.
Yeah.
No, you're right. Yeah, I mean,
If the
you
Titans
had this
doctors
happen too
haven't
many
gotten
times.
fired yet, they ain't getting
Who's
fired.
that?
Not after Julio and Caleb Farley and all that.
Well, Julio was just all about cobwebs.
No,
Yeah, he was older
Julio
guy.
had that bad hamstring.
That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
older guy.
Yeah.
Well, that's
What
what the
we, a
doctors
killer?
supposed to they do those physicals. They're supposed to say, no, that's not good. Carolina's traded up,
To one.
and they still have. So Carolina traded with
32nd
Buffalo,
and 33rd pick.
and I don't know with what pick. They must have used next year's 1 in order to go up to 32. They're not that stupid. There's no way they could have done that.
Now you're talking about Carolina.
Yeah.
True. That owner is so impulsive. Like the Padres a couple years ago pushed all their chips in the middle, like in the middle of a trade deadline, and it was like, wow, they're really going for it. Why are they going for it? And then like a year and a half later, the owner died of cancer, and I was like, got it. That's why they pushed all their chips in the middle. With the Panthers, I think they push their chips in the middle all the time because the owner is just impulsive. And I hope he doesn't have cancer.
Yeah, that would not be good.
So I mean, this has to be for a receiver, right? So
You
Buffalo's
would
not
think,
picking? No, Buffalo's at 33. Okay, so it took ESPN a while to flip. So Carolina has flopped with Buffalo, so they've moved to 32 over 33. My gut, this is for A.D. Mitchell.
You got to take a receiver.
And I'll tell you why this is my gut that it's A.D. Mitchell. Because there is some scuttlebutt that it was the Panthers that leaked the C.J. Stroud S2 score last year to Bob McGinn. Well, there was a story about A.D. Mitchell and his diabetes and that he doesn't manage it well and that he turns into a loose cannon and is uncoachable when his diabetes gets out of whack. And it was released by Bob McGinn. And if the scuttlebutt is correct that Carolina was the one who was given the S2 scores to Bob McGinn, it would not surprise me if they try the same thing to tank A.D. Mitchell's draft stock, and because they didn't have a first rounder. So what they end up getting for this is they end up, God, Buffalo's picks, I mean, terrible. Buffalo is just adding a bunch of picks up to just keep moving back. I don't know why Carolina would make this trade when they could have just waited till tomorrow, but I guess they'll get the 5th-year option on the deal.
Yeah.
All right, so let's assume that this pick is, I don't know, Xavier Legette. Take him off the board. Ricky Pearsall's off the board. So now, at receiver at 38, going into tomorrow, Ladd McConkey is still there. A.D. Mitchell is still there. Keon Coleman is still there. Roman Wilson is still there. Troy Franklin is still there. Jalen Polk is still there. Trevor, who do you like for the Titans tomorrow?
Love Jalen Polk. Would take Ladd McConkey.
No on Mitchell, Coleman, Wilson, and Franklin?
I think Mitchell would be fine. And you've got a lot of choices for fast receivers. The thing about Polk is that he didn't get a lot of love playing for Washington with Michael Penix Jr. throwing to him because of Roman Odunze, getting a lot of the credit. But Polk was a fantastic complement to that offense. I mean, a really effective receiver. But I think McConkey can step in and be effective in the slot right now. And running down the field in terms of a speed guy, he runs 4.39. I didn't see him go deep very often at Georgia. It just seemed like when they threw the ball deep to him, tracking the ball deep wasn't his forte. And so they just kind of used him where he was best. But the thing is, the Titans have a deep threat now to open up the underneath stuff, and I think McConkey would be the pick I would make.
Here's Carolina.
The Buffalo Bills have traded the 32nd pick to the Carolina Panthers. With the 32nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Xavier Legette, wide receiver.
Oh, wow.
Legette.
Dang it.
Okay.
They're going to cut his salary to $39 million a year.
Legette.
Okay, so quickly, we've got 8 minutes or so. The first round is in the books. The Titans have taken JC Latham. Everybody knows I didn't like it. But tomorrow, the needs I have for the Titans, in no particular order: inside linebacker, pass rusher, defensive end, which could be pass rusher, but also that may be left on the board. What kind of positions do we think the Titans maybe look at going into tomorrow, knowing that there's about 5 picks before they're on the board at 38?
I think they address the defensive line, defensive line, and inside backer. I don't think they touch receiver until the 4th round because they don't have a 3rd round pick unless they trade and get themselves a 3rd round pick. But I don't think they touch wide receiver in the 2nd round. I think they get a defensive player. I think they get that wide receiver in the 4th round.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Derek. I mean, I would go defense also. Chris Jenkins from Michigan and the inside linebacker, Peyton Wilson from North Carolina State. So, you look at the situation. I know the wide receiver, I wish they would have had a chance to get Legette, but at the end of the day, I think you got to go defense.
I think pass rusher isn't as huge in need because I think Kenneth Murray, the linebacker they signed free agent out of San Diego, I think they're going to play to his strengths and they're going to let him run like crazy and just send him at the quarterback from all kinds of different positions. He's got the speed and the explosiveness to blitz from depth from anywhere and get home against these quick passing games. So I think they're probably planning on that, augmenting their pass rush. I could see another inside linebacker. I could see another offensive lineman. Build from the inside out. But that's what you guys are talking about with defensive line and getting a rotation going there. With the Predators in the playoffs, are they 2-0 right now?
Nah, they're
1-1.
1-1.
But the other team's goalie's hurt, so they'll probably win.
But the defensive line is at its best when you've got a rotation like hockey, where you have the whole team just leave, whole D-line just leave, and a bunch of other ones come out. So everybody's going full throttle, 100%, exhausted, and then boom, they're out to rest. And
Isn't that how it was when you guys played with the Titans and Jim Washburn was running those guys?
Yeah. All those guys play good minutes, but Javon Curse and Kevin Carter, guys like that were well rested in the fourth quarter because of the rotation.
Because they bring in guys like Joe Salavea and be like, all right, get out there.
And still get the same production.
Yeah. And guys that are less talented but fresh that know that I got to play for 6 plays, 100% that I'm coming out, that's good. But that second rotation, if they're starting caliber, then you got a defensive line that's going to wreak havoc. And so I can see them going with building up that rotation in the second round.
So one name that TD brought up today, and considering that TD was on the bullseye with JC Latham, I think that we should really heed this, is Tavondre Sweat, the defensive tackle out of Texas, and saying the Titans like him. Trevor, what would you think about Tavondre Sweat at 38?
I think Tavondre Sweat was a more disruptive playmaker than people give him credit for. He has better moves than you'd think at about 360 pounds. If they were to pick him, that would be one of those rotational guys that would help to get them to third and longer in those passing situations. So, you can't rush the passer until you put him into passing situations. And Sweat is one of those guys that can force them into passing situations by stopping the run early.
Okay, now I'm going to put you on the spot. Sweat, Edgerrin Cooper, Ladd McConkey, Kingsley Suamataia. Which guy, if you have your choice for the Titans at 38 tomorrow, which guy are you picking?
Kingsley Suamataia. I'm building that offensive line. He can play right tackle, and I think that his talent is better than his production, and his production will improve with the proper kind of coaching that he'll get. And I don't think you can possibly be too good on the offensive line. You can't be too deep on the offensive line, and you can't do everything at once.
Any final thoughts around the table, Derek Mason?
I think, it's the first pick is some people are going to be happy, some people are not going to be.
Do you know anyone in particular?
You're not happy.
I know there's a pug who's furious.
Yeah. Exactly. I think it was the pick that we all wanted them to make, meaning tackle. The tackle they probably wanted. I think those two, Alt and Latham, they had them ranked about the same. I think if Alt was there and Latham was gone, they were going to take Alt. Alt was gone, so they took the next best guy who they thought at tackle, and it's Latham. So right now, I think it's a good pick. But again, it's still wait and see. We're not going to fully know until they start playing. But based upon what he did in college, based upon the scouting on him, he's a good player. I'm cool with it.
Yeah, I just think that they feel the need. I mean, they got an offensive line guy. I know they move him to left tackle, whatever. But I just think he's going to be an asset. I know you keep every time I keep saying he's going to be good, you keep saying no. But the reason why I say that he's going to be good is because he has a great legendary coach. And I think Bill Callahan, with teaching them the proper technique in run block but in pass pro, I just think he's going to flourish in this offense because he has a coach to back him up in that situation.
Trevor, your final thought tonight.
My final thought is they extended their really unexpectedly awesome success in free agency into the first round of this draft. I think their plan is working. Now, that's just on paper. They haven't played a game yet, but I love what they did in free agency, and I really like this pick of JC Latham in the first round of the draft.
I really thought that when Trevor started that, he was going to say they've done a really, really incredible job of extending their unbelievable streak of having Jared absolutely go bananas.
But isn't
on
that
night
why-
one of the draft?
Would you have it any other way, Jared? Would you have it any other way? See, I think you wouldn't. I think you love the drama.
I would prefer the Titans get good players, but hey, you guys think this guy's going to be headed to the Hall of Fame? So
He's a good player. I'm not saying he's going to be headed to the Hall of Fame. I hope he is. But what I will say is, based upon his college tape, he's a good player.
Yeah, he is.
Now, what will he amount to a great player? It's yet to be seen.
So I want to thank everybody that stuck with us tonight. Me on the radio for 9 hours straight, but I really want to thank you guys for coming on out. I think it was a great show out here. I want to thank everybody that stopped by today. I mean, I would say from 2 on, but we must have had 30, 40 people that came out, huge fans of the show that came on out. And always want to thank our friends at Twin Peaks, whether it's the pregame show, whether it's the draft show, we always have a great time here as well. And I want to thank our sponsors, Parman Tractor and Equipment, and Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, along with ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Guys, on to night 2 tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
That's it for us, everybody. We will see you tomorrow. Derek will see you tomorrow at 11. I'll see you tomorrow at 2. And these two will see you on down the road.
Wow. Oh, man.